Monster Hunter is a critically acclaimed and widely beloved franchise. This series of games boasts a long-standing history, dating all the way back to the early days of the PlayStation 2. The original Monster Hunter debuted on that console, setting the stage for what would become a global phenomenon. Subsequent releases slowly transitioned into portable console market, Nintendo 3DS, Wii and later Switch. Handhelds became a thriving home for Monster Hunter, allowing the developers to expand their vision and build a passionate, loyal fanbase. It wasn't until 2018's Monster Hunter World that the series truly realized its full potential, launching across major platforms, Xbox, a return to PlayStation, and most significantly for me, PC. This video is a thorough analysis of the game and its expansion, Iceborne. I've moved away from the title Delayed Review as I believe the term analysis better suits the true nature of my content. I aim to delve deeply into the game's diverse mechanics, thoroughly examine the narrative, and highlight the unique elements that distinguish Monster Hunter from other titles in the genre. Needless to say, I'm going to dive into spoiler territory, so this is your spoiler warning. I will explore the basic mechanics first, but then as the video progresses, I'm going to describe every new monster encounter and the entire storyline in detail. This revised format finally lets me cast off limitations and explore the game on my own terms. Again, spoiler alert. To truly understand the essence of Monster Hunter World, one must be ready to invest a significant amount of time. This is a grind-heavy game. Accordingly, this video will be on the longer side. As always, I've included timestamps in the description to make it easier to navigate. I'll begin with the introductory experience, character creation and the opening plot, before easing into the fundamentals, combat, crafting, player progression, and the game's core loop, the hunts. After that, I'll go over the main story arc, gradually unveiling through players' adventures. It is also in those low rank and high rank related chapters that I will discuss every monster introduced into the game. Once the main narrative of the game concludes, I'll move on to advanced combat mechanics and especially solo play versus group play. Monster Hunter World operates on a very weird dichotomy between single player and multiplayer, making it an important topic to discuss. Another vital subject to discuss is the design of the grind. Like many looter shooters, MMORPGs or hack-and-slash games, Monster Hunter leans heavily on grind to extend the adventure and keep players engaged. But what's often overlooked is the intentional design behind the grind, the systems that govern resource farming and progression. It's a shame, and I want to give justice to Monster Hunter World, so this topic will be discussed. The second half of the video is devoted to the Iceborne expansion, which effectively acts as a full-fledged sequel layered on top of the base game.
This thing is huge.
As with the original, I'll break down all the new content, followed by an exploration of the expansion's narrative and monster roster. The final chapters focus on Steam reviews and the game's achievement system. I'm curious to see how other players felt about their experience. And as a completionist, trophies are a meaningful part of my journey. I'll share my thoughts and struggles on that front as well. I'm planning to produce more of these analytical deep dives, so if you enjoy this kind of content, consider subscribing, leaving a like, or dropping a comment. It really helps the channel grow. With all that said, welcome to my thorough analysis of Monster Hunter World and Iceborne. And it's red. Oh shit. Don't breathe in.
Okay, I'm back, I'm back.
Okay, it's good.
Run! Come on,
Yes.
Oh, yes! Okay.
Wow, piercing ammo.
Cannot handle what's happening right now. And they are just, come on! Nice, good.
Wow, that's the attack. Devil Joyce, but I don't know where to jump. I need to hide. Oh no! Block.
Okay, go, go, go.
Face is the... And then we need to be careful with the greedy attacks, because of that. First Rathian, now Legiana. This video analysis is based on 331 hours spent in game, completing the entire main story and attempting every special assignment and post-release content available. It also means that I've finished almost every optional task and nearly all events presented by the game. During my escapades, I crafted various armor sets, tried out every weapon class and created various interesting builds for my character. That's the combo! I embarked on many solo hunts, but also spent a substantial amount of time in a 2-player hunting party with my brother. Ready?
Yep.
Let's go. Shit. Additionally, I joined multiple groups of random hunters to experience the full dynamic of 4-player hunts and to get a sense of how group content feels overall. As a completionist, I managed to acquire 83 out of the 100 total achievements in the game, which means I have delved into most of Monster Hunter World's additional activities. This analysis focuses on the PC version of the game, already combined with its expansion, Iceborne. In other words, I'm playing the Definitive Edition, including all post-launch content. Over its lifespan, the game evolved in significant ways. The introduction of the Clutch Claw changed combat dynamics. Also, numerous monsters were added after release. This is essentially the final, most complete version of the experience, and a reason why I play games years after release. I want the complete experience. An important note, Monster Hunter World is my first contact with the franchise. I have no previous history with it, therefore I am going to treat it as a newcomer into the series. If I'll get something wrong, let me know in the comments. Also, don't be afraid to share your opinions about the game or other entries in the franchise. With all of that out of the way, it's time to set foot in the new world. If we were to summarize the essence of Monster Hunter series to its most fundamental concept, it would be this. You hunt gigantic, often terrifying monsters, harvest their hides, scales, horns and various exotic bits, then forge stronger gear so you can hunt even bigger monsters. That's the loop. This is a game about fronting deadly hunts that quickly becomes a glorious, absurd arms race fueled by reptilian fashion statements. Monster Hunter World takes us into this so-called new world, a mysterious unexplored landmass full of wonders, secrets and threats. The player arrives via ship alongside a fleet of other hopeful hunters, all chasing a mysterious phenomenon known as the Elder Crossing. An event where the powerful Elder Dragons suddenly migrate long distances across the ocean to the new world. The question is, why? In the world of Monster Hunter, anything involving Elder Dragons is treated with urgency and great importance. Waves of hunters, craftsmen and researchers were sent to the new world previously to set up a foothold in this dangerous place. Now it's time for the 5th Fleet, a group of the elite hunters, to land and start the proper exploration of the new world. Our character is one of the Fivers, and this is where we are introduced to character creation. Monster Hunter World offers a wide variety of options and sliders in its character creation. Faces tend to be on the cleaner, almost idealized side. Men are chiseled and charming, while women tend to look petite and pristine, which feels slightly ironic considering these peoples will spend their days wrestling dinosaurs in mud, blood and whatever fluids explode from a Rathalos. It's a stylistic choice very much in line with Japanese and Korean RPG aesthetics, but it can cause a bit of tonal whiplash. Character creation offers its first surprise to the newcomers. Once players are done with making their own human character, they are asked to create their palico. Palicos are those bipedal cat helpers. Every hunter has one. These little guys are essential in solo play, useful in combat, customizable and, let's face it, they are walking advertisements for microtransactions. Look at my palico. It looks like a marine from StarCraft. You've got to give it to them, the armor designs look awesome. Gameplay-wise, palicos are far from just decorative. They can be equipped with armor and weapons, meaning that they can deal damage. They can also level up, search for Vigor Wasps during encounters, which becomes another HP recovery option for players. At certain level they can also revive their hunter one time per mission. Ooh, I might be done. Yeah, I already used the rest. I was stunned in the paddock.
Oh yeah.
Palicos allow for some breathing room, especially for lone hunters. Monsters could become overwhelming if they would focus solely on the hunter. Our cat companions draw enemy attention from time to time, giving players solid breaks to replenish their health or sharpen their weapons. They're also great for gathering resources or communicating with Grimalkins, wild Palicos with their own tribal progression system. Monster Hunter offers depth in every single gameplay feature. Before our character can set off, there's one more step, choosing your starting armor. Here's where things got a little confusing for me as a newcomer. I wasn't sure if the game followed a light, medium, heavy armor classification. Monster Hunter World offers 3 initial sets, leather, chainmail and guardian armor. The first two are fairly similar, but the guardian set? That one turns you into a walking tank. I didn't understand why it was so powerful until I learned it was added with the Iceborne expansion to help returning players fast-track new characters to the endgame. It's also a handy catch-up mechanic for new players. While I appreciate the idea, it felt like cheating in a game built on satisfaction of the grind. I'll return to this topic in the segment devoted to armor and weapons. Confused by this weird imbalance of power between armor sets, I decided that I didn't want to spoil the experience for myself, so I ended up not taking any armor. This was supposed to be a game about grind, so I was about to grind. No freebies. That's why you'll see my character running in pyjamas in the early footage. For a game released in 2018, Monster Hunter World still looks gorgeous. The visual mastery excels at macro perspective. The environment looks stunning, with lush dense foliage which can be swayed during storms. Sunburned deserts, dark caves and dry canyons. The art style excels in later parts of the game where players discover more imaginative zones like Coral Highlands or Rotten Vale. The environmental design is particularly great with zones overlapping each other. You can jump off from a cliff and get into the lower parts of the map. There's a lot of thought and care placed into the map design, both artistically and gameplay wise. Characters look good, and the Palicos of course are adorable. Armor and weapons all look great. It's very important in the grindy game where getting stronger equipment becomes the pivotal part of the experience. Armor sets draw inspiration from the monster they were acquired from. Some look fierce, others like Paolumus' puffy Sky Captain set veer into comedy. Imagine if a cotton candy vendor joined an airship crew. OG Pink Tarik would be proud. Monster Hunter World, as mentioned before, looks stunning in macro perspective. However, zoom in too close and the game starts showing its age. Some textures are overstretched and certain armor pieces look blurry, even by 2018 standards. Still, visuals aren't just about resolution. Art direction is what truly leaves a mark. Monster Hunter blends realism with exaggerated anime flair. Giant swords and hammers which shouldn't be realistically possible to wield, let alone fight effectively. Absurdly ornate helmets, shoulder pads big enough to land a jet on. Graphical artists successfully blend both styles. The absolute highlight of the art design are the monsters. They are the crown jewels of Monster Hunter World. Their designs are imaginative, intimidating and intricately tied to gameplay. Monster animations are incredibly impressive. They use an awe-inspiring amount of animated transitions related to their attack patterns, telegraphing their intent as well as fluently changing into new attacks. It's awe-inspiring. I can just imagine a tremendous amount of work animators had to put into this feature. Let's just use my favorite example, Radoban, a huge brute wyvern that uses a lot of spinning attacks. It can also turn itself into a wheel and roll through hunters. The beauty lies in how fluently it changes from regular stance into the wheeled stance. I'm just attacking the face. Aye. I really like the animations on this thing. There are so many fluent animations when it changes stances. It's pretty impressive, to be honest. Plus the spikes, the body parts that are breaking away when it's moving.
Yeah.
Visually, that's one of the more impressive monsters, at least for me. But it becomes absolutely impressive, where during a roll, players manage to deal enough damage to take Radovan off balance. The monster violently crashes, taking few seconds to regain composition. Not only does it provide a tangible window of opportunity for players to deal damage, a reward for skillful play, this dynamic animation change happens seamlessly without stutters. The monster design is not extremely impressive visually, but said visuals also influence the gameplay elements. Players can and should use various visual cues to interpret opponents' intent. Another example, Anjanath, huge dinosaur with a fur coat on its back and teeth-like spikes on its tail. It also has those impressive backplates, which it shows off when it engages in combat or gets angry.
You know what? I'm gonna attack it.
Oh shit! What the fuck are those? No! Jump! Engaging Anjanath is scary, and it should be. Developers cleverly use real-life phenomenon known as agnostic display. It happens when wild animals try to intimidate their rivals. Bears standing on hind legs, pufferfish puffing their bellies, or birds spreading their wings. Capcom uses this phenomenon not only to enrich monster behavior, but to affect players. Anjanath backplates symbolize that now monster is capable of using new attacks. The same happens when it raises its nosebone, which means that fire-based attacks are now imminent.
Yeah, I see that. Okay.
So lucky. Monsters look menacing. There's a great attention to detail when it comes to taking those fantasy creatures and bringing them closer to something that could look somewhat realistic. The creativity of monster designs is outstanding. On one side we have spiky Glavinius using its tail like a sword. On the other, there are more fun monsters like Fluffy Puffy Paolumu trying to blow hunters away or crush them. It looks kinda cute. Shit. Ooh. What is that? Dude. What is that? Come on. It's goofy, hilarious, and horrifying in equal measure. I will discuss every monster design as well as their behavior in low rank and high rank segments. Another standout feature, sound design. You see, every monster has a unique roar, a sort of monstrous ringtone announcing their arrival. Over time, players learn to recognize them by sound alone, adding a subconscious edge to the tension. The sound work in Monster Hunter World is exceptionally rich, giving life to the wilds of the new world. The same stands true for the soundtrack. This title draws from astonishingly wide pool of music tracks. Each region has its own ambient and battle music. Few monsters even get personalized themes. It works wonders when all of a sudden a surprise Deviljho joins the fray and the music changes. It's a powerful moment. It's an example of audio influencing both the gameplay and player behavior. Powerful foes such as Elder Dragons also have their own music tracks, which adds to the grandeur of the fights. Every zone and city has its own track. Credit to all of the composers, the music stands at a very high level. Having said that, the problem with such a vast amount of music themes is that a big portion of them feel generic. At least for me. Not bad, just not particularly memorable. While the game encompasses few distinct leading music themes, it is also not afraid to provide vastly different ideas for various zones. The combat tracks for Ancient Forest rely on chaotic, tribal symphony of drums and trumpets. I have to say, at first I didn't like it. But the more you play, you start to get it. This is a musical representation of the primal struggle between the hunter and its prey. Keeping in mind that prey is still a terrifying and capable threat. Coral Highlands or Wildspire Waste represent different approach to their musical themes, which are very fitting and help them stand out on their own. This is a grindy game where players are supposed to spend a sizable amount of time killing monsters. The repetition is engraved into the experience. This way, gamers playing for countless hours can get conditioned to not only like various music tracks, but maybe even feel nostalgic. It's like Stockholm Syndrome, but with rhythm. Monster Hunter uses its soundtrack as a perfect background for players' actions, but rarely does it push ahead to take the center spot. Alright, let's get back to the main story. The hunters of the 5th Fleet with our newly created character travel on board of the ship sailing towards the new world. It's here we meet our first friends and the Handler, a relentlessly cheerful young woman who quickly becomes our character's almost inseparable partner. From a game design perspective, she serves as the player's narrative guide.
Come on, this way!
The atmosphere aboard the ship is one of unfiltered excitement. The hunters brim with anticipation, eager to explore the uncharted land. Everyone is overly thrilled and motivated, which gave me this feeling of fake positivity so characteristic to more children-focused games like Pokemon. Get used to it. The whole narrative relies on this kind of uplifting, joyful mood, which is such a stark contrast to the dangerous reality of Monster Hunter World. The 5th Fleet is embarking on a deadly expedition to tame a savage, monster-infested wilderness. They're hunting colossal beasts, braving treacherous terrain, and possibly squaring off against the legendary Elder Dragons. It's supposed to feel urgent and dangerous, and yet the characters remain almost absurdly optimistic, tossing out cheesy one-liners like they're auditioning for a Saturday morning cartoon. This never-ending positivity and excitement doesn't fit. Previous comparison to Pokemon was not accidental. The characters here behave like they've escaped from a Game Freak title. But there's a tonal mismatch. Pokemon games, even when dabbling in darker themes, are built to be light-hearted and whimsical. Here this joyful humor contrasts with realistic graphics, dangerous expeditions, sometimes grim stakes, and extremely deadly monsters. The Handler, the player's narrative partner, becomes also a device to translate the story and lore of Monster Hunter to the players. Her easygoing personality becomes the substitute for our character's voice. And I mean that literally, because we play as mute character. Well, maybe not literally mute. Our character probably has a voice, but whenever it's time for us to speak, the Handler interjects, hijacking the communication.
Cheers! Put her there. I happen to be an A-lister myself. Oh,
The joyful party ends suddenly when the ship crashes on top of a huge elder dragon, Zora Magdros. The introductory section of climbing on top of a fiery monster's back becomes a brief tutorial for movement and other basic mechanics.
hurry!
Is later continued when player character and the Handler become stranded on New World's beach, having to trek into the safety of the closest settlement.
I had the scout flies memorize my scent earlier.
This short section in the wilds continues the tutorial, showing off some monsters, setting the stage of New World as a dangerous, untamed land.
Astera. I like it.
Astera becomes the main hub for players. This is where they got new tasks, acquire side quests, craft new armor and weapons. Monster Hunter World tries to ease players to its multiple gameplay systems by adding pop-up tutorial screens for each feature. Unfortunately, the pacing is off. There are so many tutorials dropped upon the newcomers, it quickly becomes overwhelming, especially since the game is very complex. Almost every facet of the gameplay offers depth and hides some secrets. To be clear, that depth is a strength. I love complex systems that reward curiosity and mastery. It's the golden rule of game design. Easy to learn, hard to master. But in the early hours, that complexity can feel like stepping into an MMORPG after a 2-year hiatus. You know, the kind of experience where you log in and immediately get hit with 37 icons, 12 urgent quests, and a talking bird trying to explain trans-dimensional currency. If you've ever jumped into EVE Online, Path of Exile or Warframe, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the central hub of the area, right? It's pretty big with different levels, and it's very reminiscent of hubs in MMOs, especially MMOs that
embark on an expedition just by heading out through the gate.
Thank you.
Or you can use the world map, whatever's easiest for you.
Thank you. Anyways, especially MMOs that already been going for some time. So I'm bombarded with all those things. Look at the map. Here's something, here's something, here's something, here's something. Here. And theoretically, it's not that much. And the game tries to tutorialize everything. But I think it can be overwhelming to newer players, especially people who are not used to this kind of things. In hindsight, it's not as bad as it initially feels. The game does let you ease into things, but it doesn't change the fact that the early game can be daunting, especially for players not used to this kind of design. Narratively, Monster Hunter World uses its story more as a delivery system than a fully fleshed out pillar of the experience. Things happen, some of them are explained better than others. The main plot exists to justify the next monster you're going to hunt, so get used to the narrative being just the background. Many times new assignments task players with killing a monster just because it poses a threat to Astera or its people, usually trying to hide it behind the veil of research. Because you know, every monster has to be researched. Assignments directly tied to the main narrative, especially the ones focusing on Zora Magdaros, are the weakest gameplay sections in the entire game. They try to look epic and build drama, but they fail miserably. It's so hard to get attached to the characters as they feel more like props. The base game does a really poor job in exploring any motivations or backstory of our companions. Iceborne expansion seems to fare better in this regard, but still does the bare minimum. Bah, there are no named characters in Monster Hunter World. All of NPCs are referred to by their rank or a job. The handler, the commander, the field team leader, the huntsman, the admiral, and the endlessly enthusiastic, excitable A-lister. Yes, that's really his name. These people don't have backstories. They barely have personalities. They're just there to look cool, throw anime poses and deliver exposition. It totally broke the immersion for me and quickly became frustrating. It's the definition of style over substance.
Would it have killed you to help instead of just watching? What for? You seem to have it covered. Here, I brought you some souvenirs.
Let me remind you, I'm not a fan of anime, so my view on this matter might be skewed. However, all of these over-the-top gestures set against photorealistic graphics just feel tonally off. The emotional dissonance is hard to ignore. Now, to be fair, I can see another argument being made by someone with different outlook on things. You see, an anime fan might be in awe of how neatly Capcom tied anime influences to the realistic graphics. It's not lost on me. There is a certain level of mastery and artistry in combining two widely different styles and still coming up with cohesive product. Actually, it's kind of a fascinating way to look at things. And I believe it might have worked if the plot was any good. If Capcom writers could give a soul to their characters instead of making them into exaggerated cheerleaders. Instead, we're left with a narrative that feels like it's holding a flashlight while the gameplay leads the way. Which is a shame, because the world design, the actual lore of the new world is phenomenal. Each biome evolves logically, ecosystems interact believably, and the monsters themselves are brilliantly imagined. There's so much care and thought put into the environmental storytelling. Ironically, Monster Hunter World is at its absolute best when you ignore the story entirely and just go hunting. The joy of chasing massive creatures, mastering the gear grind, and exploring every nook and cranny of the new world, that's the real core of the game. So why do I care so much about the plot, when so many similar grindy games also fail in the narrative department? I understand that making games is a complex, difficult endeavor. Oftentimes constraints, deadlines, or issues with budget force unfavorable decisions. If developers are to sacrifice a part of their project, they have to wisely choose the one that can get streamlined. Ultimately, it's a shame. Especially since few other games from the genre show that charismatic, fleshed out characters can carry the game in its darkest hours. Immersive, epic plotlines like Warframe's Second Dream showed how a powerful narrative can elevate a game and bond players to its world. That level of story ambition is what Monster Hunter deserves. Thankfully, Iceborne points towards the right direction. Characters finally get some depth, they start experiencing self-doubt, conflicting goals, even a sliver of personal growth. It's not perfect, but it's a start. I'll explore this topic in the Master Rank section of this video. Monster hunts are the heartbeat of Monster Hunter world, the pulse-pounding core of the gameplay loop that the series is renowned for. Let's examine the design of the hunts, which will also lead us to the analysis of the game's combat system. Monster Hunter World presents players with large, instanced zones where up to 4 players can track and battle ferocious beasts. Each location is cleverly designed with multiple open subzones that act as combat arenas. Traditionally, up to 3 monsters can spawn in a location, each with their own roaming paths. Those monsters roam the land but usually have some kind of predetermined path or a part of the zone they like to stick to the most. For example, Tobikadashi likes to stay on the branches of the central huge tree in the ancient forest, visiting only 2 other ground zones. To facilitate communication, each map is divided into numbered regions. It's a really useful solution as it allows for convenient communication and pinpointing player or monster locations. Each hunt starts with tracking. Players have to look for monster tracks, and after obtaining enough, their scout flies will lead them towards their target. Scout flies are essential part of the lore. Each hunter stores some of those glowing bugs in small cage, releasing them to lead the way. Gameplay wise, they are Monster Hunter's GPS mechanic. Scout flies can also highlight nearby resources. There's a light progression system tied to this. The more you research a specific monster, the easier it becomes for your scout flies to locate it. Eventually, they'll even mark the beast on your map the moment you enter the zone. I'm sharpening my blade and I'm gonna chase it. Okay, starting the fight.
Yep.
Hello. With a monster found, it's time for combat. Fights in Monster Hunter are long. Combat system offers a lot of depth. The more player masters its nuances, the faster and more efficiently they'll be able to take down monsters. Ah, god. Each monster has its own behavior profile, with some being more aggressive than others. Every species has its own attack patterns or even additional combat mechanics. Monsters can also use various elemental attacks, such as poison speed, flame breath, or even thunder strikes. Oh no.
What was that?
See? Ooh, barely. This brings us to a core tenet of the game, learning. Not just learning the combat mechanics, but studying each monster's attack patterns. In that sense, Monster Hunter has a lot in common with the Dark Souls series. Patience and repetition are essential. Hunters can target monsters' weak points, dealing more damage this way. Developers communicate if player hit the right spot through orange-colored damage numbers. So you should always seek orange. But that's not all. Different body parts might be more susceptible to certain types of damage. After successful hunts, players slowly get more information about beasts, getting access to their drop list, weaknesses and more. Let's look here. Diablo's head is a weak point, but it takes less damage from ranged or slashing weapons compared to blunt weapons like hammers. The situation is vastly different for the wings and its stomach. Now, to give you an idea how devoted the player base is, here's a spreadsheet from the wiki detailing damage modifiers for every part of Diablo's anatomy. While it might not be as influential for weaker monsters, it becomes increasingly important for top-tier creatures. But of course, that's not all. Monsters can resist or be weak to different elements or ailments, adding another layer of complexity. All of that results in a vast difference between skillful, prepared hunters and unexperienced newcomers. Thankfully, it doesn't mean that players new to Monster Hunter have to read tons of guides and study each monster for hours. Low rank hunts, which is an entry level of difficulty, allows for more relaxed experience. Still, being prepared rewards players immensely. From the very beginning, the game shows you that there is much more to it than you might have thought. Bah! Monster Hunter proudly presents its complexity at every opportunity. Hunters focusing on damaging specific body parts can also break them, opening the monster for even more damage. This mechanic is also heavily rewarded. First, broken body parts can completely nullify some of monsters' attacks. Second, by breaking specific body parts, players increase their chance for rare drops. One of the main examples of that mechanic could be severing Beast's tail. Ooh, I got its tail!
Nice!
Okay. I would be probably louder, but I cannot wake up my child.
Yeah.
Tails can be severed for an additional chance of a rare material. And well, it's hard for monster to swing a tail when it's missing a huge chunk of it. This way we got to the rewards. Hunting monsters rewards players with various materials. Those materials are later used to craft new armor or upgrade weapons. The more successful players are in breaking horns, wings and other parts, the better the rewards, which also gratifies skillful play. Also, the game systems motivate players to become better by appealing to their intrinsic instincts, getting better loot. The game encourages a methodical approach to combat. Your main tool is, of course, your chosen weapon, of which there are 14 distinct classes. Each one has its own upgrade tree and unique mechanics, creating vastly different playstyles. Up, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, 3, 1. This solution creates distinct playstyles dependent on the weapon choice player makes. And just as everything Monster Hunter related, there is this profound depth to the weapon mechanics. Players need to learn combo strings, realize which combos would work best against certain monsters. More experienced players can start to work around fitting the timing of each combo between monster attacks to squish in additional damage.
Oh, nice.
Another material. Combat starts simple but scales in complexity. Low rank, the entry-level difficulty, allows players to make mistakes. Monsters are generally easier to hunt, but as players keep progressing, the challenge rises. The elder dragons and more dangerous monsters might require better understanding of the combat system, especially if players decide to hunt alone. There is this huge discrepancy between solo hunts and multiplayer hunts. They feel widely different, as group hunts allow for a more relaxed experience where monster attention is divided between many players, allowing for breathing space. This is a topic that I will discuss later in a solo vs group hunt section. Monster Hunter World's combat system emphasizes planning, forcing players to take more of a tactical approach to the combat. Actions have their consequences, the main one being locking players into various attack animations after processing their inputs. The game actively discourages button spamming, as every action gets queued. If monster decides to change position or suddenly attack, player's character will have to finish up their combo. Dodging doesn't override the queue, meaning there is no dash cancelling. Once you commit to an attack or a combo string, your character is locked into that specific action. Thanks to this design principle, there is a tangible weight behind our character's attacks. It works for slower, hard-hitting weapons, making their strike immensely satisfying at the cost of the correct execution. Faster weapons lean a little bit closer to a frivolous attack spam, but since they deal less damage per hit, there is more of a focus on combos with them. The beautiful thing is that executing combos takes time, so in order to fully take advantage of your weapon class, you will either way have to plan around the position and timings of your attacks. Monster Hunter World's combat system is one of the slower ones, adjusted perfectly to one-on-one encounters against huge boss-like creatures. So when, from time to time, another monster joins combat, players have to be extra careful. What's interesting, the developers are not afraid to take away control from players or slow them down. Using items usually requires shitting your weapon, which also takes time. Bah! Switching to sprint shits the weapon. It's such an inconvenient design choice, right? Well, that's not all. Developers like to punish players with stuns or various ailments. Every monster ferociously roars when engaged, stunning nearby hunters for a brief moment. I'm pulling.
Yeah.
Damn, that's my first fight with this thing. Let's go! Come on.
Oh, so it's gonna be very fun for you.
This roar becomes a guarantee during most encounters, as monsters use it at least few times in a tactical manner. Then there is the stun effect. Players who fail to dodge consecutive attacks are gonna be subject to a concussion. Regaining control over a character takes few seconds, but during combat it feels like an eternity. Okay. No, that's a really bad place to be stunned. Groundbreaking slams might cause earth to shake, slowing hunters and rendering them unable to strike. Bah, even regular attacks usually bring the hunter down for a brief moment if they connect. Monster Hunter World creates a very hostile environment during encounters. Add to that ailments and elemental blights, which are the status effects applied by specific sources of damage. Fire damage can apply burn status. Dragon Damage applies Dragon Blight, which nullifies Hunter's elemental damage. Water Blight slows stamina recovery. Then there are other conditions like paralysis, sleep or poison. It all adds to the oppression. Monster hunts can be hard. Yeah, then look. Oh, okay. What kind of damage? Devil Joys, but I don't know where to jump.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
Okay, what is this even?
What kind of damage is it?
Yeah.
Dragon damage? Maybe?
Yeah, well, maybe I... Oh,
Because
okay, you know what? I disengage.
Here we arrive to the focal point of my combat system considerations. Capcom designers are clearly not afraid to take control away from players. At almost every level of interaction, they add depth and complexity to their system. As a hardcore gamer, I wholeheartedly support this design choice. But Capcom is a big company, and in an industry forcefully dumbing down their cash cow flagship titles, it's bizarre that there are so many inconveniences thrown at the player. What's even more bizarre is the reception. The game quickly became a smash hit. There are thousands of positive user reviews on Steam. Taking control away from the player during combat is a big no-no in modern games, and here it's okay? I find it weird and interesting at the same time. Broader modern audiences like ease of access. They like easily understandable experiences. So why wasn't there a greater outcry against such a slow, methodical and inconvenient combat system? A comparison to Dark Souls lurks in the shadows waiting for its turn to pop up, just like the VPN sponsorship on our YouTube videos. By the way, have you ever been locked out of your favorite show because of region restrictions? Then I'm sorry to hear that, because this video is not sponsored. Getting back to that Dark Souls comparison, it's yet another title or even a series of games that offer famously difficult and oppressive combat systems. Yet Dark Souls games are held with such reverence, which proves that there is a sizable group of players who like challenging their games. But with Dark Souls, there's also the journey through a very characteristic decaying world. So you could say that maybe the lore and the journey are uplifting the frustration of dying over and over in From Software games. I think there's more to it. Inherently, it's about the feeling of overcoming the odds, the satisfaction of finally beating the insurmountable challenge. Does it translate to Monster Hunter, where players will continuously farm various monsters in order to finally be able to craft the gear they want? In Monster Hunter, the gear becomes the journey, at least partially. Players that take a great amount of satisfaction from obtaining stronger gear will find their hook here. It might be enough to push them through the struggles of learning the combat system, but I think that the greater prize hides in self-improvement. There is this huge amount of depth hidden beneath the various game-defining weapon classes, restrictive stance, ailments, monster movements. An immense sense of pride and accomplishment comes from finally learning the intricacies of monster attack patterns, fitting in the right combos at the right times, being able to take down the monster from the sky with a tactical flashpot. The depth becomes the ladder to achieve higher levels of fulfillment. I'm unsure whether I'm right with my assessment. I might be wrong. In the end, it's all just my informed opinion. If you have any ideas about the topic of difficulty in Monster Hunter World, then share it in the comments. I guess I went on a little bit of a rant, but this is precisely why I make such a long videos. I see an immense value in discussing those very specific topics. Video games are complex. I think we should analyze even the smallest parts of our beloved titles, as there's much to learn and point out. Bigger picture is created from hundreds of small parts. That's why it's important. The hostile, dangerous and difficult environment of monster hunts forces players to get better and use their arsenal to the fullest. Fortunately, this is where the game shines. Developers give players a plethora of additional tools to use during hunts. Let's start with the Slinger, combined with its hooking addition, the Clutch Claw. Slinger is a small crossbow-like device equipped by every hunter at all times. Players can gather various materials during their escapades and later use them as ammunition. Different materials offer different effects. Flash pots blind enemies. Dunk pots, yes, that's literal poop, can drive away monsters or relocate the fight. Honestly, a few things are as satisfying as scaring of a raging monster with a well-timed poop shot.
Ah, damn it. Come on. Okay,
Parts
you
broken.
destroyed something.
The Clutch Claw is Monster Hunter's take on a very popular hooking device so prevalent in modern games. In Monster Hunter World, this hook can be used both for movement and combat. During encounters, hunters can hook themselves onto the chosen monster body part, which is an opening to either deal damage to the monster, softening the chosen body part, or to perform a flinch shot.
Damn.
Shooting him in the face, yeah.
Nice, nice, nice.
Flinch shot uses all remaining slinger ammunition, launching the monster forward. Skillful hunters can control the direction the monster is facing. If monster collides with other monster or an obstacle, then is knocked down, taking high additional damage. Hunters can also mount the monsters for a brief time. This mechanic provides another opportunity for skilled players to take control of the encounter. Mounting can be used to tire the beast or even knock it down, which opens up a few seconds long window to deal unobstructed damage. This is the perfect opportunity to squeeze in your hard-hitting combos. Hop. Mounted at the first try. The beauty of the mounting design shines in how it is constructed. It's a whole minigame. Players have to continuously strike the beast while trying to stay on top. Stamina management becomes crucial during this rendition of New World Rodeo. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, I've got it. Up. 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 That's the combo. The slinger, clutch claw or the mounting mechanics are just a few of a slew of mechanics which can be used to aid players in their hunts. Preparation is key ingredient in achieving success. Before each hunt, players should be well fed. There's a whole mechanic of either crafting your own dishes or picking up existing plates for their buffs. The advantages given by food buffs incorporate higher max HP and stamina, which are very crucial. Then we have additional buffs like increased attack, defense or elemental resistances, plus some buffs for our palico. But food is not all. Hunters can also prepare various tools for their escapades. The standard health potions are of course the fundamental part of hunters' equipment, but there is more. Fighting against poisonous foes might require antidotes. Nullberry, growing in various places, can be used to get rid of elemental blights. Players who wish to extend their HP pool or stamina pool without having to rely on full buffs can use either max potions or ancient potions. The thing is, they require rare materials to be crafted. Developers intentionally place carry limits on the strongest items as to don't turn the hunts into brainless potion spam. This way, hunters are incentivized to gather various materials during hunts. Crafting potions, powders and traps is an inseparable part of the hunting process. The better the player is at utilizing tools provided to them, the strongest their hunter becomes. Monster Hunter World puts a strong emphasis on giving the player additional options of controlling fights. Items can be used in a supporting manner. Life powder can be used to heal nearby hunters. This item alone is a game changer during group play, especially with randoms. It allows to correct mistakes of others, saving their lives. Traps are another great device. They immobilize monsters, allowing hunters to either reconvene or deal additional damage. If the beast starts to limp, signalizing low health, a well-placed trap combined with trunk bombs allows players to capture it. Trap. Okay. Easy bomb. 1, 2. Done. My first capture. Capturing monsters makes fights shorter, as players don't have to finish off beasts, also providing more rewards. However, it requires more effort and preparation. This mechanic highlights once more the philosophy of Monster Hunter's design. Players who put in effort reap richer rewards. Oh, there's the new monster.
Oh. Devil Jaw. Oh god. Seriously.
Hunts do not happen in a void. There is a chance that other monster crosses our path. When two beasts meet, there is a chance for a turf war. The two creatures clash against each other, usually dealing significant damage to each other. Developers prepared various impressive animations for monsters in fighting. This mechanic can be of great help for hunters, therefore buys time to heal or sharpen the weapon. It's also a source of free high damage dealt to your target. Win-win. The environments provide a multitude of opportunities for experienced hunters. Players can choose an exact spot to engage and intercept their target. As the encounters are pretty long, monsters will usually retreat to new combat arenas. Each place offers different angles of approach. Sliding mechanic can be used to start high damage combo or to launch players into the air for an attempt at mounting. Players can capitalize on environmental hazards to deal additional damage to monsters and maybe knock them down. In Monster Hunter World, the world becomes a full-fledged tool during combat in the same vein as players' equipment. The sizable locations are loaded with different materials, from mining deposits, bone piles to herbs, mushrooms or numerous species of bugs. Some resources are used mostly for crafting armor and weapons, while others are used to craft consumables. This way the game invites players to explore locations and gather materials. Crafting system allows players to create tools on the fly. Some items can be upgraded into their stronger versions, but usually require rarer materials. The game provides a very useful option where picking up materials solely required for basic items automatically creates them. It's very useful during active hunts or even combat, as players low on health potions can quickly pick up herbs which instantly turn into potions. Hunts intertwine the environmental design of each zone with complex combat mechanics, highlighting the meaning of resource gathering and crafting. Resourcefulness becomes an invaluable asset to the hunters. There is a profound depth within Monster Hunter World's gameplay mechanics, both the fundamental systems as well as advanced, nuanced features. I absolutely love it. My heart grows each time when I see developers unapologetically implementing gameplay systems true to their vision of the game, no matter the sales. Monster Hunter World is demanding on players' skill and time, and is damn proud of it. Again, there are the issues related to the difficulty, differences between casual and hardcore gamers, as well as greater differences between solo and group play. I will circle back to this topic later in the video, but I think it would be beneficial to get a broader look of the game first. Gear collection and progression are at the heart of the Monster Hunter experience. Players aren't just mindlessly grinding, they're climbing a ladder of armor sets and increasingly rare weapons. It's through this progression that your character grows stronger. There's no traditional RPG style leveling here. The hunter's strength is directly tied to their equipment. No XP bars, just sharp blades and bruised egos. This heavy emphasis on gear becomes especially clear with weapon choices. As I mentioned before, your chosen weapon largely defines your playstyle. Whether you're hanging back with a ranged option, dashing in for a close quarters flurry of attacks, or wielding a weapon the size of a small car that hits like a truck but demands precise timing, your weapon is your identity. Okay, I'm thinking about trying out a new weapon, and I want to try the hammer. I'm not gonna go for poison. I was thinking about the Great Gyros tree because of the 20% affinity. Paralysis is meh, but it's quite a high attack. Each weapon class doesn't just offer unique combos and animations, it also comes with its own tech tree. As you progress, this tree expands, unlocking higher tiers of upgrades. Most branches are tied either to specific elemental damage types or are directly influenced by the monsters you've defeated. This means you're constantly choosing how to specialize, lean into raw power, focus on elemental weaknesses, or experiment with status effects. Now here's where things get nerdy. Damage isn't just damage. You've got raw damage, elemental damage, and even affinity, which is Monster Hunter's elegant way of saying critical hit chance. Some weapons might offer higher damage but at the cost of negative affinity, which actually leads to situations where players deal anti-critical damage. It's really fun and opens a route for endgame build making, where players who can get high affinity from powerful skills can offset weapons' negative affinity. It's great. It's important because I just crafted Motor Chopper, which is a weapon with zero affinity but with very high base attack damage. and I was comparing it to other weapons of the same at the same tier, and this one I think has the highest damage, not counting the defender axe, but I'm not gonna use the cheese weapons, so it has the higher damage. And because of the latent power, weakness exploit, and the critical eye, I will still have some affinity. Just like monsters, weapons can deal additional types of damage. Elemental damage usually becomes an important secondary stat on a weapon. Experienced hunters are likely to hold on to a few variations of their favorite weapon class, so that they are able to counter elemental weaknesses of various monsters. Then we have ailments. These are like elemental effects' edgier cousins. Instead of applying direct damage, they build up over time and trigger effects like poison, paralysis, sleep, and blast. Now, raw damage, the baseline for all weapons, is a bit more complex. It's influenced by monster hit zones, combo multipliers, and body part modifiers. The main thing here is that raw damage is suspect to more variables during calculation than elemental damage. Therefore, elemental damage gets applied with better sustainability no matter where player strikes. What does it mean in reality? Weapons with faster attacks benefit greatly from higher elemental damage as it's applied more frequently while being significantly less downgraded than the raw damage. And puff! Just like that, I demonstrated the beauty behind this complex system. And there are many more nuances like this one. Casual players can still enjoy the hunt without knowing every number behind every swing. But if you're aiming for those top tier monsters, this kind of knowledge can be the difference between a clean kill and a 40-minute slapfest.
Oh my word.
Oh shit.
You down?
Oh. It's really hard to get some HP back.
Ow.
There are many more useful statistics that matter while picking up your path of weapon upgrades. Some weapons come with sealed elemental damage. You'll need armor skills to unlock it. Usually those weapons compensate with outrageously high raw damage, but with the right build, that hidden element turns them into mini nukes. But it requires a little bit of planning. Complexity! Melee weapons display their sharpness. This mechanic is crucial for efficient striking. Melee weapons have a colored sharpness bar, and the higher it is, the more damage players deal, and the less likely their attacks are to bounce off the monster. So it's essential to keep track of this mechanic. And I know, when I first started out, I completely ignored sharpness. I couldn't figure out why my attacks were bouncing off great Jagras, like I was swinging a pool noodle.
Nope. Nope.
It was painful and humbling. Ranged weapons don't deal with sharpness though. Instead, they rely on different types of ammo and coatings. But here's the kicker. Only basic ammo is unlimited. Everything else has to be crafted or bought. It adds another layer of preparation before combat. Maintaining the sharpness also introduces some busy work for encounters. Sharpening the weapon takes some time, during which player is vulnerable. Using whetstones is an inconvenience that has to be taken into account during encounters. When do I sharpen my weapon? Am I safe? Do I wait for the monster to change the stage and then use the whetstone? This highlights Capcom's approach to Monster Hunter. By adding few inconveniences to the very foundation of gameplay loop, the combat, they directly influence player decisions. Yet again, it's a very bold decision. Using whetstones takes you out of combat. It's an impediment, but it increases immersion, adds to the realism of weapon upkeep, and what's more important, deepens the complexity of the whole combat system.
Oh, I want to see you. Alright.
There's another, come on.
Yeah, I'm
Come.
going. I'm so tired. Oh, because the... like...
Nosebone is up.
yeah, I need to drink the warming potion.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, fuck.
Let's start the weapon class discussion with longswords. This was my first weapon choice. The longsword offers great reach, respectable speed, and a very versatile moveset. You can cleave horizontally or slice vertically with ease. Its signature mechanic is the spirit gauge. Basic attacks generate spirit, which fuels more powerful combos. If you land the final hit of one such combo, your gauge levels up to 3 times. Each level boosts your damage. But that's not all. Some advanced combos consume spirit gauge levels in exchange for massive damage, so you're constantly balancing build up and expenditure. It's like a deadly tango. Build gauge, cash it in, repeat. And it's not that easy. Monsters move, so if you miss the culminative strike, it hurts internally, you know? Nie wiem. Noż ty kurwa, no. Anime fans can craft powerful combos thanks to an option to use Spirit Gauge into a powerful draw attack. Personally, I never quite clicked with it, but it's undeniably effective when used right. Longswords allow players to change their position thanks to a sidestep that can be interwoven into longer combos. Wide swings can unfortunately be quite a deterrent for team play. You see, Monster Hunter World uses a specific mechanic where players who swing weapons next to each other are actually tripping their teammates who stand too close. There is a certain priority order between regular attacks and combos of each weapon class as to which player trips whom. The thing is that wide longsword swings might be quite an impediment for nearby teammates. Another drawback of the weapon is a relatively low elemental damage. It might turn out to be lacking in various higher level monster encounters. So that's just one weapon class. Already we've seen layers of mechanics. Spirit gauge, sharpness, elemental trade-offs, mobility, combo complexity, the list goes on. Mastering a weapon means learning its moveset inside and out, adapting to monster patterns and refining your own combat rhythm. It's a tall order, but the payoff is huge. Now, few perceptive players could already recognize, looking at my footage, that while I try to engage with the system in a more advanced way, I'm still usually using many basic combos. Well, I'm all for hardcore depth and complexity in games, but as a father of two, running my own business, I finally understand casual gamers. Sometimes you just want to have some fun and relax. My second son was actually born during the time span it took me to make this video. So yeah, I had other things to juggle besides mastering perfect combo strings. This digression has a point. You see, I had learned the basics of various weapon classes, which in turn allowed to comfortably beat most monsters in solo hunts. This is a great example of the design behind Monster Hunter World's combat system. It gives players complexity that forces some amount of effort to actually get competent. Competent players should be able to slowly overcome obstacles. Of course, it's not ideal. Not using your weapon class to the full extent of its capabilities results in longer fights. There were times when killing a monster took me between 30 to 40 minutes. The beauty of the system shines as it presents opportunity for players to master their weapon, and it yields tangible results. When everything clicks, when your dodges are tight, your combos flow, and your weapon sinks through the air, it stops feeling like combat. It feels like choreography. Like a deadly waltz, the struggle turns into a dance of wits and reflexes. I mean, just search on YouTube what true masters of their weapon class can do. Next up is the Sword and Shield, a weapon class that actually became my mainstay in the game. It's incredibly accessible. I found versatility of Sword and Shield to be unbeatable and oh so convenient during combat. In a game where almost every action takes time, firing up additional animations, Sword and Shield shines with its fast attacks and very reactive combat model. Sure, the damage amounts per single attack are low. However, for me, the beauty lies in the ability to reposition mid-combo, use Slinger or an item without having to put everything to a screeching halt. Sword and Shield doesn't require to sheath the weapon to use items or slingers. And the damage numbers might seem low, but the sheer amount of hits Sword and Shield users are able to reliably land places it very high on damage output. This is also one of the most reliable weapons when it comes to applying elemental damage or ailments. Fast, reliable attacks allow to build up sleep, paralysis or poison like almost no other weapon class. The thing to watch out for are the combos. You see, Sword and Shield offers various attack patterns. Some of them incorporate shield bashes as regular attacks. What? And now this, hop, hop, hop. So good. What's interesting, shield hits count as blunt damage, while weapon hits are classified as severed damage type. This duality of attack types becomes a mechanic of its own. Shield attacks do not deal elemental damage, neither do they build up ailment status. Nonetheless, they also don't decrease sharpness. Meanwhile, the sword tears through your sharpness bar like it's made of wet tissue paper. Skilled users of this weapon class can ensure almost never-ending combos, being able to change direction of attack mid-combo or use shield bashes to either close the gap or jump back. The shield allows players to block incoming attacks. It gives the opportunity to play more defensively, not having to rely only on dodges. That said, it's considered to be the weakest of all of the shields available in the game. The major downside of this weapon class is its very short reach. Sword and shield requires players to be underneath monsters, which also raises risk of getting hit. It might take some time to learn how to properly position yourself, which is also double important since it feels like most other weapons have some sort of priority when hitting the same target. As I said before, there is this mechanic where players might interrupt other teammates with their swings if they come too close. Sword and shield suffers greatly because of this mechanic. Standing too close to other hunters might result in broken combos or even an inability to deal damage at all. It's so impressive that a single weapon class can present so many mechanics and features. I haven't even talked about the special strike, which allows hunters to parkour off of walls to jump into the air, dealing additional damage, or the ability to shoot all of the slinger projectiles at the beast without having to latch onto the monster. Capcom makes sure to provide this intense choice in every weapon class, carefully balancing pros and cons, while also introducing a lot of additional interesting mechanics. For me, Sword and Shield remains the most reliable tactile and fluid weapon class in the game. Dual blades follow the path spearheaded by Sword and Shield, trading versatility and defense into going full damage with good mobility. Many of the same principles apply: rapid strikes, high combo potential, and excellent elemental status application. But make no mistake, these things are all gas no brakes. The very short range becomes an obvious downside. Dual blade users have to have this bloodthirst because they are literally gonna throw themselves into harm's way. Now the main mechanic here is the ability to switch combat modes. While other weapons require a perfect string of combos to enter a powered up state, dual blade users can just hit a button and enter demon mode. Because subtlety is for other weapon classes. In this mode, the hunter gains new moves and combo strings. This is basically the burst damage cooldown. In demon mode, player gains an invulnerability to knockbacks, which helps in continuously striking the target uninterrupted. Dodge changes into dash, which is an overall better alternative and can be consecutively chained. This way demon mode increases players' mobility, filling the gaps in hunter's defenses. Then comes Archdemon mode, which is tied to a special meter that builds up while in demon mode. When you deactivate demon mode, Archdemon takes over, increasing your damage and unlocking few new attacks. Once the meter runs dry, it's back to vanilla mode. Why then players cannot stay in demon mode indefinitely? Because it constantly depletes stamina. Dual blades are notorious for devouring stamina, so skills increasing stamina regen or decreasing stamina burn are crucial. This playstyle can also become quite risky. Hunters need to constantly keep track of their stamina. It's so easy to lose yourself in bloodthirst, getting exhausted just in time for monster's powerful swing. With dual blades, the idea behind successful damage rotation is to build enough meter that hunter can stay in Archdemon mode long enough to regain full stamina. On max stamina, fire up demon mode again, effectively eliminating normal mode from the rotation. At least if we are talking about maximizing damage output. I actually found the bloodthirst of the dual blades to be the most problematic. This weapon class allows for impressively long combo strings. So yeah, the attacks are quick, but if you'll get too deep into a combo, then you might miss the cue for dodge. Another thing which might be purely my fault is the chaos. Whenever I was playing with dual blades, I so often got lost in combos so hard that my hunter kept moving all around the monster, usually landing in bad positions after combos. However, one thing you cannot take from dual blades is the satisfaction of becoming this super mobile vortex of blades. Skilled players can fire up a combo which ends up in an aerial flurry of slashes through the entire length of a monster's body. It's an impressive attack, both visually as well as damage-wise. Greatsword might be one of the most iconic weapon classes from Monster Hunter. Huge manga-esque blades are used to deal the heaviest blows in the game. That one thing is actually pretty impressive. I picked up on greatswords quite late in my Monster Hunter adventure. When I saw the numbers appearing on successful strikes, I was awestruck.
It's something for... Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I will need to watch that. I think I dealt 900 damage, but it has to be wrong.
Damn.
These monumental hits come at a cost though. Charging attack takes time. A lot of time. If you miss, not only have you wasted your moment, but you're also wide open for punishment. That's a bad place for you to be, monster. You have nowhere... Ah, shit.
Oh, sorry.
You're done, my man. That would be so good if it... Unsheathed greatswords are extremely bad at mobility. I would say that this is a weapon class that benefits strongly from knowing enemy attacks and movement patterns. Getting combo timings is crucial, but when it connects, when you are able to execute the whole combo, the dopamine rise shatters the senses. Probably... Oh! Fuck yeah, full combo. Greatswords, despite their limited mobility, provide a defensive option. Hunters can use the broad side of the sword to block incoming attacks, although it drastically reduces the sharpness bar. However, that's not all. You see, greatswords also use this move called tackle, which fortifies hunters, allowing them to tackle into incoming enemy attacks, giving players opportunity to knock down the monster. This is sort of a defensive move that actually is more useful in offense. Like every weapon, the greatsword requires dedication. You'll frequently need to sheath and reposition, only drawing when you're absolutely ready to commit. The blade is also tricky as it's very long. Striking the monster with the tip of the blade deals less damage than connecting the broader middle part of the sword. This thing further proves that there is great depth and complexity behind every weapon class. And believe me, this meticulous approach to gameplay is mirrored in every aspect of the game. Also, let me remind you that this is not a guide video. I'm deliberately omitting various facts about the weapons. My main goal is to give the general information about weapon classes, highlighting few advanced mechanics. I want to be thorough, but at some point I had to choose what to skip. I want to keep this video under 10 hours. Hammer is another heavy weapon. Hammer mains are all about blunt damage, meaning they can't sever tails, but they are incredibly effective in breaking parts and knocking out monsters. Let's break some armor. I have to say, I initially thought that this will be the ultimate heavy-hitting, low-mobility weapon. Turns out that hammer, despite looking like a huge slab, is actually pretty versatile. Its speed is definitely leaning towards slower weapons. However, it doesn't require a mental chess match before every swing like the greatsword does. I found the hammer to be pretty intuitive to use. This weapon class offers straightforward combos. Attacks focusing on multiple swings with the weapon, which allow for low mobility during dishing damage. It also increases chances of hitting the foe even if it slightly repositions. Hammer offers this incredible, devastating 5-hit combo that lines up perfectly with most monster knockdown time frames. And face. The mid-tier range was never a problem for me, especially due to overusage of swinging combos. Stamina plays an important role while using hammer. This weapon heavily relies on charging the attacks, which consumes stamina. Oof. Hammer lacks on providing unmeaningful blocking or evasive options, which might be one of its main downsides. Still, this weapon class doesn't restrict movement as harshly as other heavy weapons. It can also offer viable combo options, opening up fast switches into either slingshot or even claw jumps. The main mechanic around hammers, which I discovered pretty late, is the power charge. It allows to pre-charge the hammer so that it deals even more damage. Maintaining this weapon state becomes the crucial barrier between skilled and casual hammer users. Insect Glaive is such an amazing weapon. It's a beautifully chaotic symphony of aerial acrobatics and bug-based alchemy. This weapon is fast, flashy, and deceptively complex. It stacks few mechanics on top of itself. Mechanics that have to be learned and understood in order to reach proficiency with the weapon. The weapon is split into two parts, the glaive and your adorable flying science experiment, the Kinsect. Let's start with the glaive. It's a swift combo-rich weapon that offers tight control and snappy responsiveness. One of its key features is launching hunters into the air. Capcom follows this design decision with adding aerial combos, allowing glaive users to deal decent damage to airborne monsters. The ability to launch themselves into the air allows players to rely less on the environments, also making glaive very reliable in mounting monsters. Fast movement with weapon drone and aerial combos provide Insect Glaive users with impressive combat mobility. Unfortunately, mobility is all you get. This weapon class relies on fast dodges and jumps in order to avoid getting hit. There are no other defensive measures. Kinsect is the second part of the weapon. Similarly to aiming your slinger, you can order the Kinsect to attack chosen monster body parts. This small creature has its own stats and deals small amounts of damage. However, its main mechanic relies on gathering extract from enemies. When player recalls the bug, the buff gets transferred to them. There are few types of extract enhancements. The red one is the offensive extract, buffing attack power, also adding a new combo string. The white extract is the movement buff, increasing both hunter speed and the height of the jumps. The orange buff increases players' defensive capabilities, while the green extract replenishes players' health. Learning which body part gives which color becomes a vital skill. For example, heads usually grant red, wings or legs give white, the belly yields orange, and the tail offers green. Switching between Kinsect control and slinger use can be clunky, but Capcom threw us a bone. You can feed slinger ammo to your Kinsect, enhancing it and allowing it to carry two extracts at once. Skilled players weave clutch claw use into mid-air combos, minimizing downtime and maximizing flashiness. This way, despite quite an overloaded kit, the designers found a way to tie in even the basic functions into the combos, decreasing the tedious stance switching. The price of this luxury being increased complexity of the weapon class. Insect Glaive, while very fun to use, has a very high skill ceiling. Players have to practice weapon combos, learn the intricacies of Kinsect controls and the secrets of the extract gathering. Then there is additional level of depth of consuming, mixing and maintaining different buffs. Proficiency at this weapon requires a decent multitasking skills. And if that was not enough, Kinsects have their own separate upgrade trees. Nurture Kinsect. So there's a separate skill tree for Kinsects. Switch Axe is another complicated and fairly not beginner-friendly weapon, at least in my opinion. This is an imaginative weapon class, able to transform from a huge axe into a huge sword. Just the idea alone, combined with flawless visual execution, is awe-inspiring. I just love observing various Switch Axe variations transforming from one mode to another. The idea behind this weapon is that the axe is the regular mode, allowing for better mobility and reach, while the sword mode is the high burst damage option. However, switching to sword makes Hunter highly immobile, pretty much taking all of their defenses. The axe mode offers pretty long reach, decent damage and an okay mobility. From what I've researched, historically this mode was mainly used to either dodge powerful attacks or build up sword meter. It was neglected. However, I find it quite comfortable to play, especially since it also allows players to charge one of its attacks to deal more damage. Learning this weapon class requires understanding of the icon in the upper left corner. Attacking with axe form raises the blue meter. When it reaches a certain point, around 1/3 of the way, then players can switch into the sword mode. This is not the correct way to do it. The correct way is to gain as high meter as possible and use momentum provided by combos to switch into sword form in a fast, fluent manner, allowing to continue the combo. The icon can also glow in two ways. The orange glowing part informs that there is an axe combo possible, strengthening the swinging attack, allowing player to finish it in an explosive manner. The blue glow refers to an amped state of the sword form, pretty much increasing the damage in that weapon state. So, the skillful usage of switch axe relies heavily on recognizing when to switch between modes, playing with multiple meters, trying to upkeep the blue glow for the longest while dealing damage in sword form. Switch axe uses the file system. Depending on the upgrade tree, different versions of the weapon use different files, which empower various aspects of switch axe. The momentum is key for this weapon. It makes a world of difference when transforming between axe and sword. Do it when the meter is too low and it takes a very long time, killing the flow of the combat and leaving the hunter vulnerable. Various combo strings allow to use slinger ammo to either stop the combo or slightly reposition the player. Switch axe is the fluent tool allowing for real long combos in the hands of experienced players. Which is not me, because I totally suck at this weapon. Charge blade is another very imaginative weapon class. This one can change from sword and shield into a huge axe. Visually, the distinctive, very pointy shield becomes the axe blade, which is extremely intriguing from design perspective. Whenever you are looking at those shields, you know that they can also be those huge axes, which can also spin. The sort of a clockwork ingenuity is mesmerizing. Charge blade is a very complex weapon class. We have two distinct modes which have their own mechanics and combos, then there is also the file system. However, in a characteristic Monster Hunter fashion, it's the details that shape the true power of Charge blade. And there are a lot of details. First of all, Sword and Shield mode allows for faster attacks, mixed with more control over the combos. This mode gives you the sliding slash move, increasing mobility. Shield could be utilized for great defensive maneuvers. The clear drawbacks when compared to Axe mode are significantly shorter range and less damage. Guarding with this mode also reduces weapon sharpness. The Axe mode is used mostly for burst damage. The Axe combos are slower, exposing Hunter to damage. However, they deal greater damage, offer wider swings and longer range, making it much easier to hit previously inaccessible points, like for example monster's back. The Axe can also be empowered through the use of the file system. Files can be charged in Sword and Shield mode. As the weapon heats up, the color changes. When the icons are red, that's the time to fill up the files with charged energy. However, developers allow players to overcharge the weapon, which makes Sword and Shield attacks bounce off target. So there is a certain fail condition, but it's not severe. Various combos can eat up numbers of files, exchanging them for powerful damaging abilities. It's the Axe mode that especially benefits from this system. However, Sword and Shield mode allows hunters to charge the shield. Charged shield makes it so that while blocking, monster suffers damage from file's bonus element. Empowered shield lasts for quite a long time, during which Axe mode also benefits as the shield is transferred to be the blade of the axe, meaning that the axe damage is also increased. Depending on the circumstances, there are various ways of using files. Amped Elemental Discharge becomes one of the major ways of utilizing files to increase damage through the Thunderous Strike. Skillful players can utilize this attack to the fullest on immobilized monsters and perform Super Amped Elemental Discharge, which consumes all of the files for an extremely powerful strike. But that's not all. Let's not forget about the Charged Shield that can also add additional damage to this combo. But that's not all. Charged Blade users can also perform a combo which unlocks a new mode, where the axe part keeps spinning, slowly depleting stored files. This is the Savage Axe mode. All of the options provided by this weapon class require a lot of practice to get them right. Charged Blade adds a lot of extra mechanics on top of the already overloaded basics of Monster Hunter combat. Combo strings are mixed with the transition between two modes. Speaking of which, we are not done with the mechanics. You see, in Sword and Shield mode, you can simply block incoming attacks, or you can use your transition between modes to catch attacking monster into a guard point. Guard points are those brief moments during transition animations where the hunter holds the shield in front of them. It's just a few frames in an animation. But if a monster connects during that time, then it's not only counted as block, it also allows to deal additional damage to the monster while blocking. There's even a chance of knocking out the monster with a guard point. This weapon class is crazy, it allows for such a deep, try-hard mastery. And if that's not enough, there's even one more mechanic available for experienced charged blade users. Hunters who already charged their shield in sword and shield mode can perform a maneuver which empowers their sword to deal additional file related damage. The sheer amount of tech in this one weapon class is unbelievable. I love charged blade. I had spent around 20 to 30 hours with this weapon class. I could perform basic combos and execute few mechanics, but I'm far from being a skilled charged blade user. With that said, I was still able to perform decently during solo hunts and group content, which just proves that absolute mastery of Capcom's combat and weapon design. Even the most complex weapon class can be used somewhat reliable if player gets the basics. But that's just the beginning of the journey. Mastering the weapon, learning new combos and mechanics to later use them during combat, perfectly interweaving them into the flow of the monster attack patterns. It's addicting, rewarding, but most importantly, it's fun. Lance is the ultimate defensive weapon class in Monster Hunter. It combines exceptional reach with the strongest shield in the game, offering unparalleled defensive capabilities. That said, it takes some time to really get into the rhythm of using the lance. At first glance, it feels like one of the most immobile weapons in the game. New players often root themselves in one spot, hiding behind the shield, cautiously poking at the enemy. And to be fair, that strategy kind of works, especially since lances offer very potent counter-attacks after blocking incoming damage. Thrusts are the most basic attacks offered by the lance. Player can chain them into a combo of 3 consecutive thrusts, choosing between high thrusts, preferably for large foes, or low thrusts for enemies right in front of them. The ability to quickly hide behind the shield, combined with rather slow speed with weapon drawn, definitely feels like a hindrance to the overall flow of movement. Dodge rolling is exchanged into short hopping, decreasing the distance traveled and offering less invincibility frames. In general, hopping could be considered a weaker version of rolling. However, the hop is cleverly integrated into the lance's core gameplay. It's not just a mobility tax for having amazing defense. No, hopping can be used to reset the thrust combo. 3 thrusts force hunters to take a break before they can use the combo again. Skilled hunters can quickly hop to reposition themselves slightly and keep the pressure on. Lance thrusts are surprisingly quick, meaning that the damage output heavily relies on players' positioning and the ability to reset combos. The importance of positioning is further highlighted by the specificity of thrust movement. It deals damage to a direct spot. There is one wider sweeping attack, but it's significantly weaker. Thrusts offer piercing damage, meaning they rarely glance off of monsters' parts. Therefore, positioning and the right decision making in choosing places to hit are key. Cavalry Rush is a charging attack, where Hunter rushes with the lance drawn across the battlefield. It's especially potent when aiming to run through the longest part of the monster's body, maximizing the number of hit zones to slice through. Cavalry Rush can also be used to close the distance or to change position. Guard Dash combines the defensive capabilities of Lance with additional mobility and damage. Veteran Lancers should get comfortable using hops to reposition. Guard Dash can be turned into a lunging attack, but can also be used to cover a surprisingly large distance, making it an impressive maneuverability option. Lance users don't walk during combat. They either hop, guard dash, or if they need to cover a lot of ground, they cavalry rush. This playstyle welcomes the idea that movement happens through combos rather than free running, and I like that idea. Power Guard takes the already impressive defensive potential of the lance and further improves it by adding an empowered guard option. This one is reserved for the most powerful attacks. It reduces the pushback, also unlocking stronger counterattacks. Lance is the weapon class which benefits greatly from all armor skills which actually improve guard, reduce the pushback, stamina consumption, or add damage after successful block. Capcom emphasizes the defensive potential of this weapon class by adding a very cool mechanic of countering enemy strikes with the claw, allowing for very efficient claw shots. Gun Lance is the more edgy version of the lance. This weapon still rocks with very high defensive potential while also adding an explosive burst shotgun into the mix. And it's awesome. Come on. 1, That's gonna... The core mechanics remain familiar. Triple thrust combos with high and low options. The trusty hop for mobility and that same emphasis on precision. But here's the twist. The gun lance trades some of that defensive finesse for raw firepower. Say goodbye to guard dash and power guard. Say hello to up-close point-blank shotgun blasts. And get ready. Oh, I don't know. It's still worth to mention that this is not a ranged weapon. It's still pretty much melee. Gun lances come in 3 shell types: normal, long and wide, each with unique properties. Normal types focus on higher shell capacity, long types have better range and charged shots, and wide types pack the biggest punch at close range. Some excel at burst damage, others offer more sustained output. Shots can be charged to deal more damage. When ammo gets depleted, players should reload the gun lance, preferably at the end of a melee combo. This way, it's slightly faster. The true power of the gun lance is shown by 2 special types of ammunition. Wyvern's Fire is a huge explosion that is assigned to a longer cooldown. It's incredibly satisfying to use. It's also incredibly frustrating to miss. Oh. No, it's not gonna... shit. Wasted. Oh no. Ooh. I'll do this. Wormstake Cannon is the second special ammunition held by gun lance. Hunter launches a special huge stake at the monster. It then sticks on the creature, dealing additional damage, especially while being targeted by other gun lance attacks. After taking enough damage, it explodes. Hop. Bam. Okay, gotcha. That's so good. Playing around with the shells, finding openings for both Wyvern's Fire and Wormstake Cannon, later capitalizing on the stake stacks in monster's flesh are the most crucial skills while using the gun lance. Gotcha! Hunting Horn is widely considered to be Monster Hunter's ultimate support weapon. That is because this weapon class can be also used to play songs which buff hunters. Attack up! Come on! Okay, attack up. Thanks to the incredible buffing potential, Hunting Horn users deal exponentially well in group play. However, it doesn't mean that hunters wielding Hunting Horn cannot stand ground on their own. I'm supporting, guys, I'm supporting! Hunting Horn, similarly to Hammer, deals blunt damage, which means no severing tails but increased chance to stun while hitting monster sets. Damage dealt by the weapon is strong enough to carry solo hunters through the game without issues. So don't get trapped by the idea that a support weapon is weak. Actually, it's quite strong, with the additional benefit of providing buffs. Every attack places a note on your musical sheet. Stringing the right notes together plays a melody that grants buffs to you and nearby hunters. These buffs can increase attack, defense, elemental resistance, even heal or prevent stuns. Hunting Horn could also provide very situational enhancements like reduced wind pressure. It's like casting spells but with the power of your magic flute. Hear my music, I'm a bard! Each Hunting Horn comes with its own set of possible melodies, making note combinations just as crucial in upgrade decisions as raw stats like damage, affinity or sharpness. Every buff combination provided by a single Hunting Horn can be stacked on top of each other. Some note combinations even allow to empower your buffs. This weapon class encourages experimentation. The natural disadvantages of Hunting Horn are its mediocre speed, lack of any specific defensive maneuvers, and the fact that player is completely vulnerable while playing melodies. This is also where advanced moves come into play. Yes, Hunting Horn has fewer attacks and combos. However, it doesn't mean that there isn't depth to it. Various combos can allow for faster buff casting, as well as strengthening the melodies. So there is still depth. Affinity, yep, and near plugs, very situational but really cool. According to first Wyverian statistics, Hunting Horns are the least used weapon class. It's a shame because I found the weapon to be very pleasant to use. Look at the size of my pipe! The ability to provide plethora of powerful buffs to the team cannot be underestimated. Creating the circular buff spots on the ground for other players to pick up is also quite satisfying. You feel like you are actually helping other hunters, which is such an interesting and desirable playstyle in a game about hunting huge monsters. Okay, let's get to the last 3 weapon classes, which are all ranged weapons. The bow opens the gallery of ranged weapons and perfectly showcases Capcom's philosophy behind ranged combat. It's deceptively simple, offering a handful of basic attacks that can be strung into a few useful combos. But the real complexity? That lies not in flashy inputs, but in clever coating management. You see, contrary to bow guns, bow has an unlimited ammunition. However, it's exponentially stronger when players utilize correct arrow coatings. Arrow coatings can increase damage or exchange the weapon element to a chosen element. Coatings are used per shot, meaning that this is a limited resource. Players have to craft enough coatings to last for the entire hunt. With the help of Farcaster, they can quickly go back to the nearest camp to restock. Each bow in the upgrade tree offers access to different coatings. Power coating is your bread and butter for raw damage. Then there are status coatings like paralysis or poison that trade bow's element for potential crowd control or cheap damage over time. There's also a close range coating, which is actually unlimited. However, the obvious drawback is that it requires players to stand dangerously close to the monster. Now, ranged weapons in Monster Hunter World operate around the critical range. Signalized by the color of the crosshair, the optimal range varies depending on the coating used. The orange color signifies the optimal range. The most basic bow mechanics used in almost every game where this weapon is available, charging the shots, is also present here. Bows have few levels of charge state. One way to get the strongest shot is to keep charging the weapon. However, it takes time. Capcom introduces this cool mechanic where continuous shots keep increasing the charge state of bow by 1 per each shot. It's an elegant way to encourage rhythm and aggression. Sure, it burns through coatings faster, but it significantly boosts your DPS compared to fully charging each shot. Basically, it turns the bow into a rhythmic DPS machine. Developers introduce another mechanic which tightly plays off of charged shots. Dodging while aiming performs a semi-dash move. This repositioning tool can be used to gain some mobility during combat while still counting towards increasing charge level if player follows it up immediately with a bow shot. Such a cool mechanic. Because of this fast-paced style, stamina preserving skills are practically mandatory. This weapon class chews through stamina like no other. Both charging the shots as well as aim dashing consumes stamina. This is also a weapon that gave me a valuable lesson. If I won't play around preserving stamina, I'll end up with a significantly decreased stamina bar. The bow also packs 2 power shots and 1 area of effect move. Players can send a scatter shot that rains down shrapnel. The damage done by this ability is counted as blunt damage, which means it can KO monsters if it hits their heads. Then there is this powerful shot called the Dragon Piercer, which is best used on immobilized enemies. Bows in general require to have a pretty good understanding of monster weak points. Precision really matters. As a way of utilizing Slinger into the DPS rotation, developers introduced the 1000 Dragons attack. It's a powerful shot which is combined with the Slinger. The animation looks cool and it shoots out all of the Slinger ammo at the same time. This ability represents a thoughtful approach to weapon design. You see, using Slinger on ranged weapons is kind of counterintuitive. Therefore, designers introduced this super useful attack which utilizes the Slinger, allowing bow users to still keep searching for the Slinger ammunition on the battlefield. Go for detail, rapid shot. Both bowgun classes operate in similar fashion. The focus here isn't that much on mechanical execution of complex combos. It's more about the build and proper usage of various ammunition types. The light bowgun represents more versatile mobile version of Monster Hunter's take on rifles. Hunters can shoot while moving and are also granted an option to perform a quick semi-dash in order to reposition. Light bowgun deals lesser damage per shot but makes up for it in both maneuverability and an option to perform rapid fire shots. Rapid fire is a mechanic which allows players to switch between regular, more precise shots and a flurry of faster, less precise shots. The thing is that it differs per weapon and per ammunition type. A great segue to talk about ammo. Let's go with the spread ammo, spread ammo, spread ammo, spread ammo, spread ammo. The enormous versatility of bowguns come from many different ammo types. You see, bowguns do not come with any elemental type assigned to it. They, however, come with different ammo types available. Some of those ammo types can also be used in rapid fire mode. This is the true differentiating factor for light bowgun's tech tree. This and two other statistics, recoil and deviation. Yet again, it depends on the ammo and the weapon base stats. Your bowgun can have a strong recoil after shooting a certain ammunition type. Recoil pushes players back and most importantly takes time to regain composure. Deviation makes aiming continuous shots slightly more difficult. All of those things play a role while using a light bowgun. You see, I told you, it's not about combos, it's about ammunition and preparation. There are many different ammunition types, normal ammo, followed by piercing ammo, which can pierce through monster body parts. This ammunition is ideally used when it can go through the full length of monster's body, as it can then deal damage to all of its body parts. Powerful thing that forces proper positioning. Okay, let's go for pierce. Wow, that piercing ammo. If you have the right angle, Jesus, that's so good. Then there is spread ammo, which turns your bowgun into a shotgun. The critical range mechanic makes its comeback. Different ammunition types have distinct optimal shooting ranges. Hunters have to take that mechanic into account if they wish to unlock the full potential of Monster Hunter's ranged weapons. Different ammunition types are at the core of bowgun's versatility. Various bowguns can use multiple elemental types of ammunition as well as different element ammo. I think I don't need to say how big of an advantage that is. Being able to adjust your damage type to the monster on the fly is a tremendous boon. Bowguns can also support other teammates by hitting them with recovery ammo, which has a healing effect. Come on. Kevin, I will heal you. Wait. Bam! Gotcha. Kevin, come on. There is also demon ammo and armor ammo, which are able to increase damage and armor of other party members. At the core of all these customization options lies the mod system. Both light and heavy bowguns can be upgraded with various mods. Think of it as tailoring your weapon to match your personal playstyle. Players can reduce reload times, minimize recoil or lower shot deviation. Mods can also enhance damage output at either close or long range. Many of these mods can be stacked multiple times, so if you're going all in on that close quarters shotgun playstyle, you can equip 3 close range up mods side by side for maximum impact. The light bowgun also has a few exclusive mods that aren't available to the heavy variant. One of them allows your semi-dash move to automatically reload your ammo, an incredibly convenient feature. Another changes the effect of Wyvern Blast, giving it a unique edge. Speaking of Wyvern Blast, is the light bowgun's signature special ammo. One. Can I? Oh. That had to hurt. It functions like a mine you can shoot into the ground. When a monster steps on it, the mine explodes, dealing significant damage. With the Wyvern Blast counter mod, you can even shoot it directly at a charging monster, essentially turning it into a high damage parry that can interrupt your foe mid-attack. There's surprising amount of depth packed into just the light bowgun alone. The variety of builds and the flexibility offered by mods and ammo types make this weapon class extremely powerful and adaptable to different player needs and combat styles. 1, 2. Heavy bowgun is a more restrictive weapon. It specializes in stronger shots but loses on mobility. There is no movement while shooting. Hunters also lose the ability to perform mini dashes. All of that makes heavy bowgun a far more tactical weapon. Players have to plan their positioning carefully. Most of the mechanics from its lighter counterpart remain. Reload times, access to various ammo types, critical range, recoil and deviation are still key considerations. Interestingly, the heavy bowgun retains the same versatility as the light bowgun when it comes to ammunition. It supports a wide array of ammo types, from spread and piercing shots to elemental, ailment-based and support ammunition. The heavy bowgun introduces one additional ammo type, cluster bombs. These deal high damage over a small area, making them ideal for hitting large monsters or simply clearing out a crowd of small ones with satisfying overkill. Wyvern Blast is exchanged into 2 new special ammo types. They become another important differentiating factor in picking the heavy bowgun crafted to players' needs, as specific weapon variations come with only one special ammo installed. Wyvern Heart changes the heavy bowgun into chain gun, offering extremely strong barrage of projectiles. Wyvern Snipe, on the other hand, fires a singular, extremely powerful piercing shot. Okay. That's a good point. Missed! Like regular piercing ammo, it's most effective when it can pass through the entire length of the monster's body. Wyvern Snipe takes a lot of time to set up, which actually makes it very occasional. There are mods that can support both types of special ammo. Heavy bowguns add also the guard mods, which add the guard ability. If player decides to go this route, heavy bowgun becomes quite a sturdy defensive weapon. However, to match the reliability of a dedicated shield, players will need to invest in a multiple guard mods. Both bowgun weapon classes demonstrate just how drastically combat approaches can change based solely on your weapon choice. It's a brilliant design decision, one that adds profound depth to gameplay, and more importantly, massively boosts replayability. There are countless ways to engage monsters, so many distinct playstyles to explore, and a wealth of fascinating mechanics to master. It truly represents a world of possibilities. Let me remind you once again, this isn't a guide, it's an analysis. While I tried to dive fairly deep into the mechanics, I couldn't cover every detail. So if you've made it this far, drop a comment and let me know what's your favorite weapon and why. Share an example of a cool mechanic that really clicked for you. Armor crafting represents the second major pillar of gear progression in Monster Hunter World, and just like weapons, it significantly shapes how you play the game. Interestingly, the game doesn't categorize armor in typical RPG classes, like light, medium or heavy. Instead, defeating monsters unlocks new armor sets crafted from their parts. While some may look bulkier or lighter than others, their defensive stats scale directly with the monster's strength, so climbing the monster difficulty ladder always rewards you with progressively better gear. But let's pause here and zoom in on what makes armor sets more than just wearable trophies. First up, elemental resistances. Armor sets usually inherit elemental traits from the monster they're made of. Take Rathalos for example, a fire-resistant, dragon-vulnerable flying wyvern. His armor echoes those properties, excellent fire resistance but a glaring weakness to dragon damage. Playing smart with resistances is crucial. Taking on a fire-breathing beast while wearing armor that's basically kindling is a one-way ticket to a burnt-out hunter. If you're like me though, aka lazy, you might prioritize general defensive skills over fine-tuning specific resistances. It's not an ideal choice, but it worked fine. Min-maxing resistances and skills by combining armor pieces from different sets can massively enhance your build. But before we dive into mix and match fashion hunting, let's talk skills. Armor skills are the real game changers. Each armor piece comes with one or more skills that actively influence your gameplay. Some are passive boosts while others trigger under specific conditions. Skills can increase health, armor, affinity, crit chance, attack power, or even offer utility like faster healing or quicker item usage. Take Poison Attack, which speeds up poison buildup, or Poison Resistance, which reduces and at its max level completely nullifies poison effects. Most skills come with levels, some max out at 1, while others can go up to 7, growing stronger with each tier. So let's continue with the poison resistance skill as our example. This one has 3 levels. On first level, it reduces the duration of poison by 30%. On second level, it reduces duration by 60%, while on third level, it totally nullifies poison. So how do we raise skill level? Players raise skill levels by equipping armor that contains them. If you want Poison Resistance 3, equip 3 pieces with that skill, or fewer if the gear has multiple levels baked in. Higher tier gear might give you 2 levels right off the bat, making the build crafting process a bit more flexible. Starting at high rank, many armor sets include empty gem slots. These allow you to socket jewels that grant additional skills or enhance existing ones. Skills can also compensate for personal weaknesses. Can't stand being stunned? Stun resistance will reduce or nullify the effect. Hate being interrupted by monster roars? Earplugs to the rescue. This lets newer players mitigate some of the series' notorious difficulty and maintain control of their character. Personally, I always gravitated toward crit-based builds. Stacking expert jewels to boost affinity, supported by defense gems to stay upright long enough to enjoy the damage. And since I got this huge hammer, my current gear, which is based on the Poke armor set with some additions, this armor set doesn't fit well because it builds up poison attack. See? Poison attack. Poison resistance is okay, but the poison attack does nothing for me since my weapon right now is based on paralysis, so I need to change it. And I was thinking about crafting something cool, and as you can see, I even started doing it. So I figured out that I'm gonna mix Legiana and Odogaron sets. Why? My hammer has 20% affinity, and Odogaron set gives me some of the affinity. This set also has 2 set bonuses, Punishing Draw and Protective Polish. I don't care about any of them. I'm more interested in the Critical Eye in order to increase the affinity. And I want to take gloves and pants or Odogaron coil from this set, because this one gives me 2 levels of critical eye, this one gives me 1 level of critical eye, and I'm gonna take the alpha set because it gives that critical eye thing. Speed sharpening on the pants is also good. As you progress, the game expands even basic builds with advanced skill interactions and trade-offs. For example, a skill like Agitator increases players' attack power and affinity when the monster becomes enraged. In post-Iceborne era, players can manipulate monsters' enraged state to keep this skill active longer. A well-timed tantrum can turn into your biggest DPS window.
Damn.
Shooting him in the face, yeah.
Nice.
Another example would be the latent power. It boosts affinity and reduces stamina depletion, either after taking enough damage or after spending 5 minutes in combat. Yet again we circle back to skillful management of, well, skills. Players can control when to activate the skill through damage intake. Latent power provides a high potential burst of damage which could be immensely powerful in the right situation. It allows to pick weapons with high raw damage but lower base affinity, as the heavy lifting will be done by the skills, not the actual stats. It's brilliant. The healthy dose of passive and active skills create a perfect setting for crafting wild builds. It unleashes players' creativity through gear choices. My biggest gripe? The vague skill description. In many cases, I had to check wiki to understand the inner workings of various skills. Hell, even the activation conditions are not stated properly in many cases. Let's go back to latent power. The description says, temporarily increases affinity and reduced stamina depletion when certain conditions are met. It doesn't explain the conditions. I had to find it on the internet. There's definitely room for improvement here. But have you noticed one more interesting detail while I was talking about skills? The breakpoints. Take defense boost. Initially, it just adds raw defense, but at higher level, it starts stacking percentage increases and even elemental resistances. I usually shoot out for level 4 or 6, depending on my build. Same with critical eye. Each level gives plus 5% affinity, but at level 7, you get a juicy plus 10% bump. These breakpoints encourage deeper analysis and open up awesome min-maxing opportunities. Cut one level of a less important skill to hit a breakpoint on another, chef's kiss. So let's see what does it give. The Master's Touch prevents your weapon from losing sharpness during critical hits. That's not that important, but it gives you latent power and it gives you weakness exploit. Skills added to gear combined with set bonuses on few armor sets create wildly interesting and insightful build making options. The whole system later gets expanded through the addition of gems multiplying the choices, allowing players to customize their loadout to preferred playstyle. The Smithy, one of the most essential NPCs in the game, can also upgrade players' armor. Increasing armor's defense rating allows players to stick with gear they like a little longer. This mechanic uses separate upgrade materials and has a cap. Eventually, low-level armor sets will get swapped out for ones with better base stats. In the endgame, developers allow players to augment both their armor and weapons. Augments work a little bit differently from base game and Iceborne. But as we are talking about the game in its entirety, it's the Iceborne endgame that becomes the true endgame. Augments are those very specific resource-heavy and expensive gear upgrades. They require endgame materials, providing an incentive to grind. Those resources usually cannot be obtained before unlocking augments. Augmenting armor raises its defense cap, while weapon augments let you choose upgrades like extra damage, health regen, or affinity boosts. Each weapon has a limited number of augmentation slots, so choices matter. You can unlock more, but never infinitely. Basically, this system becomes an incentive for late game grind, giving players options to further invest in strengthening their character, but for a high price. Obviously, it's not gonna appeal to every type of player, but gives those hardcore hunters something to do. Not only that, every part of equipment gets augmented separately, so if you want to try out new gear and then make it stronger, you have to farm another set of resources. I don't see it as a flaw. As I said, I think that augmentation should be treated as an endgame side activity, something that hardcore players will engage with. At the same time, it might provide other players with few upgrades that could help them in bringing down endgame monsters. If we treat it this way, which I believe it was designed to work like that, then it's fine. Since we are talking about those additional ways of making hunters stronger, it's a good time to discuss consumables. There are items which can temporarily raise hunters' attack power or defenses. In the hands of a skilled player, they could become a powerful offensive or defensive cooldowns. Then there are potions like Demon Drag or Mega Demon Drag that increase players' attack power till they faint. The game provides options for players to take that extra step to become stronger. At the same time, every type of consumable is yet another reason to gather rare materials, encouraging players to engage with the world. But halfway through my adventures, I discovered that there are those small items which can permanently increase players' stat if they are carried in equipment. Okay, so there's a way to prepare yourself in Monster Hunter World. There's of course food, but I discovered this thing that you can buy at the provision stockpile. There are the items. Let's see, those two items: Power Charm and Armor Charm. And they give you, Power Charm gives you a little bit of attack, and Armor Charm a little bit of defense. And as long as you have them in your item pouch, they work. And the cool thing is that you can upgrade them. And as you can see in my item pouch, I have both the base version and the upgraded version. It roughly comes to, I think, plus 25, plus 30 more defense. And when it comes to attack, it's like something close to plus 20, maybe plus 25. Capcom rewards conscious, aware players. If you want to utilize every advantage provided to you, you can. The last topic I want to discuss in this segment are the Defender weapons. You see, with the addition of Iceborne DLC, each weapon tech tree got expanded by a Defender branch. An exponentially strong blast-based line of upgrades. It overshadows every other branch of the tech tree for every weapon, making it a default power choice for players. Why was it added? Probably to provide a strong, easy to access progression path for players who want to reach Iceborne content faster, without the need for grind. Pair that with the addition of Guardian armor, which overshadows most of the base armor sets until the late game of the base Monster Hunter world, it results in a progression system that's designed for speedrunning the base game. I do not like this approach. Even more, I hate when developers devalue the experience they meticulously crafted, just to let players enjoy the new flashy content right away. What does it say about previous content? Is it unworthy? Is it bad? The way I see it, the base game is this impressive mountain that players have to scale up, discovering its various wonders. Any kind of expansion or DLC becomes this huge new peak towering high above what we had discovered, adding new layers of gameplay on top of what we already had. This way, expansions actually expand the adventure, instead of cannibalizing and devaluating previous experiences. Guardian armor and Defender weapons make the content obsolete, as they greatly reduce the challenge. Not only that, players who choose this way of progression without previous experiences in Monster Hunter World won't learn the basics properly. The jump in difficulty from base game to Iceborne is significant enough that even hardened players should notice it. No wonder so many players found Iceborne unwelcoming. If they started after Iceborne dropped and used Defender weapons, then they probably hadn't learned the game mechanics properly. This is a complex game, with huge amount of additional systems. Even players who meticulously engage with the gameplay systems need to spend substantial amount of time to learn many of Monster Hunter's World's secrets. That's beautiful. That's where the game shines. This is Monster Hunter World's strength. I just don't understand the appeal of buying the game and then skipping the content. Another issue comes from the fact that developers do not communicate properly the idea behind Defender weapons and Guardian armor. Therefore, there is a chance that players could use the gear not realizing that they are dumbing the game down for themselves. Needless to say, I'm not a fan of this addition. Let's get back to the main storyline. Hunters of the 5th Fleet finally landed on the new world. The first few tasks are designed to ease players into the experience by hunting some minor small monsters. All of the assignments given to the player are happening within constraints of the low rank. Base Monster Hunter World uses two categories of challenge for the content: low rank and high rank. They are essentially sort of a difficulty ranks. However, the game requires player to progress through easier mode before being able to jump into the high rank. I'll elaborate about this mechanic later when we will actually jump into higher bracket of challenge. Astera becomes our base of operations and, in many ways, our new home. Players are even granted personal quarters, which can be upgraded as they advance through the story. Astera's architecture, while visually compelling, presents a few design quirks. There is a rugged, almost improvised quality to the settlement. This sense of makeshift construction is cleverly conveyed through the use of ship parts integrated into buildings, emphasizing that Astera was built quickly and with limited resources. The city spans multiple vertical levels, connected by wooden bridges and staircases. Astera is a multi-level vertical hub. Key facilities such as the smithy are located on higher levels, meaning players often spend time trekking back and forth. Although the developers implemented a lift system to ease navigation, it still introduces a bit of unnecessary busywork. Astera isn't particularly large, but from a gameplay perspective, it's not the most convenient hub. Although the game presents a variety of quest types at nearly every stage, I'll be focusing on main story assignments. I'll also take some time to highlight the monsters that emerge throughout our journey. Early narrative meanders around setting up a base, securing Astera, and setting up camps in the closest wilderness. This helps to ease players into the setting, allows them to learn some basics before attempting more challenging content. Early plot establishes few characters like the commander, who is the leader of operations in Astera. He becomes a proxy for narrative team to deliver story exposition to the player, a role which then gets enhanced through the handler as she closely follows the player, explaining events as they happen. The game offers two types of cutscenes: cinematic, well-edited and fully animated cutscenes, and in-game static shots, usually reserved for council meetings in Astera. Cinematic ones push the plot forward. They are also fully voiced. Impressively, most monsters are introduced with their own bespoke cinematic cutscene. Above you, dude. It's evident that the development team poured their passion into these moments, with each cutscene designed to reflect the personality and threat level of the monster, from horror-themed introductions to dramatic or even epic reveals. There is a clear artistry in the cinematics design. Unfortunately, many of the static cutscenes lack voice acting. In such a huge AAA title, it really sticks out. For me, personally, this lack of consistency disrupted immersion during my early hours with the game. The Ancient Forest is the first major location players will explore. It encircles Astera, making it a natural starting point for our operations. This lush, dense forest serves as a tutorial zone of sorts, introducing players to the core gameplay loop. At the same time, it sets the tone for the rest of the game. A sprawling, semi-open environment with narrow paths that lead to larger, open areas, ideal spaces for battling large monsters. These areas are interconnected through multiple routes, offering strategic flexibility for both players and monsters alike. Ancient Forest presents variety in its environments. Each of the wider subzones has a distinct feel to it. An open riverside with herbs able to spray healing powder around them. The sloping rocky cleft, allowing players to reliably use their sliding attacks or plunging strikes. Okay, let's try to jump up. The intrinsic beauty of the gameplay design shines through the world. Battlefields become characteristic not only through their looks and topography. It's actually the various elements of terrain that give players opportunities in combat and shape their battle plan. The dense darker forest where massive trees can be used as obstacles, providing hiding spots for players. The wetlands area, which allows burned players to quickly extinguish the flames. Every area provides some sort of an environmental hazard or a potential trap that players could use. A vine tree, which after being destroyed briefly immobilizes the monster. Poisonous flowers can be used to create toxic pools underneath them. Yellow toads explode in a cloud of paralyzing gas when struck. These effects impact both hunters and monsters alike, encouraging players to use the environment tactically. The forest's dense vegetation also aids in traversal. Players can swing across vines, discovering shortcuts through the layered geography. At the heart of the map is a towering tree, around which the entire zone is constructed. Its branches and internal paths allow for vertical exploration, from ground level all the way up to canopy heights. This opens opportunities for hunters to drop down on monsters far below them. However, this vertical complexity also makes the map feel chaotic at first glance. Fortunately, the game leans into natural learning. You'll gradually memorize the layout through exploration and repeated hunts. And if you get lost, the ever-reliable scoutflies will guide you to your objective. This vertical, layered approach to designing levels is very characteristic for Monster Hunter World. It provides interestingly crafted locations, approachable from various directions, which is so important in the game where players will run a lot. Monsters change their locations often, players might faint during encounters. Giving them different options of reaching their destination refreshes the experience, allowing them to choose shortcuts, maybe even opening additional ways of engaging their target. Another key principle demonstrated by the Ancient Forest is the concept of a monster roster. Each biome has its own set of monsters that can appear there. Some creatures are exclusive to a specific region, while others wander between multiple zones. As you progress through the story and defeat new monsters, they are added to this roster. What's compelling is the sense of a living ecosystem. There's an implicit food chain, and new threats occasionally get dropped into the mix to shake things up. It effectively adds those terrifying predators roaming the area that have to be avoided until hunters are ready to face them. Oh shit! Come on, I need to hide. In case of the Ancient Forest, the previously mentioned Anjanath becomes the first menacing creature to roam the lands, the scourge of new players. Developers teach players that some monsters might be out of their reach early on. Anjanath is a very challenging fight for beginners, so usually it's better to get some experience and stronger gear before attempting to challenge the dinosaur's rule. Another way of dealing with the stronger beasts is joining into a group hunt. Hunting in groups is significantly easier. This way, by adding the extra challenge into the mix, developers encourage players to group up with other hunters. Early assignments in the Ancient Forest acquaint players with various gameplay mechanics. Gamers expanded their reach within the wilds as they are tasked with setting up a new camp, unlocking another place to regroup. Each location has at least 2 places where players can set up camps. This way, developers reward exploration through providing convenience to the players. After initial few tasks, setting up camps and doing few hunts, the main story properly switches to its grand narrative. The mystery of the Elder's Crossing. This huge event involving elder dragons becomes the background for our adventure. Zora Magdros, the huge titanic living vulcan of a monster, becomes the basis for the narrative spine for low-rank storyline. Hunters are tasked with tracking the whereabouts of Zora Magdros, gradually uncovering the secrets of the new world through this massive creature. The early investigative steps involve following its trail by collecting molten scales scattered throughout the wilderness. Securing these remnants allows researchers to study the monster's behavior and origins. Of course, usually various large monsters are going to stay on our way to reach the goal. So, let's talk about the first set of monsters players are going to hunt. Great Jagras is the first large target for new hunters. As an introductory foe, it fulfills its role excellently. This oversized lizard employs several straightforward attacks that, while visually intimidating, don't inflict much damage. With multiple weak points, it offers a manageable yet educational challenge. Great Jagras' signature mechanic is its ability to swallow smaller prey whole, causing its belly to bloat dramatically. In this state, it gains access to stronger attacks and becomes more dangerous, but as an early game enemy, the difference in damage output is barely noticeable. Still, this transformation introduces players to dynamic attack patterns and the concept of breaking monster body parts. Smashing its swollen belly causes it to regurgitate its meal, offering both a tactical advantage and a visual reward. Another early lesson from the Great Jagras fight is ad management. Many of the areas it occupies are also home to smaller Jagras, turning some battles into chaotic skirmishes. While dealing with these ads is relatively simple, especially with wide sweeping weapons, it's a crucial skill to develop early. After Great Jagras, there comes Kuluyaku, a bird wyvern using its claws to dig up solid rocks that are used as both a weapon and a shield. Kuluyaku teaches players that they might need to approach monsters from different angles. This beast likes to raise the rock it holds in its hands in a guarding position. This way it deflects attacks. As long as the bird wyvern holds the rock, it's a fight about proper positioning. Without the stone, it becomes a fast and a little bit chaotic encounter. Kuluyaku likes to jump around the battlefield or use pecking attacks that propel it forward. Still, it's quite an easy fight, especially as the monster has a lot of weak spots which are easy to hit. Puke is the third large monster in the roster. This one is all about poison. Its design cleverly ties together fantasy elements with animalistic realism. Puke uses its long tail for sweeping attacks and can consume scatternuts, storing them in a neck sack or its tail, both visually telegraphed, allowing players to anticipate its next moves. When it inflates its tail, it's a clear warning, a toxic cloud is coming. This monster also introduces the concept of severable parts, with its tail being the first that players can cut off. Examining Molten Scale and Zora Magdor's tracks takes us into the new location, the Wildspire Waste. This is a desert-themed zone, but contrary to the usual design rabbit hole, players won't be forced to run through endless boring dunes. Designers added a lot of variety to the location. On a western edge lies a lush, densely forested zone, split into two open combat arenas, shaded by foliage. Symbolically and visually marks the boundary between Wildspire Waste and the ancient forest. Players can find respite in rocky canyon corridors or cool off in a wide river that fans out into marshlands. These wetlands gradually transition into a bog, showcasing a believable and seamless terrain evolution. This natural design also has gameplay relevance. Monsters here use the mud to their advantage in combat. The northern desert area is connected to the southern marshes through either canyons or cave systems going under the mountain. These caves not only serve as resource-rich areas, but also double as lairs for some of the game's tougher monsters. Just like the ancient forest, Wildspire Waste features layered terrain. However, this time, the subterranean zones hold the real secrets. There are two major cave networks, one under the marshes and another vast cavern hidden directly beneath the desert sands, an arena for the most intense fights of the early game.
Ooh, interesting.
New Zone adds new resources given from the bone piles and mining deposits. This way developers control gear progression. Players cannot upgrade their gear over a certain threshold until they visit New Zone, simply because they will lack new materials.
Okay. Got it?
Hunters arrive into the Wildspire Waste through a research expedition, guarding researchers and their cart. I know that our character is supposed to be the bodyguard in here, but I find it comical to see the strongest person in the group running freely, while tiny, dwarf-like creatures and a petite woman struggle to push the heavy cart. Besides securing another sample of the huge molten scale, Wildspire Waste hosts few additional tasks that end up being just an excuses to discover new monsters. This is also the zone in which we meet the Seeker.
You there. Are you part of the Fifth Fleet?
He is a capable hunter and was a part of the First Fleet, the first ever group of hunters that landed into the New World over 40 years prior. Imagine the possibilities of storytelling unlocked by this character. Unfortunately, Capcom deals with the veteran hunter in a very superficial way. He is presented as a legendary figure veiled in mystery. And that's pretty much it. This event starts a theme of meeting veteran hunters from the First Fleet who later join us in Astera, sometimes giving few useful informations, but in general becoming a stylish background to the plot. Undoubtedly there is a good chunk of interesting additional lore surrounding the First Fleet hunters. However, it's not reliably presented in the game. It's a wasted narrative potential.
Was that who I think it was?
Wildspire Waste is a home to few new types of monsters. Kuluyaku also inhabits this zone, allowing players to get a grip of the zone's topography by hunting known monster. Baroth is the first new encounter in the Wildspire Waste. This enormous, brute wyvern's preferred method of attack is to charge headlong at its target, an ability that can just as easily work to the creature's detriment. If Baroth collides with a rock spire, it will knock itself to the ground. This situation also exemplifies the destructibility of the environment. Monster Hunter World isn't particularly focused on fully destructible terrain, but each zone offers a few instances where the landscape can be broken or altered. These elements often hold some kind of a reward for the player when used strategically. Baroth is quite a resilient monster. Its head is fortified with hard hammer-like scales that deflect most attacks. However, the Great Hammer proves exceptionally effective at breaking this armored plating. This weapon type can also be used to inflict stun damage. The thing is, Baroth is surprisingly susceptible to being stunned once you manage to crack through its thick skull. Other weapon classes will find better success targeting its forearms and tail, the latter of which can be severed. There is one more interesting mechanic tied to this monster. Baroth likes to cover itself in mud, which is used as an additional armor. It can also shake parts of that mud off of itself, creating slowing traps. This mechanic is interesting in two ways. First of all, Baroth can apply the mud to itself only in marshlands or bog parts of the map, which already changes the fight depending on the location. The second thing is that mud changes its resistances. Mud-covered Baroth is weak to water but resistant to fire. Without mud, Baroth becomes weak to fire but immune to water. This is still one of the weaker monsters in the game, so this mechanic can be completely skipped and players should still be able to deal with Baroth comfortably. However, it shows the great care placed on monster design, this deep, intrinsic connection between monster behavior, the world, and the gameplay aspects. It's impressive. Georiatodus is the aquatic monster residing only in the murky wetlands and swamps of the Wildspire Waste. It uses the same mud mechanic that Baroth showed us earlier. However, since it's submerged most of the time, it reapplies the mud more often. For this enemy, the environment might be the greatest hurdle for hunters. Deep water slows player movement. Being trapped in mud or hit by the mud projectile applies water blight, which significantly reduces stamina recovery. The most deadly attack is definitely its jumping assault from a submerged position. Other than that, I wouldn't call this fight hard.
Dear me, a Rathian! Jumpin' Jackies, a Rathian! You know what this means, my friends. In times like these, it is important to stay calm and run for your life!
Rathian inhabits the forested regions of the map, as well as an underground lair in the cave tunnels connecting the marshes to the desert. This dragon-like wyvern, often referred to as the Queen of the Land, commands a wide array of attacks. Rathian uses a blend of powerful physical strike and aerial maneuvers. Breaking Rathian's body parts is particularly rewarding, as it significantly reduces her offensive capabilities. Players can focus on damaging the head, wings or tail, the latter being severable. The tail is one of Rathian's most dangerous weapons. She can perform a backflip attack, swinging her tail vertically. If this connects, the player is poisoned. Rathian also combines poison attack with fire damage, as it can also breathe fireballs on longer distances. Surprisingly, in my opinion, her most lethal ability is the charging attack she performs when enraged. The danger comes from her ability to chain this charge up to 2 or 3 times in a row. Capcom brilliantly weaves Rathian's natural instincts into gameplay. You see, Rathians are the female counterparts to the species males, Rathalos. If both appear in the same area, they can call to each other during combat. It's a fantastic detail that carries meaningful consequences for the player. Capcom consistently proves that when it comes to monster design, they are in a league of their own. The designers masterfully integrate each creature's behavior, lore, and anatomy with unique gameplay mechanics. It's truly remarkable. After analyzing Zora Magdro's trail and researching his molten scales, the leadership of Astera is able to predict its path. It appears this colossal elder dragon is likely to reach a great ravine with walls high enough to provide hunters a fighting chance. However, a more ambitious plan gets devised. The commander wants to capture Zora Magdros, a feat as courageous as it is dangerous. To achieve this legendary feat, the whole Astera has to prepare, as the Commission will have to use the full strength of all of the fleets. Finally, the plot is starting to pick up speed. Before we can face this volcanic behemoth though, we are tasked with securing Astera's safety, essentially eliminating nearby threats. It's a narrative excuse to send players back to the ancient forest to hunt new monsters.
Kadashi. Okay.
Tobi Kadashi is yet another superbly designed creature. This snake-headed lizard, covered in thick white fur and wielding a broad, powerful tail, specializes in swift attacks and rapid movement. It resides mostly around tree branches, allowing it to jump on walls, clinging to them for a second and then pouncing at the enemy. Already you can see that spatial awareness is required. Tobi Kadashi's mechanics revolve around building up an electrical charge in its fur.
Electrical guy, huh?
As the charge increases, the creature's attacks grow more dangerous. Visually, the fur becomes more electrified, serving as a clear signal that Tobi Kadashi is preparing stronger thunder-based strikes. Once again, the developers showcase the elegant synergy between the world and the gameplay. For instance, picking up water moss as slinger ammo allows players to discharge Tobi Kadashi's electricity, effectively nullifying its most powerful attacks. After Tobi Kadashi, it's time to face the scourge of the early game, the brood wyvern Anjanath. Although the game allows players to hunt this monster earlier, as it prowls the ancient forest almost from the start, this is the moment when you must confront it as part of the main story. I've already used Anjanath as an example describing various gameplay mechanics, so I don't want to repeat myself too much. Let me say this, I think that Anjanath shows a great slick monster design. It's a huge imposing dinosaur, already making it recognizable as dangerous for players who haven't fought it before. It's clear this is a threat.
Jesus.
However, it's the magnificent anatomical design that makes Anjanath shine. This monster doesn't conjure its flame breath, it stores it in its throat, which glows when the beast is ready to use it. I've also mentioned its backplates, which serve both as a form of intimidation and as a gameplay cue indicating the beast has entered a furious state. Anjanath uses a lot of abilities which might be deadly to newer hunters. The powerful flamethrower breath or the furious charge.
Shit, it's gonna charge.
Yeah.
Damn.
The good thing is, this monster also has a pretty clear telegraphs to its attacks, making the fight manageable after a few tries if player pays attention. Anjanath sets a strong example of what to expect from stronger monsters, which gets proven almost instantly as Rathalos joins the fight, showing players that there are even stronger monsters than Anjanath. But we will talk about Rathalos later. At this point, we can discuss mantles. These are a category of equipable items that when activated grant hunters various temporary boons. You can equip up to 2 mantles in special slots. The Ghillie mantle is the first example of this class of tools. It allows players to move freely around an area, remaining undetected by monsters until they attack or the timer expires. It enables safe exploration, quick escapes, or a moment to regroup during tough encounters. You can also use it to catch various critters. Ah yes, Monster Hunter World allows players to take part in 2 basic minigames. fishing, which is self-explanatory, and catching critters. Both are mostly cosmetic, providing smaller rewards, but allow players, and especially completionists, to engulf themselves in another type of content, which doesn't typically require arduous long fights against huge opponents. Back to the mantles. There are other types worth mentioning. The bandit mantle causes monsters to drop additional items when you attack them, while the apothecary mantle increases status effect buildup. These tools can be used both defensively and offensively. Some mantles are unlocked during main assignments, while others require completing side quests or fulfilling specific tasks. The only flaw I see in this system is the lack of in-game information about many of these mantles, which players can easily overlook. This way, players who don't research the topic might end up missing powerful equipment options. To wrap up this section, the game also allows players to carry boosters, another type of support item. Boosters create a field of fog that grants various benefits depending on the type used. The most common, the health booster, slowly restores the HP of hunters standing within its area of effect.
Oh.
Setting
Oh.
up health booster.
Okay.
Both mantles and boosters compete for the 2 item slots available to the player, and each comes with a long cooldown, making their use highly tactical. After securing Astera, we finally prepare for the showdown against the Elder Dragon. The music in Astera shifts, and the hub's entire layout transforms. Cannons light the walkways, and NPCs scramble to prepare for the imminent encounter. There's this palpable feeling of danger, urgency, and what? Seems like something or someone doesn't really fit in this scene, right? This is where the live service element of Monster Hunter World completely wrecks immersion. You see, I believe I was trying to capture Zora Magdaros around Halloween, which comes with its own special event in the game. Like many other games, Monster Hunter features seasonal festivities. Unfortunately, these events alter the appearance of parts of the hub and replace some NPC skins, most notably the handlers. So every time a seasonal event was active, my handler's costume would be swapped out for something absurdly out of place. Each time I had to manually search for the handler's skins to restore consistency, an inconvenience that conveniently also encourages microtransactions. This is bad. What's more important, it's going to be a reoccurring issue. Let's go back to the Zora Magdaros capture operation. Despite the game's efforts to make the mission feel urgent and dramatic, the gameplay fails spectacularly. I consider this the weakest hunt, in fact the weakest mission in Monster Hunter World. The assignment unfolds in 2 phases. The objective is to weaken Zora Magdaros enough to immobilize and capture it. Phase 1 simply involves firing at the colossal slow-moving Elder Dragon. And it's tedious and boring. Loading cannonballs into cannons, firing them, then doing the same with ballistae. Occasionally alone Barnos attacks to break up the monotony, but it doesn't pose a real challenge. It's just boring, and it drags on far too long.
I wouldn't call it an extremely riveting gameplay, because it's not. Yeah. It's kinda anticlimactic, like it's like a tutorial boss. I feel like there's no way I'm not in danger. Oh, look at the fat hand. Come on.
After Zora Magdaros breaks through the first barrier, phase 2 is initiated. Hunters have to fly towards the mountainous titan and drop onto its volcanic shell, leading to an epic struggle where players scuffle to stay on top of a moving dragon while trying to strike at its weak points. If you picture it in your head, it seems like an epic, dramatic setpiece, doesn't it? Well, in reality, the second phase sees player trying to reach volcanic cores glowing on Zora Magdaros' back. Unfortunately, the navigation through Monster's shell is highly unintuitive. The only hazard is that periodically each core begins to glow before exploding, so players are expected to deal damage, retreat when the core ignites, then return and repeat. There's no real challenge, the mission essentially plays itself. This kind of idea, fighting on Monster's back, reminds me of the times I played World of Warcraft. Those of you who raided during Cataclysm era will know which fight I'm going to talk about. The Spine of Deathwing was presented as this epic struggle where the whole group of players were dropped on top of a flying dragon, trying to bring it down as it was flying high in the skies, even rolling around trying to drop raiders. This idea seems awesome, on paper. However, the encounter was among Cataclysm's least beloved. The dragon's back was really just a static backdrop, while players mainly fought flaming tentacles. Even the dragon's aerial rolls amounted to nothing more than a background animation. It felt lifeless. That's because the encounter was crippled by the game's mechanics. World of Warcraft, similar to Monster Hunter, has a clearly crafted and designed set of rules and systems prepared so that most of its encounters work fine, provide challenge. Both games were built on adding certain mechanics to that pre-existing pattern of encounters. The thing is, when developers try to fundamentally alter the shape of an encounter, it often isn't properly supported by the framework the game was built on. The most important question then is whether developers invest vast amounts of resources to reinvent the systems to support that one special encounter, or whether they'll try to accommodate pre-existing systems to fit the idea and make it work. Realistically, it's almost always the latter, due to time and budget constraints. So we end up with fights that might look the part, but fail mechanically.
Such a weak boss fight. It's gonna blow.
Let's give credit where credit is due. The mechanic of Zora Magdros changing position from prone to upright, therefore dynamically changing the layout of the zone, is impressive and commendable. But in the end, it doesn't provide encounter with any meaningful depth. I would even say it actually creates an additional impediment, as changing landscape might make reaching certain cores harder. Capcom's developers try their best to add to the drama, feel of grandeur or urgency. Voice actors deliver their lines with great emotion. The music enforces the spectacle, and visually both the ravine and the huge elder dragon look great. But all of that falls flat when the audiovisual spectacle doesn't align with the gameplay. This mission is slow, confusing, and easy to the point of almost solving itself. It discards almost all the hunting mechanics players relied on up to this point in favor of a tedious sequence of loading cannonballs and firing at the slow-moving target, which then evolves into popping a huge and literally inflamed pimple out of monster's back.
Magma core destroyed!
Okay.
Oh boy, Zora Magdros did not like that one bit.
In the culminative moment of the operation, with Zora Magdros immobilized, a new monster appears, Nergigante, another elder dragon. The writers skillfully connect together the low rank and high rank narratives. Low rank revolves entirely around Zora Magdros, while Nergigante becomes pivotal during the later stages of the story. Writers set up that arc first by showing a creature impaled by black spikes, then by incorporating Nergigante during the showdown against Zora Magdros. Listen, it's nothing groundbreaking, but I personally appreciate the effort of introducing the player's next objective in a more fluid, organic way. The Huntsman, another veteran of the First Fleet, appears to drive Nergigante away. Someone could point out that this is an example of an NPC actually doing something. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, I see it more as a flavorless event. The Huntsman is a grumpy, silent veteran sitting in Astera. He looks cool and imposing in his heavy armor. But his fight against Nergigante just highlights the lack of NPC's personality. The same scene could have been far more impactful in a world where players had meaningful connections with the supporting cast, where NPCs felt like more than a cardboard stand-ins. As an example, I could point out Witcher 3's Eskel vs Karantir encounter. Anyway, with Zora Magdros escaping, the operation ends in failure. However, the Elder Dragon's March opens up a passage to a new location.
Coral Highlands. Now this is a cool looking zone.
Coral Highlands is where Capcom embraces the high fantasy elements of the new world. This spectacular location is built from various coral structures, from colorful branches, glowing polyps or coral trees to the whole platforms and majestic overgrowth on mountainsides. Blue glow dominates in Coral Highlands' color palette, with dense usage of pink and violet elements giving the zone distinct, surreal feel. The vibrant wildlife, both fauna and flora, immensely add to the otherworldly feel of this place. Various small glowing floating orbs mixed with huge flying creatures that look like a mix of a shrimp and a manta ray. This zone is beautiful.
Whoa! This thing looks cool.
Coral Highlands also offers variety. There's a great deal of verticality in here. The lowest, darker corners of the zone are used mostly as hard-to-get spaces for players wishing to get rare resources. Highlands separated by deep chasms are strategically connected with ropes in certain places, allowing for fast travel. The highest peaks require effort to get into. However, the long and arduous climb can be circumvented thanks to the wind currents present in few places. You see, players get a glider mantle allowing them to use the currents as lifts to quickly get into higher zones. It's an intriguing trade-off designed by the developers. Players can choose to sacrifice a valuable equipment slot, potentially reserved for a more combat-focused tool, in exchange for easier mobility. Not that the glider mantle is useless in combat. It lets players launch themselves from geysers into the air, performing aerial strikes or attempting to mount a monster. Narratively, this is where players discover a stranded airship manned by the remnants of the Third Fleet, a group of technicians and scholars who became trapped here years ago. The airship can serve as a secondary hub, although it lacks several key facilities found in Astera. Its main advantage is its compact size. Everything is close at hand. I suppose this is a good moment to discuss the upgrades to Astera itself. You see, during players' journey at few crucial moments, new facilities are unlocked in the main settlement. The botanical research, the trader, the melder, and later on the ship's captain. These additions are designed to expand the options players have for generating resources. The botanical research is a small garden. Player is able to request a specific plant to be grown there or a type of bug to be bred. This way, players can secure additional crafting resources without the need to constantly gather those. It's a decent quality of life improvement. The ship's captain works in similar way, showing from time to time with various wares from the mainland. Players are able to request a specific type of materials which can be later bought. The melder is a late game NPC who allows players to transmute common resources into rarer materials. The melder can also craft gems and trinkets which are tremendously valuable. All these facilities gradually offer more powerful rewards as players progress. Moreover, the developers once again allow players to influence various mechanics. By completing optional assignments and fulfilling NPC requests, players can further upgrade these facilities. For example, increasing the maximum stock of plants stored in botanical research. The Third Fleet's airship introduces a new facility, the Tail Raider Safari. This is another resource generator, but this time players select a squad of palicos to send on expeditions. The missions happen off screen, and the timer is tied to how many quests the player completes in the meantime, a timing method shared with other facilities as well. The cutscene with palicos being dropped into a mission is very cute. Fortunately, after unlocking Tail Raider Safari, players can also deploy the cats from Astera. The Third Fleet remains stranded, as the airship is damaged. They have a lead on where players might find answers regarding Zora Magdro's march, but they can't escort anyone until the vessel is repaired. Naturally, this means that player must hunt newly discovered monsters in the Coral Highlands to gather the necessary materials. Tsitsiyaku is the Coral Highlands version of Kuluyaku. It's a raptor-like bird wyvern with decently fast pouncing attacks. Its primary ability comes from the strange appendages around its head. Periodically, Tsitsiyaku extends them and unleashes a blinding flash, stunning all enemies in a wide cone. Destroying this vital organ makes the encounter dramatically easier.
Face is the place, face is the place. What's that?
Paolumu is the next monster inhabiting the Coral Highlands. This creature represents an uncommon design, neatly connecting well-thought-out anatomical features with silly visuals. Much like a real-world pufferfish, Paolumu uses its inflatable neck as a defense mechanism. It's weird, funny, but it fits within the constraints of the world created by Capcom. Inflatable neck unequivocally adds into the gameplay. It also has a strong background in creature's behavioral design. Inflating the neck enlarges Paolumu, allows it to float easily, and most importantly, opens an impressive roster of powerful attacks to the monster. It's also an obvious weak point to focus on.
Come on.
This creature exemplifies the mastery of Capcom's monster design. Legiana is the apex predator of low-rank Coral Highlands. The swift flying wyvern impresses with its speed and strong ice-based attacks.
Oh, come on.
I'm stunned.
Me too.
Legiana can summon waves of ice around her. Fortunately, after a while it's easy to recognize patterns and telegraphs of the frost-related abilities, which makes it easier to avoid. Breaking Legiana's wings makes it slower, thus more manageable. The glider mantle can prove especially useful in this encounter, as it enables players to quickly pursue Legiana all the way to her lair, perched on the highest peak of the Coral Highlands. A notable arena that serves as the final stage for many high-profile battles. With the third fleet's ship finally repaired, it's time to descend into the depths below the Highlands. Here, players discover the Rotten Vale, another strikingly imaginative area that breaks away from the conventions of more traditional zone design. What do I mean by that? In their wisdom, Capcom's developers gradually introduced players to more, let's say, familiar regions first, a dense forest and a vast desert. Sure, both areas have their share of fantasy elements and unusual topography, but in the grand scheme of things, they still feel grounded and relatable. They're easy to understand while also being a great starting point. But it's with the later zones that the developers really tear up the formula and fully embrace the high fantasy potential of Monster Hunter World. They give us imaginative zones hardly found in other games. Let's think for a while. Most fantasy games rely on a predictable range of biomes: forest, desert, plains, swamps, mountains, snowy tundra, maybe a volcanic region. Capcom says screw it and gives players a mountainous coral reef soaring high above sea levels, followed by this location literally constructed from the corpses of fallen monsters, an amalgamation of rotting flesh, bones and remains. Rotten Vale continues the trend of multi-level locations, also introducing fresh new set of bones and mining materials. The upper level is built up from corridors spiraling around each other, being held by vines, roots and decaying tendons. The very shape of these tunnels is a direct homage to Radoban, the monster dwelling here. A few broader chambers serve as battlegrounds, teeming with aggressive insects. These are not places you want to linger in unprepared. The lower reaches of Rotten Vale transition into a cavern system, with vast chambers choked by necrotic growth and a deadly bacterial fog. This haze, effluvium, gradually drains hunters' health and with prolonged exposure inflicts effluvial blight that halves maximum HP for a considerable time. Think of it like the curse effect in Dark Souls. That's why carrying nullberries down here is absolutely essential. But even in those inhospitable, dread-inducing parts of the world, some beauty can be found. At the absolute bottom of the Rotten Vale lay the acid pools. Beautiful caverns filled with azure pools of pure acid, deadly to anyone wishing to even touch it. This part of the zone is fantastic, as it juxtaposes all of the filth that resides above it. However, it remains sealed until players progress into the late stages of high rank. Such an imaginative location deserves to be inhabited by equally imaginative creatures.
Come on, come on, come on. Nope. He's gonna use some.
Radoban opens the Rotten Vale bestiary. And what an entrance it makes! I absolutely love this monster's design, its animation cycles and its attack patterns. Radoban is heavily armored, but its protection consists of rocks and bones that adhere to its slick, oily hide. This creature doesn't just walk, it hurls its entire body into motion, curling into a ball and rolling through anything in its path. It's both an excellent defensive maneuver to escape danger and a devastating offensive attack that flattens whatever stands before it. I already touched on the fluent animation changes of Radoban. Monster's roll can be used against it. If player manages to hit it while rolling, then the monster loses balance. All of dynamic changes in animations are so seamless. One of my favorite moves is Radoban's deceptive fake-out roll. It charges in one direction, pauses just long enough to bait a dodge, then launches forward again. It's such an effective beginner's trap. This brute wyvern is quite sturdy, not only thanks to the armor but also simply because it has a lot of HP. However, in contrast to a very similar monster which we will encounter later, fighting Radoban is very satisfying and responsive. Various bone armor plates are easy to break, which gives feedback for the players that we are actually doing something. We are breaking through this oily mountain of a monster. The bone armor on its back, the horns on the legs, or even the imaginative chin armor can be broken, revealing numerous weak points. Another noteworthy ability is Radoban's sleeping gas. Though it's heavily telegraphed, giving players a chance to escape, anyone caught underneath will be knocked unconscious. It's a sign of strong design. Even low-rank monsters introduce a wide variety of elemental blights and status ailments, gradually preparing players for the challenges ahead. The only major damage type missing at this stage is dragon damage. That's such a good attack. Radoban is simply fantastic. Definitely in my top 5 favorite monsters of Monster Hunter World. In the deepest parts of the Rotten Vale lurks the Great Gyros, leader of the Gyros pack. This monster reuses the animation skeleton of the Great Jagras. However, the designers didn't take shortcuts. Great Gyros boasts a suite of unique attack animations, only its movement is borrowed from its predecessor. Great Gyros by itself doesn't pose much threat. It's quite squishy for a large monster and its basic attacks aren't particularly remarkable. The one entertaining detail is how eagerly Great Gyros hurls his entire body at the enemy, a fun and memorable quirk. The main two threatening factors are its ability to summon herds of smaller gyros to join the fight and the surrounding hazardous environment. I'm obviously talking about effluvial fog that ticks players' health constantly. Great Gyros introduces paralyzing attacks. Both its bites and projectile speed are able to induce paralysis effect on target. Necrotic caverns are also home to the Rotten Vale's apex predator, Odogaron. This huge red-skinned fanged wyvern attacks with vicious ferocity. By this point, I'm pretty sure that Odogaron is the most aggressive enemy players faced. Odogaron uses the animation skeleton of Tobikadashi, which by itself is a standard industry practice, saving time by reusing the established framework, adding few distinctive details. Capcom reached mastery in reusing assets like this. We've already seen it in case of Great Jagras and Great Gyros. We'll encounter it again later. Odogaron takes the ability to jump onto walls from Tobikadashi. However, it's utilized in a much different fashion. Where the electric fanged wyvern took its time clinging into a tree, getting ready to leap onto enemy, Odogaron uses walls to perform fast parkour movements. This monster continuously pounces from various surfaces, and there's a certain rhythm to its attacks. At first, this ferocity can feel overwhelming. Players scramble to time their strikes correctly, and the risk of miscalculation is high, because Odogaron dishes out massive damage in mere moments. However, the rhythm goes like this: a series of 3 attacks and then a short break, which is the exact opportunity for punishment. As players become more familiar with the fight, they start to recognize additional openings and learn Odogaron's styles, which is basically how most of the fights go. Hard at first, but with enough patience, learning and observation, they become more and more manageable. Players naturally learn how to maximize their damage output. Odogaron also introduces a new status effect: Bleed. Its razor-sharp claws and fangs can tear flesh, causing players to continuously lose health until they sheath their weapon and crouch for several seconds. With such an aggressive and fast enemy, it's hard to pull it off, especially while hunting solo, so bleeding actually carries a greater threat. This is where knowledge of the game shines, as there is a consumable being sold in Astera that can also stop bleeding. Odogaron also ties directly into the main plot, as this is the beast that corners the Tracker, another First Fleet member who has spent years studying the New World's ecosystem. The Tracker explains that the Rotten Vale is the graveyard of the New World, a place where old and weak monsters come to die, elder dragons included. Yet despite the decay and gloom, this region plays a vital role in the continent's cycle of life. From death comes new life. Decomposing bodies release bioenergy, which in turn becomes nourishment for the surrounding ecosystems. The Rotten Vale is the direct reason for the fantastical coral growth just above it. It's the reason for the dense foliage in the ancient forest. The bioenergy redistributed into the woods nourishes the huge trees. This is an incredible world building. The ecosystem in the New World makes sense. Writers did a tremendous job in crafting the lore of the game. But this is the problem. The lore, the monsters, the world, it's written exceptionally well, but the actual plot, and especially the writing of characters, is very poor. It stands at direct opposition to each other, which is such a shame. The tracker reveals that Elder Crossing, the event which started the whole expedition, is a march of the older Elder Dragons towards their resting place. However, few questions remain. Why does the phenomenon of Elder Crossing kept happening more often in recent years, and where is Zora Magdros? In search of these answers, the tracker sends the player and the handler towards First Wyverians, an ancient race who lived in the New World for ages. If anyone holds the knowledge we need, it's them. From this point on, First Wyverians may occasionally appear in different locations. From a gameplay perspective, they can offer rare items in small quantities or share intriguing in-game statistics. For example, which weapon class is most popular and what percentage of players prefer it. The first Wyverian encounter is used as another vehicle to get players to hunt new monsters. The enigmatic being asks players to prove themselves by hunting the strongest foes available on low rank. This way, players are tasked to come back to the ancient forest and Wildspire Waste. Rathalos is the king of the skies, reigning over the ancient forest. This formidable opponent shares a few attacks with Rathian, but introduces several unique abilities of his own. Rathalos is highly aggressive, becoming exponentially more dangerous while airborne. So the first important tip, bring him down. Flashpots are especially effective in this regard. A grounded Rathalos is more manageable, but still poses a meaningful threat. Its toxic claws can spread poison, but the fireballs which it can shoot at long ranges are much more dangerous. If Rathian happens to be present in the area, Rathalos can summon her to assist, a scenario guaranteed in the main assignment. This encounter was almost enough to make my brother quit the game entirely, because he couldn't handle the pair at once. But that's a story I'll revisit when discussing solo versus multiplayer experiences. Ooh, interesting.
That's a cool entrance. That's a cool entrance.
Diablos residing in the depths of Wildspire Waste is actually on a whole another level of difficulty. In my opinion, this is one of the most difficult monsters in the game, excluding Elder Dragons. First of all, the design. Diablos is a heavily armored brute wyvern. It has wings but doesn't really use them. Its main habitat are the underground caverns, as the monsters like to move buried under the ground, surprising its prey by jumping from the sand and quickly dismantling the target. Its armored head is especially resistant to cutting damage, making blunt weapons like great hammers much more effective. Diablos deals a tremendous amount of damage, being able to one-shot less armored opponents. This is the one fight that low-rank players really have to be prepared for. Its primary attacks are the Burrow and Resurface maneuver and the Charge attack. When Diablos dives underground, players must stay alert. It moves rapidly beneath the sand, emerging with a small area of FX strike that forces hunters to reposition. The Charge attack is clearly telegraphed by Diablos, shuffling its feet, but if you mistime your dodge, the damage is punishing. Additionally, Diablos builds up stun meter faster than most monsters, so even if you survive a few hits, you're likely to be incapacitated soon after. I think that, design-wise, Diablos represents a refreshingly simple approach to boss encounters. A formidable enemy with a limited moveset, Diablos' challenge lies in its sheer durability and the devastating power behind its few attacks. The encounter with Diablos is a nail-biting experience, where every misstep can spell disaster for the player.
Whoa, okay.
Once Diablos and Rathalos are dealt with, the first Wyverian reveals a hidden truth about the New World's ecosystem. While the Rotten Vale is its beating heart, beneath the continent lies a vast network of corridors that transport nutrients across the regions. This is how the bioenergy harvested from decomposing monsters is distributed throughout the land. This subterranean system is known as the Everstream. For reasons unknown, Zora Magdros does not travel through the Rotten Vale. Instead, it burrows deeper, aiming to reach the Everstream directly. This might lead to cataclysmic event. An Elder Dragon of Zora Magdros' magnitude carries immense bioenergy, and if it were to perish within the Everstream, the overload could ignite a chain reaction of wildfires, potentially incinerating the entire New World. The first Wyverians do not know why Zora Magdaros changed its route. However, it's clear that death of the Elder Dragon within the Everstream will be the death of the new world. With this information, the Council comes up with a plan. What if there would be enough of a resistance to discourage the huge volcanic dragon from pursuing its path? With the new shipment of cannons, ballistae and the Dragonator. The Dragonator, you get it? The Dragon Penetrator? I mean, wait till you see it in action. Anyway, with a new arsenal and renewed determination, the Council sets out to repel Zora Magdaros, a colossal endeavor upon which the fate of the entire new world rests.
All right. Let's go over the operation. The subterranean channels Zora Magdaros is using continue deep underground. We'll have one shot to divert it here when it surfaces. If we let it slip by, it's out of our reach forever. That's why I'm breaking out the big guns.
Let's see that big gun, the Dragonator. Such a cheesy name.
This is the Dragonator. We'll use it to drive Zora back and divert it out into the open sea.
The second encounter resembles the first one very closely, rehashing many of its previous elements. We start on a ridge overlooking the march of Zora Magdaros. Players can try to fire some extra shots at the huge Elder Dragon or immediately take a flight to mount the monster's back. Few huge stalagmites can be dropped on top of the marching Zora Magdaros as a source of extra damage, rewarding environmental awareness. However, the segment taking place atop Zora's molten shell feels almost identical to the earlier encounter. Hunters must locate and destroy its molten cores to deal significant damage.
There it is.
The huge Elder Dragon doesn't make it easier for the players. It often changes position from erected to coming down, just like a teenager going through rough hormonal phase. It's more of an impediment than meaningful challenge, as it makes it more of a busy work to reach certain cores. The same rings true for damaging the cores, trying to squish the pimples out of Zora Magdaros' back in between their violent bursts. It's not difficult, it's just tedious. In general, this whole encounter exemplifies how lost developers were while designing the encounter. It doesn't hold up to any mechanical strengths of Monster Hunter's combat design. And with developers being lost, players can get lost too, not fully grasping what they should be doing. Nergigante shows up again. In theory, the player is supposed to repel the spiky menace, but here's the twist, you can't just ignore him. After a while, he gets bored and flies off, probably not being able to stomach seeing players popping inflamed pimples out of Zora Magdaros' back. This moment perfectly encapsulates the hollow theatricality of this battle. There's a complete absence of stakes. Players can ignore Nergigante, fail to break even a single core, and the fight just continues. Eventually, you reach the final barrier. A wooden wall, mind you, somehow holding off a volcanic kaiju. This phase is by far the most tedious. Players must manually load cannons and fire them repeatedly at Zora. If players manage to do decent damage earlier by dropping stalagmites or destroying cores, this phase might be shortened, but it still drags on. Yet again, the game doesn't play to any of its strengths. Rarely do players use cannons or ballistae in regular monster hunts. This is not an engaging gameplay loop, and it shows. There are a few mechanical ways of making this fight more engaging. Each cannon can hold up to 5 cannonballs, which have to be loaded one by one. It takes time, but deals more damage per shot. NPCs help by loading unmanned cannons, but for some reason they can't fire them, leaving you to sprint around frantically, firing off every loaded cannon like a caffeine-addled pyromaniac. The barrier's HP is visible, adding a sense of urgency. But in my experience, even in parties where players didn't know what they were doing, the barrier really dropped below 50%. I once had to juggle every cannon myself, running around like a headless chicken, and even then, the wall held strong. Eventually, the Dragonator becomes available from a nearby ship, dealing massive damage in dramatic fashion.
Where's my Dragonator?
Ready when you are.
Good. Fire!
After taking enough punishment, Zora Magdros retreats into the open ocean, presumably to die. The threat is averted, Astera is saved, the new world is safe, and that concludes the low-rank campaign. I wouldn't say that the low-rank adventure ended in a satisfying way. While I'm not opposing the idea of repelling monster instead of slaying it, the execution of the idea is just weak. The storyline presents a great dichotomy. The world building and environmental storytelling is exceptional. The lore surrounding the new world is incredibly interesting and well crafted. However, the events, characters, and motivations of said characters, as well as the goals given to players, fail in providing immersion fitting within the well-crafted lore. This is a story about monster hunters, and ultimately the story should serve as a compelling backdrop to the act of hunting monsters. In that sense, the narrative technically accomplishes its goal, but does it in a minimal way. Given the potential hidden within the writing team, I'm certain there's room for a narrative that truly elevates the experience. Something more than just meh. Grind is hidden within the essence of the Monster Hunter experience. Players must hunt the same monsters multiple times to gather the materials they need. RNG plays a major role in this, just as it does in many other loot-focused games. And it's those other games I want to talk about. You see, countless titles across various genres have built their core gameplay loops around grinding for that precious loot. That one glorious dopamine hit that makes all those hours spent slaying enemies and dodging fireballs feel almost justified. Whether we are talking about MMOs, hack and slashes, or looter shooters, they all represent different approaches to grind. I find it incredibly unsatisfying that the design of the grind itself, which so often is the essential part of the gameplay loop, usually gets skipped in discussion. Throwing a blanket statement like "it's a grind game" does a disservice to the topic of discussion. There are so many right and wrong ways for developers to build their gameplay around grind mechanics. So let's discuss it. In Monster Hunter World, various materials needed for new armor and weapons are either gathered during world exploration or acquired from defeating monsters. Killing the monster allows to carve it few times to get additional rewards, but capture is the more rewarding option as it gives players more loot, more rolls for the body parts which they actually need. What's clever is how the system gives players a level of influence over their loot. Breaking monster parts or severing tails mid-combat increases your odds of acquiring specific drops. This way players can exert their skill to influence better outcomes, which is an immensely valuable tool. This is where RNG meets players' agency. I think this is a great choice. Giving players even a little bit of influence around the random numbers shaping up their hard-earned loot goes a long way in maintaining players' satisfaction. Of course, the most euphoric moment is when the grind finally pays off. That deep, primal rush of joy when you get the item you've been chasing. The power spike, the completed build, the knowledge that your effort finally bore fruit. Funny enough, this is exactly where many modern games fail in their design. Failures like Anthem or Marvel's Avengers tend to give players upgrades, unappealing both visually and mechanically. Publishers really hoped to keep the most enticing visual gems as paid microtransactions, forgetting about designing complex and meaningful loot system. The sense of pride and accomplishment comes from your own work and dedication, not from credit card. No one's ever shouted victory while entering their CVV code. Various titles present widely different approach to the grind. Some games force players to grind for hundreds of hours, turning the process into sad mundanity. Others drown gamers in powerful gear too early, leaving them wondering what they're even grinding for anymore. Random number generator, the RNG, plays a crucial role in adjusting the system to both players' and designers' needs. We've already established that Monster Hunter World proudly gives some control back to the players. Here RNG dictates material drops, but not the actual crafting process. And as I said minutes before, there's a way for players to reduce the randomness with the resource drops. This way the grind is structured so that one player doesn't have to continuously kill the same monster over and over, hoping for that one specific drop. Usually 5 to 10 kills is enough to get a full armor set and all weapon materials. The thing is, there are 14 weapon classes, so if player wants to craft every weapon related to certain monster, then the grind will get much greater than 10 kills. But this is a very specific goal. Players who are set on their goals, crafting few armor sets and progressively better equipment, won't need to endlessly grind. That's a pretty good design. It reduces the dopamine hit when player finally crafts their designated weapon or armor piece. This is not a random lucky drop, it's more like a planned endeavor. In the process, the frustration and risk of boredom are greatly reduced. Let's put it this way, you're not lucky, you're efficient. And that's oddly satisfying. Another layer that helps mitigate burnout is the mission structure itself. Rather than aimlessly wandering for monsters, players can select specific quests targeting the creatures they need. It's true that the game hosts large open zones, but it's not open world. Locations are instanced, meaning that only player and up to 3 other players can enter. In order to hunt a monster, the player has to interact with a mission table. There we are presented with the choice from few mission types. Assignments are the main storyline missions. Usually there are few cutscenes present in those missions. Those are one-time completion quests, meaning they cannot be reposted by a player who completed them. However, the same player can join other hunters who still struggle with certain assignments. The only condition is that said hunter has to already have experienced the in-quest cutscene, which is a very inconvenient resolution to a problem which could have been resolved in many other ways. Optional quests are non-essential from narrative standpoint, however, they can prove to be of great value to the player. Optional quests task player to either hunt or specifically capture target monsters. They sometimes might ask for different things like gathering a specific items, herbs or killing small monsters instead of large ones. The thing is that many optional quests reward players with additional valuable items. Some quests might award players with dish recipe, some might unlock a new type of mantle. There is a reason to engage with optional tasks.
And we are going up.
Oh no.
If you run out of stamina, you'll be winded
Have
and
you-
vulnerable.
Did
Veteran
you?
hunters know to always keep an eye on that.
Seriously?
Yeah. I'm going for another one. You cannot run out of stamina because you drop it.
What? You don't say.
Yeah.
Investigations are quests designed specifically to aid players in grinding materials from target monsters. They come with additional reward brackets, bronze, silver and gold, which improve your chances of snagging rare items. Stronger players can choose harder investigations with stricter time limits or fewer allowed feints, but in exchange you get more gold reward slots. Risk versus reward, Monster Hunter style. Each investigation has a limited number of uses and must be unlocked through specific interactions, finding monster tracks, breaking parts, capturing, etc. Basically, you're hunting to unlock better hunts. It's grindception. Events are another type of quests. In the past they used to work differently, as there were few events which were set to appear and then change on a timer, which means there were some FOMO aspects to it, as rarer events could appear then vanish. Players who missed it might have to wait for some time to try out the event again. Right now, years after release, Capcom unlocked all of these missions and made them available at all times, which is definitely a quality of life improvement. It also begs the question, what kind of advantage the FOMO version of events had? The answer I was able to come up with is simple. It forces players who care about the loot to log in each day to check on the available content. So in general I would say it's a welcomed change. Events work similarly to the optional quests, however many of them come with a twist, starting from forcing players to fight against 2 or more of the same enemies at the same time, which is wild and oh so fun.
Oh yeah. Oh come on! Haha, leżałem, więc mnie nie ogłuszyłeś. Okej.
Joke's on you.
Okay.
Joke's on you, I was already dead.
There are events changing monster stats, making them deadlier, larger or smaller. The leading theme is fun.
So that's the greatest Jagras. Okay. Let's see how tough it is.
Okay, so these are the blah blah blah. The gems. Oh, he vomited gems.
Okay.
And his vomit is deadly, so don't get vomited.
Okay.
Make no mistake, there are also events which appear to be structured as a more regular quests. Then there are events which are structured to be homages to some other Capcom IPs. A Rush of Blood faces hunters against 2 Odogarons, one big and one quite tiny. This mission is themed after Mega Man, using different music track and awarding Mega Man tickets which can be later used to craft a very specific Palico armor. Code Red welcomes players with dynamic music track, full of guitar riffs. The rewards are related to Devil May Cry franchise, unlocking Dante's armor and his iconic sword. Events also allow players to access some top-tier endgame challenges. Some of the additional event rewards can also pose a tremendous value to the player, which makes this type of content quite similar in how it's structured to optional tasks. There are also special assignments, but they are mainly related to the post-launch DLC content, allowing players to discover new monsters added post-release. Okay, so we've already discussed few mission types. They are mostly constrained by the same set of rules. Each mission has a time limit to it, usually it's 50 minutes. There's also a failure constraint. If players faint too many times, the mission fails. The regular number of faints is 3. However, there's another mission type of quests where those constraints do not apply. Expeditions. Expeditions are more of a free-form exploration-focused endeavors where the player chooses a location and is free to roam the wilds. Expeditions are crucial in unlocking new campsite areas, finding rare resources, and learning the terrain. There is no time limit and no death limit. The maximum number of monsters that can spawn at the same time in the locale is 3. However, after a while, they will leave the locale and new ones will take their place. This makes expeditions more dynamic and unpredictable. In all honesty, the chances are not as big as they seem to be. The main difference is the time versus skill when approaching combat. In regular quests, players are limited mostly by the feint counter. They have 50 minutes to deal with their target, which is plenty of time. In expeditions, however, there's no chance that a monster will stay at the locale for 50 minutes. The timer runs faster. However, since there is no death penalty, players can quickly regroup and rejoin the fight. There is still a penalty in reduced number of resources gained for players who died many times, plus the reality is that dying so many times would take away from the already limited time. In the end, if we are to look at the mission structure, the expeditions give very little incentive to be played over the regular missions. They don't allow players to choose the monsters that will spawn. I guess they give a little bit of leeway in terms of failing, however the change doesn't feel significant. From a min-maxing point of view, the regular missions work better for farming monsters, while expeditions work better for gathering resources.
And it ran away.
Come on!
Okay, let's do the... Come on, let's do the other.
Yeah.
There is also the arena. Approachable only through the Gathering Hub, this place offers encounters against monsters on an arena. The same one that appears in few events or optional quests. This time, the rules are different though. Arena missions are challenges for players. Hunters can choose one of the few preset loadouts, specifying the weapon choice, armor choice and even toolkit. Then they have to combat the monster, trying to kill it fast enough to obtain golden, silver or at least bronze medal. Arena is a way for players to challenge their own skills. It's also a great place to try out different builds since the presets do not require crafting, so you can try out various armor sets and skills on set armor pieces. Arena tokens can be used to craft special gear, giving this mode a little incentive beyond bragging rights. So that's the grind in Monster Hunter World and Iceborne. A carefully structured system that blends RNG with player agency, rewarding skill, strategy and persistence. It's a grind, yes, but it's a grind that respects your time, and in today's gaming landscape, that's a rarity worth hunting. We're back to the main narrative of the base game. After the festivities surrounding the effort to drive Zora Magdros away, hunters are tasked with investigating a newly discovered phenomenon. Monsters in the new world have grown markedly more aggressive and have begun roaming across regions they were never previously sighted in. The first assignment tasks players to investigate Puke Puke, which was sighted in Wildspire Waste. On low rank, Puke Puke appeared exclusively in the Ancient Forest. But this is low rank no more. This quest marks the beginning of high rank, opening a new chapter in the player's progression.
It is a Puke Puke, but it's acting weird. What's going on? New target. Let's get that Puke Puke.
The encounter takes much more time than regular Puke Puke fight. The monster also hits harder. Switching to high rank essentially introduces two brackets of difficulty, or more accurately, a new world state: the completed low rank and the freshly unlocked high rank. It works similarly to how difficulties were handled in Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 before the Reaper of Souls expansion. Players begin on an easier setting and upon completing it, they unlock a more challenging one. But this new world state isn't simply a harder difficulty. It introduces fresh gameplay mechanics, new loot, and at times entirely new monsters. In Monster Hunter, it also represents a continuation of the narrative. There are new armor sets and monsters exclusive only to high rank setting. That's why simply calling it difficulty doesn't fully capture what it is. It's more accurately a progression system. It's a brilliant way to reset the game world from a gameplay perspective and invite players to climb the food chain all over again. You see, in high rank, players are essentially demoted to the bottom of the monster ladder once more. The best low rank armor and weapons are roughly on par with the starting high rank Great Jagras gear. However, this time, players enjoy the advantage of already knowing many of the monsters they have to hunt, and they retain access to all previously discovered zones. This allows developers to recalibrate the health and damage values of existing monsters to match the new world state. Because of this, Great Jagras, Great Gyros and Kulu Yaku are perfect introductory hunts. Hunters can choose their preferred path of progression. At the same time, it allows Capcom to add new monsters that might be weaker than some of the hard hitters we've already discovered. Players have to climb the ladder again, making it easy to add some mid-tier monsters to fill in the gaps in previous progression path. This resolution also allows Rathalos and Diablos to occupy their spots as challenging encounters. I genuinely enjoy this system. From a narrative perspective, it's admittedly a little contrived. The writers try to justify it by saying the monsters have become more aggressive, which is fine I suppose, but what truly matters is the fresh sense of challenge and discovery it brings to the gameplay. Developers reward players with new upgrade trees for weapons, completely new minerals and bone types. The grind starts anew. The addition of the new resources given by the mining nodes and bone piles provides players with an incentive to revisit previous zones, as all of them contain upgraded loot tables. And we will need those materials to craft new armor and weapons. The story itself also encourages retracing of paths, since developers recognize that players may need time to regain their footing in high rank. All of the old armor sets return in refreshed forms, boasting new stats and, most importantly, more skill slots. High rank offers recolored armor to help it stand out visually from low rank. But that's not all. In many cases, specific armor pieces have new designs. It's mostly apparent on headgear. Armor usually comes in two variants, Alpha and Beta. The main distinction is that Alpha armor provides more preset skills but fewer decoration slots, while Beta loses some of those baked-in skills in exchange for more customization through gems. Essentially, Alpha armor has a clearly defined identity, while Beta offers flexibility for player expression. This system is fantastic for min-maxers who want to combine pieces from different sets, and mix Alpha and Beta variants to create specialized builds. From the very start of high rank hunts, players will also begin to acquire gems during their expeditions. I've discussed gems before, but their primary value is that they grant skill upgrades you can socket into armor. New armor, weapons and gems all reinforce the drive to stay engaged with the ever-changing wilds of the new world. The drive that is partially forced on players since most of the low-rank mining minerals and bones get brutally devalued as they are not needed in high-tier gear. This, in my opinion, is a flaw, since there will be players like me who just got so lost in their low-rank hunts getting an exorbitant amount of minerals which then become useless. Warframe handled this issue more elegantly. The game offered a vast array of resources, but even brand new weapons still required a few older materials, which continued to drop across a wide range of missions. At least that's how it used to be a couple years into the past. I haven't checked on Warframe in some time. Back to the main story. After dealing with Puke Puke in Wildspire Waste, the Research Commission faces an intriguing question. Why are the monsters becoming increasingly aggressive? What could be driving them to migrate into unfamiliar territories? The second mission tasks players to hunt Anjanath, wandering around Wildspire Waste. Here we already begin to notice a shift. The main questline power progression accelerates. It's clear that players are encouraged to engage in side activities, gradually preparing themselves to tackle increasingly challenging story checkpoints. The game expects some grinding between assignments. After dealing with Anjanath, players discover new tracks. There's a new type of monster prowling around New World. However, this time there is no next assignment. Players open up a special investigation, trying to slowly accumulate enough tracks of this new monster which will later unlock the mission to hunt it down. The system is simple in concept. Players continue grinding through familiar monsters, now in their high rank variants, and during some of these investigations or optional quests, traces of this mysterious creature will appear. Progress is slower than standard tracking. It takes more time and effort to fill the discovery bar. Eventually, the identity of the monster is revealed, the Pink Rathian. From a gameplay standpoint, Pink Rathian is just a more aggressive version of regular Rathian. The monster is coated in much sturdier shells though. It forces players to work harder, to break through the plating or strategically hit the weaker spots. It's also a neat way of forcing players to use weapons with high rank sharpness. Green sharpness doesn't scale well with high rank, and Pink Rathian is here to explain that to you. Since we are already talking about the new monsters, I guess it's fitting to talk about the bane of high rank hunts, Basilgoose. In a similar fashion to how Anjanath was presented at the start of the game, a huge, menacing predator viciously stalking new players, Basilgoose plays the same role in high rank, albeit in a much more significant way. You see, Anjanath was not even the strongest monster to appear in Ancient Forest, and he was limited to the Ancient Forest in low rank hunts. Basilgoose is not limited to a single zone. This flying menace can appear in every location. And it's relentless. Basilgoose likes to suddenly appear during a hunt and swoop on the unsuspecting hunters.
I believe in you. Oh, is this the end of my chair?
Oh, Basilgoose.
Oh, nice!
Oh, it's here. Underground.
This creature is sturdy as hell, having one of the highest HP pools in high rank, surpassing even most of the Elder Dragons.
Go for it.
Being able to convincingly defeat Basilgoose is sort of a rite of passage. Fighting against this flying wyvern is challenging since it's very aggressive and likes to ambush its prey, meaning players lose the element of surprise or even an ability to plan where on the map they prefer to start the encounter. The main mechanic of Basilgoose are its explosive scales. The monster scatters them around the battlefield, creating minefields on top of minefields. This can be triggered by either the monster or players' attacks, allowing skilled hunters to proactively clear them out before they're caught in a deadly chain reaction.
Going.
Really, you're gonna do me like that?
Special awareness is essential. Basilgoose's frequent attacks often detonate these clusters, making fire resistance a highly recommendable defense. The monster also performs bombing runs, flying over the area, dropping explosive scales in wide arcs before crash landing with devastating force. The sheer amount of damage it deals and the vast health pool makes this monster a very late game target. But it appears early on, stalking players, terrifying them at each chance it gets.
Super combo, do it.
Okay, it's paralyzed.
Slay.
Yo!
We did it.
And now Devilja comes and we cannot lose it forever.
In a post-launch update, Capcom introduced yet another roaming terror, Devilja, affectionately or fearfully dubbed the Pickle by the community. Since I'm talking about the complete version of the game, and well, anyone playing the game from this point onward will play the same version I've played, Devilja becomes the second roaming threat of high-rank adventures. Devilja, the ever-hungering brood wyvern, likes to spontaneously invade various territories. This monster particularly often appears after hunters kill other monsters, trying to capitalize and feed on the fresh meat. Although slightly less tanky than Basilgoose, Devilja more than compensates with raw aggression. Its offensive capabilities are formidable and unrelenting. This is the monster that will most likely introduce players to the dragon type damage, as well as Dragon Blight. After being damaged by dragon elemental damage, players temporarily lose ability to deal elemental damage of their own. Nullberry becomes quite effective at getting rid of this effect earlier. Deviljho relies on a mix of savage body slams and long-range dragon breath attacks. Its chest is a major weak point, but reaching it often requires melee players to get directly underneath the beast. A terrifying proposition. Both Deviljho and Basilgus introduce this sense of danger. There is a much steeper difficulty curve in the high rank. Players need to remain aware of their surroundings. Both monsters also have their own distinct combat tracks, which only add to their majestic terror. There is this feel of unease and danger in high rank new world, and I'm all for it. Plus, being finally able to defeat both of the vicious predators is mighty satisfying. It's a sign that after all this struggle, the player was able to exact revenge upon their bullies. They are in the big leagues now.
That's my partner.
After the Ping Rathian hunt, players return to Astera, only to be greeted by a commanding presence. One of the original First Fleet veterans, a massive imposing figure known simply as the Admiral. The Admiral became the leader of the remnants of the First Fleet after they crash-landed on New World many years ago. He has this tendency to journey into the wilds, exploring, being lost for months, and then come back reporting his findings. Which is precisely what happened this time. The Admiral claims that he discovered a new zone, which brims with bioenergy, possibly being a home to Nergiante, the elder dragon that we've met before. With the Admiral's guidance, players journey to this newly revealed location, the Elder's Recess. A whole new stage of the hunt begins.
Okay.
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
Elder's Recess.
This is where high fantasy meets the more grounded environmental design. The zone screams late game as it's a mix of volcanic ravines with caverns fully covered in huge crystals. There are only a handful of spots where players can establish new camps. The entire area interconnects through winding cave corridors punctuated by occasional elevated open spaces. On the very bottom of Elder's Recess lay lava-filled caverns where temperatures get so high that players will continuously lose HP because of the heat. However, this mechanic can be simply overcome by using cold drinks which can be crafted from white shrooms growing in nearby areas. This mechanic demonstrates the developers' unwavering commitment to their vision of immersive world design. The damage inflicted by the heat isn't especially severe. Many players may be tempted to ignore it. However, it's constant, and as players will inevitably clash against monsters in magma chasms, they will in turn stay in that environment for prolonged periods of time. Throughout all that time, the heat damage will keep ticking, slowly burning through their health pool. It's yet another impediment, a one that might add to the challenge and immersion, sure, but it's still not a comfortable experience for players. We live in times where AAA game designers try to accommodate players in any way possible, removing frustrating, unneeded hurdles from their way. Not Capcom, no. They remain steadfast in their philosophy, unafraid to make players endure a slightly more demanding, slightly less forgiving experience. In the end, all it takes to relieve the oppressive heat is a single cold drink. But the crucial aspect is that it demands preparation. Those small acts of planning, collecting ingredients, crafting supplies, it ultimately compounds during monster encounters, culminating in an intense, memorable experience. In the end, it all counts. And the cold drink can be later used during fights against one or two other monsters, serving as a reliable long-term tool for managing environmental hazards rather than a throwaway consumable. As for the inhabitants of the Elder's Recess, this locale introduced a diverse array of new monsters. Dodogama is the new lizard monster, being at the bottom of the food chain in the area. It can still deal a lot of damage and is definitely more powerful than Great Gyros or Great Jagras. However, I doubt it will pose any real challenge for players who've progressed far enough to reach this zone. Dodogama consumes rocks, which then become superheated in its stomach. Later, it spits them out as scorching projectiles capable of surprising damage. As a result, hunters shouldn't underestimate it, especially since Dodogama inflicts Blast Blight, a status effect indicated by sparks flickering from the hunter's body. After a short delay, the afflicted player will take an explosive burst of additional damage. This condition can be nullified by rolling or using a nullberry. The monster's body is dotted with weak points and vulnerable areas. Dodogama also isn't especially fast, making it an easy target. Lavasiot is the next monster in the roster. This piscine wyvern inhabits only the lower lava-filled areas of the map. That's because it is highly dependable on lava pools. It uses various attacks where it engulfs itself in molten magma. A particularly cool detail occurs when Lavasiot battles in a specific arena built on rocky bridges suspended over a lava pool. There it can adopt a unique combat stance exclusive to that location. It's a subtle touch that showcases Capcom's dedication to differentiate monsters' behavior based on environment. Lavasiot is covered in molten magma, which works almost like an armor. When monster steps out of lava, the magma shells slowly get colder, turning into solid stone. The hardened armor can be made soft again by heating it up. Torch pots, which are easy to find in the surrounding environment, apply fire damage, therefore softening the magma shells. Thanks to the magma shell mechanic and natural high HP pool, Lavasiot is quite a sturdy enemy. This monster can also dish out high damage. The huge magma projectiles hit like a truck. My only issue with Lavasiot is its design. The monster pretty much looks like Gyriatodes covered in magma. I know it's a very petty and pretty minor issue. Both monsters are classified as piscine wyverns. They use the same animation skeleton, which is fine. I was just a little bit disappointed that there aren't more features that would visually differentiate both monsters, like the shape of the head or tail. For example, Biotodes, a piscine wyvern from Iceborne expansion, fares much better in terms of visual distinction.
That. It's gonna blow up.
Uragan, a brood wyvern cousin of Radoban, is quite a tanky monster. It shares the animation skeleton with the oily monster from Rotten Vale, adding few distinct attacks of its own. In the same vein as it was with Radoban, the fluent animations are jaw-dropping.
Okay. Come on, come on. I'm not scared.
Unfortunately, the fight itself is not as fun as the clashes against its cousin. You see, Uragan highlights how a lack of impactful feedback can sap the satisfaction from a hunt. The monster has an enormous HP pool, forcing players to attack it for a prolonged period before any visible parts break. This creates the sense that the fight is dragging on aimlessly. The absence of clear signs you're wearing the creatures down leaves players uncertain of their progress.
A little bit more. Come on, more faith. Have faith. Damn, this thing is tough, pretty tough.
In Radoban's case, bone armor was much easier to break. Various parts broke all the time, which gave this instant feedback of slowly chipping through monsters' defenses. Uragan uses its own patterns of rolling through the battlefield. A meaningful change and a defining combat mechanic of this monster comes in form of explosive slabs which are being dropped with almost any attack. It's somewhat reminiscent of Basil Goose's volatile scales. Additionally, Uragan can also spread sleep gas underneath itself. However, the monster can also just simply exchange the gas for fire and burn nearby enemies.
What now? Okay. So you're like a stove, eh?
Azure Rathalos is basically a swifter and more aggressive version of regular Rathalos. This one takes the mantle of the King of the Skies seriously. Azure Rathalos likes to fly a lot, which makes the encounter quite inconvenient and downright infuriating for less experienced hunters. Using flashpots to bring the monster down in crucial moments is very important. This flying wyvern also has reinforced armor plating on several body parts, which makes fighting it even more challenging. The main thing to look out for is the speed of attacks. Azur Rathalos is a swift monster. It likes to cast fireballs in rapid succession and then follow up with charging attack. Players need to be wary of the combo strikes. High rank also introduces a new monster variant into the Wild Spire Waste, a Black Diablos. This one is just a more aggressive version of regular Diablos. Having slightly increased HP pool and faster, more ferocious attacks proves to be enough to increase the challenge noticeably. Going back to the main narrative, after exploring Elder's recess, gathering samples, evidence and researching the place, a conclusion is reached. This must be the nesting place for Nergigante. The sheer overabundance of its spikes scattered throughout the area strongly suggests that Nergigante has claimed this place as its primary hunting territory. This is also where writers capitalized on narrative clues they had left throughout the story. You see, players had already found few examples of Nergigante spikes left on the field. This foreshadows that the Elder Dragon is a true menace to the entire ecosystem. The question posed is compelling. Could it be the sheer terror of Nergigante that provokes other monsters, forcing them to migrate and become increasingly aggressive? There are few clever narrative tropes conceived within Monster Hunter World's story. Additionally, the impressive lore and the detailed depiction of the ecosystem demonstrate remarkable attention to world building. This time developers used previously established mechanic, the special investigation, to force players back into the world. Just like with Pink Rathian investigation, players are going to search for special tracks during their endeavors. It's a natural way to guide progression while still allowing players the freedom to pursue their own objectives. Personally, I think it's an elegant solution. As the investigation concludes, players unlock the assignment to finally strike back at Nergigante. This is a genuinely tough fight. The Elder Dragon is fiercely aggressive, capable of rapidly closing distance with its leaping attack. Flanking the monster isn't necessarily safe either, as it can slam its massive wing sideways, dealing significant damage. As a result, this is a highly reactive battle. The encounter's core mechanic revolves around Nergigante's spikes. During combat, its spikes gradually grow. Initially, they appear white and are breakable, but after some time, they turn black, becoming indestructible. This way, Nergigante encounter becomes sort of a soft DPS check. Players who won't be able to deal sufficient damage to break monster spikes will face a much harder encounter. There are new type of attacks or attack follow-ups assigned to the growth of the spikes on specific body parts of the dragon. This way, after smashing the ground, Nergigante can instantly release a barrage of spikes, dealing additional damage. The most devastating attack occurs when Nergigante's entire body is bristling with black needles. The Elder Dragon takes flight and dives explosively into the player's position, dealing an enormous amount of damage. This is the deadliest ability in its arsenal, and players must remain vigilant. Hunters should assess the situation carefully, and once the spike growth becomes overwhelming, it's time to adopt a defensive posture and prepare to evade the diving strike.
Użyj dodatku i rozwal to, co przecież się nie da dopracować. Zleci teraz? Zleci, ja jestem. Kurwa.
In a true multi-pronged approach, the hardened black spikes also function as formidable armor. Many attacks simply glance off them, forcing players to target body parts that haven't yet become encased in this resilient layer. Nergigante is an exceptional fight, consistently keeping threat levels high, while offering ample opportunities for players to assert control. This dynamic keeps the encounter from ever feeling tedious or monotonous. I would say that Nergigante Hunt opens up a proper late game for Monster Hunter World. From this point onward, Elder Dragons become the narrative focal point. After this milestone, players receive 3 new special investigations, each culminating in a showdown with a different Elder Dragon. Players can tackle these challenges however they wish. The developers provide plenty of opportunities to craft stronger gear and prepare while tracking down new evidence. So let's meet the 3 Elder Dragons, shall we? Kushala Daora appears in both the Ancient Forest and Elder's Recess. However, the first narrative fight happens in upper parts of the crystallized mountains of the latter location. There is a certain elegance to this Elder Dragon. Its impressive, huge, wide wings tell players what's the main threat of this fight. Sharp, destructive wind. Kushala Daora can conjure massive tornadoes that dramatically restrict players' movement, forcing them back and dealing heavy damage. It can also generate a vortex directly on its own position, punishing players who overextended their combos. Often multiple wind vortices will fill the combat zone simultaneously. Kushala Daora can then hide within these storms and blast powerful gusts at the player's location. While this is already daunting in high rank, the mechanic evolves further in master rank. If tornadoes drift too close together, they merge into a single devastating super tornado. Needless to say, this fight can be quite taxing.
Oh shit.
Reducing players' room for maneuverability, regularly impeding their actions and constantly pushing them away causes frustration. Fortunately, I would not consider Kushala Daora to be very difficult. It's mostly inconvenient to fight. Players who find the wind aspect of the fight beyond frustrating can invest in windproof skill, which significantly reduces pushbacks. However, even a maximized windproof doesn't make players immune to tornadoes. Still, I find it to be a commendable way of designing your game. Developers who give players specific options to counteract various problematic mechanics or features essentially increase players' agency. The tools are there, it's simply up to the players to leverage them. Another noteworthy aspect of Elder Dragons is how their presence transforms the environment itself. While it's not very noticeable in Elder's Recess, in the Ancient Forest when Kushala Daora roams the forest, players can notice strong gusts of wind tearing through local flora. You can see it in the way bushes, foliage and trees all sway under the pressure. I like it. This effect can be noticed also with other Elder Dragons. The thunderstorm while Kirin is present, the green gloomy atmosphere when Val Hazak lurks in the Ancient Forest. It's impressive. Speaking of Val Hazak, this is our next target. This Elder Dragon is the source of the necrotic miasma that saturates at the lowest levels of the Rotten Vale. The introductory cinematic is great. I legitimately felt like watching a Dark Souls boss introduction. Val Hazak dwells at the very bottom of the Rotten Vale. Its visual design stands out from any other creature in the game. This creature looks like a nightmarish, partially skeletal, partly decaying dragon. I guess the ability to spread effluvium deteriorated the skin of Val Hazak. While it appears rotten, Monster Hunter's biology always follows a consistent logic grounded in reality. What do I mean by that? There are no undead monsters. Every creature that is able to spit flame, produce spikes, etc. has some kind of anatomical features which make the process somewhat believable. This is why Val Hazak stands out. It just looks like an undead dragon, while in reality this beast thrives on deadly necrotic environments. It's like it lives in symbiosis with the decay, which actually can be easily explained since the bottom of the Rotten Vale is directly the place where bioenergy stored in dead creatures get released. Val Hazak found its place within the ecosystem, where it can be an active part of it. Val Hazak is quite sturdy, even for an Elder Dragon. However, the tankiness of this monster is related mostly to its huge HP pool rather than any kind of additional armor plating. It can be surprisingly tricky to judge the difficulty of this fight. Depending on your gear, Val Hazak can feel like one of the easier Elder Dragons or one of the most challenging. Val Hazak's symbiotic relationship with effluvium makes the fight pretty challenging, as most of the dragon's abilities build up effluvial blight. Needless to say, nullberries are extremely useful. Unfortunately, with a wide range of attacks spreading necrotic mists, players will find themselves with their HP slashed in half pretty often. To offset this, developers actually reduce the damage done by most of Val Hazak's abilities. Still, if you'll read forums, this is one of the most hated enemies in the game. The in-game world already introduces a lot of impediments, and the constant fight against effluvial blight seems to be the straw that broke the camel's back for many players. As for me, it was one of my favorite fights. And it was quite easy. Many times I fought with HP slashed in half and was barely dying. Maybe I just learned the Elder Dragon's attack patterns much faster than others. It's also a good reminder that various players might struggle against different monsters, which is perfectly fine. Let's not forget there is a safety net for anyone who finds this fight overwhelmingly difficult. There's a set of armor skills that significantly slow effluvium buildup, or even grant total immunity to the blight. Once again, the developers provide options to empower the hunters. Taostra is the last of the 3 Elder Dragons on our list. Taostra is a fire-based Elder Dragon, adding lion features to its scaly exterior. It can appear in Wildspire Waste as well as Elder's Recess, but for the main assignment, players are going to fight it in the latter location. In here, Taostra appears in few places, but will always end up in a new part of the zone, deep in the molten core of the lava caverns. First of all, I really liked this monster. I actually ended up farming it quite a lot since I've decided to build my character around the armor set that drops from Taostra. It might be the easiest Elder Dragon to defeat, at least it's pretty easy to land successive strikes on Taostra. The real threat comes from its high damage potential. Of course, water and ice work wonders against the beast. Taostra likes to use fire breath attacks of varied ranges and angles, from mid-range to long range.
Oh shit.
The Elder Dragon also gradually heats itself, which makes it stronger and unlocks new attacks. It's easy to spot as Taostra fur will start to burn. Burning Taostra deals fire damage to nearby hunters, so players have to keep track of their HP while they are close to the monster. Taostra unlocks abilities to create explosive traps around the battlefield. The Elder Dragon can conjure them in various ways, by summoning them in front of itself, by running around turning its tracks into explosive spots, or by spreading a wide grid of flaming spots around itself. The thing is that Taostra can later ignite the traps, causing them to explode. This is a crucial mechanic to get right. Another devastating ability, and probably the most lethal, is the Supernova attack. Taostra flies to mid-height and channels an enormous area of effect explosion. It deals catastrophic damage and can easily wipe out unprepared hunters.
So what are we gonna do right now? Oh shit.
No!
Before we'll get further in the narrative, I want to talk about an additional Elder Dragon, Kirin. It actually appears in low rank if players attempt a specific event, however, its proper place is in the high rank. This electric unicorn forces players into a very reactive playstyle, as it often summons thunders, striking in various places. The encounter is actually quite well telegraphed, so if the player gets hit by thunder, it's mostly their own fault. I particularly enjoy the thunderous blue lines conjured by Kirin. Players have to position themselves carefully. It once again reminded me of my glorious youth raiding in WoW, when the mechanics requiring proper positioning were very popular.
Oh shit, I fucked up. Oh.
No, nice. Oh, okay.
Kirin's horn is the source of much of its power. Occasionally, the Elder Dragon will surround itself with an electric barrier that causes most attacks to bounce off harmlessly. During this phase, the horn becomes the only consistent vulnerable target. However, since Kirin is a relatively small monster, the horn is an even smaller target to hit accurately. Breaking the horn significantly reduces Kirin's combat effectiveness. With the threat of the Elder Dragons eliminated, it's time to talk about the narrative significance of players' actions and discoveries. The Elder's Recess is a region in the New World where excess bioenergy crystallizes into immense formations. This is a place of overwhelming power, with energy practically saturating the air. Naturally, it draws the most formidable monsters, the Elder Dragons themselves. The research conducted on Nergigante uncovered a surprising twist. The spiked black Elder Dragon was a natural predator of the other Elder Dragons, a species specializing in preying on other powerful monsters. The more power, the better. Naturally, it was drawn into the New World in search for prey. That's why Nergigante was hunting Zora Magdaros alongside the Research Commission. This revelation also explains the recent migration of monsters. While many creatures were moving toward the convergence of bioenergy, Nergigante was preying on them, introducing chaos across the ecosystem. It's likely Nergigante who drove the other Elder Dragons out of their hiding. Now with the threat posed by Nergigante and its kin neutralized, one question still lingers. The question that has haunted the story from the very beginning. Why has the Elder Crossing become so much frequent in recent decades? Fortunately, it appears that the Seeker and the Admiral found the answer to this question. Deep within the endless underground corridors of the Everstream, the circulatory system of the continent, pumping bioenergy to its furthest edges, the Seeker discovered a place where colossal quantities of energy are stored. A fully crystallized tunnel. Unsurprisingly, this crossroads of the Everstream lies directly underneath Elder's recess, explaining why crystals erupted through the surface in that region. The lore and world building here are leagues above the shallow characterization of the NPCs. It's such a shame that the way the story is presented to the player is so weak, because the narrative heart of Monster Hunter World beats strong. Hunters soon uncovered the cause of this unusual phenomenon. In the center of the crystallized corridors of the Everstream, at the main artery of the blood system of the continent, lies a huge cocoon. An opportunistic monster decided to hijack the bioenergy for itself, growing here for years. This is the direct cause for the abnormalities in the flow of bioenergy. And with the flow of the Everstream disturbed, it called for the Elder Dragons more often, leading to the shorter intervals between Elder Crossings. And of course, just as the hunters arrive, the creature emerges from its cocoon.
No!
This is Xenojiva, a completely new species of Elder Dragon.
Don't let it leave the nest. And I mean do not. I'll be back with help. Just do what you gotta do.
Xenojiva is the final boss of the base game. Its name, appearance and lore all hint that it might have come from another world entirely. Whether it's true or not, the decision is made to contain the dragon since it's too powerful and already inflicted irreversible damage to the ecosystem. So players are essentially asked to slay a newborn Elder Dragon, which is weird when you think about it. As befits the final boss, Xenojiva has a lot of HP, significantly more than any other high-rank monster. This makes the fight longer, which in turn tests players. Longer encounters inevitably lead to more mistakes. Xenojiva is huge. This is a proper dragon fight. I really like the otherworldly design of this creature, the multiple eye-like points on its head, the cold blue glow, and the multiple body parts which are partially transparent. There's a stark contrast between this creature and every monster you've faced up to this point. Its alien nature is further underscored by its abilities. Xenojiva breathes laser beams. There are several variations of these attacks, all relatively well telegraphed. The visual cues are clear. The creature glows briefly before unleashing each blast. Ironically, the monster's sheer size works in players' favor. In classic Dark Souls fashion, the safest place is often beneath it. While I wouldn't call it risk-free, moving under Xenojiva to target its paws and chest is quite effective. The main threats are its stomping attacks, which can deal significant damage. The Elder Dragon can use ground burst ability, creating explosions around itself. The sheer size and weight of the beast also often causes the ground to shake, which disrupts combos and movement. Tremor resistance might be useful for the fight. Xenojiva also uses a variety of area of effect attacks. When it becomes enraged, many of these moves gain explosive aftershocks, making close quarters combat extremely dangerous. That's usually your cue to back off and regroup. After dealing enough damage, the Elder Dragon spreads its wings and takes flight. Hunters must pursue it to a second arena, where the battle's next phase begins. In this stage, Xenojiva learns to leverage its wings fully, incorporating airborne attacks into its repertoire. One particularly devastating move is a ground smash dive, which threatens a huge area due to the dragon's sheer size. The second phase also tells a story. The newborn dragon, ambushed on birth, quickly gets a grasp of its surroundings, learning to use its assets to the fullest. The clumsy movement improves into confident march as the monster gets more aggressive. Xeno'jiiva is a good final boss, visually impressive, quite difficult, with a meaningful narrative background. After defeating Xeno'jiiva, Astera celebrates once again. The main assignment is finally completed. The game does, however, offer a handful of additional assignments that serve as an introduction to tempered monster hunts. I consider these more of a post-campaign epilogue, but they play an important role in preparing players for endgame content. The first assignment tasks hunters with defeating 2 tempered basil goose in the Wildspire Waste. Or should I say, basil geese? This one is one hell of a hunt, since both monsters like to follow each other, so many times players are going to fight 2 beasts at the same time. The last assignment tasks players to slay tempered Kirin. After that, the endgame opens up, inviting players to grind and attend post-launch content. Before talking about the additional content of the base Monster Hunter world, we need to address the game's biggest contradiction, the stark contrast between solo and group play. You see, Monster Hunter World is built like other modern always online live service games. There are daily login rewards aimed at convincing players to come back into the game each day. There are holiday events, sieges and various other motivators to come back and maybe group up with other people. This is a system that encourages and supports group play, which is fine. The thing is that solo experience is much different, much more demanding from players than group play.
This game is supposed to be played in multiplayer.
Yeah,
I forgot.
I agree. There's a stark contrast in how the experience differs from the single player compared to multiplayer. Even 2 people already do a huge difference.
Yeah, I agree.
We are already past Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Wilds releases. Player numbers will continue to decrease over time, resulting in less opportunities to engage in group hunts. This will force players to either get good at solo play or get frustrated. What do I mean by that? Well, Capcom chose a bold, almost rebellious design philosophy. Instead of coddling players, the game frequently punishes them. It rewards learning, observation and self-improvement over hand-holding. It's a mindset that stands in sharp contrast to today's AAA industry, where accessibility often takes center stage. Just consider how many mechanics are designed to take control away from you. Tremors, stuns, paralysis, monster roars. Losing control over your character never feels nice. Bah, most of the time it's infuriating. Dying while being stunned just boils the blood. This is a deliberate design. However, this exact design places more pressure on solo hunters. Monster Hunter World doesn't offer any traditional difficulty settings or sliders. There's only this division into ranks that works mostly as a progression mechanic only partially related to difficulty. If players really want to play with difficulty of certain content, they have a choice to either engage with crafting, min-maxing their build, getting stronger in the process, or simply teaming up with other players. Capcom tries to balance solo play by including palicos, your trusty cat companions. They deal a bit of damage and can even distract the monster for a while. But let's be real, no matter how heroic your feline friend is, they're not a match for a real human teammate. As a result, solo hunts require constant focus. The upside? They offer an unmatched learning experience. Every failure is yours, and so is every hard-earned victory.
Just try to attack them.
Group hunts on the other hand are usually more relaxed. There's more room for mistakes, and the difficulty scales but not quite enough to match the full power of 4 well-coordinated hunters. That said, 1 or 2 weaker players can sneak through, and from my experience the Monster Hunter community is surprisingly chill. I've rarely seen players lash out when someone faints too many times and causes the hunt to fail. Teaming up with strangers works well most of the time. But beware, the most difficult monsters will absolutely steamroll random groups. These fights often demand real skill, game knowledge, and sometimes even proper coordination. So the proper question to ask is, which mode is the proper Monster Hunter World experience? Is it solo play or group play? Is this weird duality of combat model the desirable result? If so, then frustration will be the natural outcome for some players. Let me tell you the full story of my brother's first Rathalos solo hunt. It naturally happened on low rank, as it was the main assignment mission. I think it's safe to say that both my brother and myself were still newbies in Monster Hunter World. Back in that time, we were hunting together a lot, only completing few assignments solo, as the main story quests have this inconvenient barrier which prevents seamless play. More on that later. I was definitely more hooked on Monster Hunter, so I used to play more alone, but my brother's combat experiences came mostly from our two-man hunts. This lack of solo background kicked him really hard on that Rathalos quest. First of all, Rathalos by itself is a demanding and hard encounter, taking the fight into the skies on multiple occasions, spitting fireballs and in general being a nuisance. Additional problems appeared in later stages of the fight. You see, the narrative Rathalos encounter is guaranteed to have Rathian spawned in the same location, which then gets called into the fray by Rathalos. Essentially, at some point, the encounter changes from already tough 1v1 to 1v2. There are easy ways of dealing with these problems, like shooting Dankpod at the additional monster to send it away. However, for a newbie, this might not be an outright realization. This experience almost traumatized my brother. I remember him messaging me something like, "I think I'm done with this game." And listen, this is a dedicated gamer. A guy that finished Dark Souls trilogy multiple times. A huge nerd able to spend thousands of hours in various 4X games. My point being, he is a knowledgeable and dedicated player. Yet being pushed around by Rathalos and Rathian, getting continuously stunned, poisoned, burned and obliterated broke him. That's because of the punishing feedback, which is leagues different between solo and group play. The timing was also pretty unfortunate, as Rathalos proves to be quite a big difficulty spike. In the end, we pushed through the fight together, which led to a great brotherly adventure. I know that struggling in Monster Hunter opens up the gates for the get good mentality. I'm not necessarily against the get good mantra. For me, it was always a call for self-growth and self-betterment, not putting others down. And what a better game to get good at? Monster Hunter World provides astonishingly wide array of methods, systems and mechanics for players to take advantage of. There's a lot to learn. It's actually fantastic. I just want to point out the problem that might occur for many players. We live in times where accessibility is spoon-fed almost forcefully to wide gaming audiences. So harsh fighting conditions and a great deal of personal responsibility might deter many players. Still, I believe Monster Hunter World does the complexity right. What it doesn't do right is placing those convoluted restrictions on story missions. You see, if two players want to experience the whole story together, then they won't be able to join quests for their partner as they wish. Capcom implemented a rule where both players must see the mission's intro cutscene, usually a monster reveal, before they can join up. It's clunky, unnecessary and totally disrupts the flow of co-op play.
Based.
Everything at your disposal.
Okay,
Great work,
I'm gonna run away.
There they
You can
go
check out
again.
if you can join
Always
me.
gotta be first.
Yep.
We all saw
And
how-
if you not by SOS, by normal
What's that
means.
wind?
Yup. I
Okay.
can.
There are many other ways to resolve this problem. For example, just play the cutscene once both players reach the monster's location. Sure, it'd mean unskippable scenes for everyone, but at least it wouldn't block multiplayer entirely. That's a better trade-off in my opinion. The differences in solo hunts versus group hunts result in this divide between the two systems. The game still remains complex, inviting players to self-improve and discover more about combat mechanics. However, it's undeniable that solo content is harder, placing greater responsibility on lone hunter. Group play is fun, easier, opening up various new methods of interaction. To answer my question, I believe the duality of combat experiences is the most desirable result. It offers players options. Hunters craving for challenge can opt for solo hunts, while the ones focused on a little bit more relaxed experiences can look for group hunts. The flaw of this approach is the lack of proper crossover between the hardships of the solo play into the group play. It might feel like the game is punishing players for not having friends. In the end, I believe the split between solo and co-op is here to stay. Despite its quirks, and there are definitely a few that could be ironed out, it creates two distinct and equally valid ways to play. While I personally lean more towards the hardcore challenge yourself playstyle, I cannot defy the attractiveness of slaying monsters with friends or even random players.
Wychodzi wielka świnia.
Oh!
Oh yeah!
Similar to Dark Souls series, group play can be treated like a more relaxed approach to the game, an easy mode of sorts. While for the hardcore crowd, the solo experience is the way to go. Before Iceborne made its debut, Monster Hunter World was already a robust experience, meticulously developed by Capcom. The game received a wealth of post-launch content drops. Well, it's a grindy game, so it's obvious that the new additions would only prolong the life cycle of the experience. When it came to new monsters, the fearsome Deviljho was the first to arrive, but soon after, two more formidable creatures joined the hunt. Kulvei Tauroth, a massive golden lizard, got introduced for a special event. A siege where up to 4 groups of players are working in co-op to get the beast down. Unfortunately, this fight does not scale with player numbers, and there's almost no one who attempts Kulvei Tauroth sieges right now since the endgame is related to Iceborne expansion. Thankfully, a master rank version was later introduced, bringing with it proper scaling and a reinvigorated challenge. Lunastra is another new monster. It's a female counterpart to Taostra, an azure-coated elder dragon with slightly different features. The fight is also very challenging. Borrowing few attacks from its male counterpart, Lunastra also hosts few impressive abilities of her own. She reignites the need for cold drinks, cloaking herself in searing flames and actively raising the ambient temperature, effectively reintroducing the heat mechanic from Elder's Recess, this time directly tied to a monster. Her blue flame attacks are more devastating than Taostra's, and the encounter demands keen spatial awareness. Lunastra scorches the battlefield with persistent fire zones, severely restricting movement. Her signature move is a brutal supernova, engulfing the arena in continuous blue flame, dealing immense damage over time. Escaping its range is difficult, making it a deadly trap for unprepared hunters. There is also a very cool mechanic for scenarios where Taostra and Lunastra are both present on the battlefield. They can join forces, casting an even stronger supernova. This thing is deadly. There are 2 more meaningful content packs that were added into the game before Iceborne launched. Unfortunately, both are focusing on cross-promotion events. I say unfortunately because I'm so done with video games using this cheap marketing ploy of cross-promoting various popular titles. My main gripe with cross-promotion is that it takes away from immersion. It dilutes the strength of your own world for a cheap popularity contest. At least Capcom puts an effort and creates somewhat engaging content out of it, committing to the events with meaningful rewards. One such collaboration brought none other than Geralt of Rivia into the new world. I remember the event being a major moment for the community. Capcom used Geralt's exact model from The Witcher 3 and replicated the atmosphere with impressive attention to detail, music from CD Projekt Red's game, and the return of Doug Cockle as Geralt's voice.
Tell you what, happen to be a monster slayer of sorts myself, so venture to say I could take care of your problem in the woods.
For many players, this was a dream crossover, an engaging what-if scenario. For me, however, it felt like a watered-down version of The Witcher 3 with Hunt. You see, I had finished CD Projekt's fabulous games years ago. Bah, I did it on Deathmarch difficulty, which will be relevant in a minute. The story goes like this. Alessian bridges a portal into the new world, and Geralt follows in pursuit. The tonal disconnect is immediately noticeable. Geralt's stern demeanor clashes awkwardly with Monster Hunter's cheerful, almost cartoonish NPCs.
Must have been magic of some kind that brought me to this world. Great.
Magic? In our world? This is like something out of a fairy tale.
In the special assignment, you are locked into playing as Geralt. While you can switch weapon types, you're given a fixed build with a set of tools and consumables. The quest adopts mechanics from The Witcher 3, including track-following investigations and dialogue trees that resemble its conversation system. All of those additional steps, music, or the original voice actor get utilized to invoke nostalgia and produce an experience which could be an homage to The Witcher 3. And there are probably hundreds, thousands of people who see it that way. Fine. Unfortunately, for me, it's like a flavorful yet hollow experience. People who played Witcher 3 can almost instantly recognize that the monster we are hunting is a Lesion. Even though there are conversation branches, the writing is very basic. Worse, the event is entirely self-contained. It has no long-term consequence for your hunter or the world. Geralt vanishes once the mission ends, making it hard to feel truly invested.
Ooh, that's really strong. Okay. And the music from the original Witcher. Cool. Damn.
The Lesion fight, on the other hand, is quite demanding. It was designed to operate within the rules of Monster Hunter while taking attacks and abilities from The Witcher 3. Lesion summons deadly flocks of birds. It can summon sharp brutes in few varied patterns, dealing high amounts of damage. Claw attacks can cause bleed, adding another threatening factor into the encounter. Thankfully, Geralt is well equipped. His HP gradually regenerates, which is a godsend, as the Lesion is an aggressive and relentless foe. And it's the murderous tenacity of the relic monster that was the source of challenge and frustration for me. Damn. I'll admit, with enough practice, Lesion is perfectly beatable. Geralt's foe gives players few occasions to recuperate during encounters, especially in the last phase of the fight. The monster is very fast and teleports constantly. It's really hard to escape into safety, especially since flocks of birds clip through terrain, going through obstacles. This is simply bad design. Imagine my surprise when I got carted while hiding deep within a cave corridor and birds struck me down through the wall.
Jesus Christ!
Lesion is a challenging enemy. The mission is advertised as being balanced for Witcher 3's Death March difficulty. Well, I have finished Witcher 3 on Death March and I don't consider that difficulty option to be very challenging. As soon as player discovers the rhythm of combat, which is 2 fast strikes into dodge, they can easily deal with 90% of opponents. So the warning is not accurate. The Lesion in Monster Hunter is far tougher and more punishing.
You fainted.
There's also an Ancient Lesion event quest where you can use your own character. It's designed for multiplayer with a massive health pool that makes soloing impractical. Both hunts reward players with materials that can be used to craft Witcher armor and Witcher layered armor. So if you want to look like Geralt or Ciri, this is something for you. The cool thing is that there are also sword and shield and dual sword weapon upgrades related to this content. Overall, I'm not a big fan of the Witcher themed event in Monster Hunter world, but I can't deny the charm and effort Capcom put into replicating the feel of The Witcher 3. In contrast, I thoroughly enjoyed the other crossover. The dive into Final Fantasy Bestiary felt much closer tonally and visually to the world of Monster Hunter. This update sends players to fight against Behemoth, an iconic Final Fantasy monster appearing in many games of the franchise. Once more, we are greeted with great attention to details, the music, visuals of the new additions, and even the font of damage numbers. It all builds this distinctive feeling of the content update. This time, visitors from Eorzea appear in the new world. The hunter is tasked to investigate various interferences in the Wildspire Waste. This content pack introduces Cactuars into the zone, creatures known from Final Fantasy franchise. However, after the content dropped, the Cactuars became a permanent addition into the Wildspire Waste. So nowadays, every player, even without attempting DLC, can find those little creatures hidden in the desert. The crossover features a mini questline. It begins with a mysterious crystal appearing in the desert, only for a mischievous Kuliaku to steal it. What follows is a surprisingly tough fight against the empowered bird Wyvern. Then we are properly introduced to the star of the crossover, the Behemoth. First encounter is a trial battle. It ends prematurely, serving mainly as an introduction of the enemy and its mechanics. It's the next mission where we are finally able to defeat the enemy. Behemoth has a fixed health pool and is clearly designed for coordinated multiplayer. Behemoth fixates on one player who becomes a tank. This mechanic is reminiscent of the Final Fantasy XIV MMORPG roots, where groups operate around having a designated healer, DPS and a tank. tank should use a shield and have high defenses. Drawing monsters aggro allows the rest of the players to focus on dealing damage. Another neat feature, Behemoth's attacks are telegraphed. Players are warned before major abilities land. Meteors fall from the sky, and his Charybdis ability move spawns tornadoes that demand precise positioning. It again brought back memories of my raiding days in World of Warcraft. Charybdis requires player attention. If they won't react in time, they'll spawn tornado in a very inconvenient locations. At certain moments, Behemoth enters an enraged state, summoning comets that leave rocks on the field. This is critical, because eventually he casts Ecliptic Meteor, and one should move unless you hide behind the comets. It's intense and highly memorable.
There!
Get behind the boulders.
Overall, I found this fight to be much more in spirit of Monster Hunter World, while still adding various distinct mechanics. Maybe it's because I haven't played Final Fantasy in years, so it felt fresh. I truly believe that Behemoth implementation just works better with the feel of Monster Hunter. Plus, it also gives players strong rewards. I completely understand why developers opt for cross-promotion events. They build hype, draw in fans from other franchises, and generate buzz. But in Monster Hunter's case, I'd personally prefer original monsters or returning classics over external IPs. That's exactly what Iceborne delivered in its post-launch content. But that's a story for later. Lastly, Monster Hunter World's base endgame offered players the ability to augment fully upgraded weapons. Though different from the Iceborne system, it's less relevant today. High rank is now just a stepping stone in your hunter's journey, therefore it's a skippable system. There were also tempered and arch-tempered monsters, amped up versions of existing threats. At one point, they were the pinnacle of challenge. But for most players today, they no longer represent the true endgame. It's hardly justifiable to grind long hours trying to beat the strongest challenges of the base game. The whole new expansion awaits.
Oh, I mounted it.
What? What? Oh shit!
Hello, Rapier. But I guess. Oh shit! Move!
Let's go. Whoop.
Shit. Let's get rid of that fat tail. Yes, I managed to climb it. I'm out of it. That's like an attack from Dark Souls. Do you have anything? I'm shooting him in the head.
Yep, go for it.
Basil goose. Shit.
Oh, okay.
Jesus. That's gonna be that AoE. Yeah. No.
The Iceborne expansion nearly doubles the amount of content found in the base game. Jumping into this DLC feels almost like starting Monster Hunter World anew.
Come on.
The introductory quest centers around our hunter and the handler investigating strange Legiana sightings in the ancient forest, an odd location for these creatures. It turns out the sightings are legitimate. A full flock of Legiana are migrating through the area, drawn towards the sea by a mysterious screeching sound, which the handler intriguingly refers to as singing.
Is it the wind? No, that's not it. Is that singing?
Naturally, the investigation continues aboard the 3rd Fleet's airship. After a lengthy flight, the expedition discovers a vast unexplored landmass concealed within thick fog. This place is the Hoarfrost Reach, a new winter-themed location. This is where the Commission establishes a new base of operations, Seliana. Seliana becomes the new central hub for hunters. While players can still return to Astera, I found Seliana's layout far more user-friendly. Gone are the wooden bridges and vertical sprawl. Seliana is compact, accessible, and primarily laid out on a single level, making navigation and understanding its layout refreshingly simple. The courtyard becomes the natural center of Seliana. Everything essential, smithy, bounties, the canteen, the provisions shop, is clustered around it. At the very center stands the quest board. Eventually, the Melder relocates to Seliana too, placing her alchemy bowls just a few steps away. Capcom clearly learned from player feedback. The botanical research and argosy are now represented by a single NPC, streamlining their use. Players no longer need to return to the homestead just to customize their palico or manage Tail Raider squads. Both stalls are close to the courtyard, allowing players to tinker with their companions or dispatch Tail Raiders seamlessly. The homestead also got an upgrade. This time, players are able to customize it with various cosmetic rewards, choosing the core and visual themes of their home. Seliana introduces two new side activities to break up the monster hunting routine. Steamworks represents another way of farming resources. This time, those aren't monster parts, but rare tools like mega potions, trunk bombs, armor spheres, barrel bombs, etc. You know, actual utility items. Steamworks offers also few specific items, which gives it unique value. This is a guessing minigame, where player has to guess the correct sequence of pressing valves. Of course, on the internet you can find few guides meticulously crafting every aspect of Steamworks mechanics. However, for most players it seems to be random. Sometimes you'll be able to get the sequence, sometimes it won't work out.
The only thing I'm losing is the fuel that I do not care about.
Full sequences yield better rewards, so do streaks of sequences. In the meantime, each action fills up Steam gauge, which then goes up few levels. At the max level, when the meter fills up, Steamworks go into overdrive, completing the run. Rewards are based on how well player did in the run, how many streaks and sequences they got right. Fuel powers the Steamworks. It accumulates passively during expeditions, but players can also convert materials into fuel to accelerate the process. The second new feature is unlocked through the Linian Researcher in Seliana, a photography-based observation minigame. Players receive a camera, which then should be used to capture a photo of specific target from specific angle, usually performing a specified task or emote. It's a quirky, light-hearted side activity with minimal rewards, but it adds personality and depth to the world. With its sheer scope and volume of new content, Iceborne feels like a breath of fresh, frosty air. It revitalizes the core experience with new monsters, gear, locations, mechanics, and of course, weapons and armor sets. And oh, those armor sets, they are genuinely stunning. Master Rank, a new difficulty tier exclusive to Iceborne, reshuffles the monster roster and resets the power curve. Players start once again at the bottom of the food chain. This time, hunting old monsters offers a more interesting take on their armor sets. First of all, they look much better than the high rank versions. They offer a lot more skills per armor part, which makes build making wildly entertaining. We get much more than simple recolors. There are new helmets and chest pieces. Rarely are there any goofy looking sets. Most of them were designed to look either majestic, badass, or at least somewhat realistic. I deeply enjoy this direction. Master Rank provides players with an opportunity to start over from the bottom of the ladder for the second time. And this is a very crucial opportunity, especially for the developers, as they have to figure out a way to make it different and more interesting than previous two times. Yet again, players fight the known monsters, however, there are new creatures added into the mix. Capcom reinvigorates the game world by adding new creatures, not only to the new location, but also to previous zones. This soft reboot prevents power creep. Instead of introducing monsters stronger than Elder Dragons to challenge endgame players, Capcom rebalances the game by resetting expectations. The result is a second chance to learn, adapt and explore. Each new monster is not only a new threat, but a new opportunity for discovery. Their behaviors, abilities and visuals push Capcom's legendary creature design even further.
Yes, finally.
Oh yeah. Okay. There we
Okay,
go.
Diablos, yeah.
Another way of refreshing the old comes in the form of introducing new abilities to known monsters. There are many surprises awaiting for veterans of the new world. Tobikadashi develops a more advanced electrification phase.
What the hell is... Ooh. He didn't do that before. Okay, that's something new. I mean, his fur was getting electrified like a little bit before this. This is new.
Paolumu performs frantic jumping attacks while airborne. Similarly, Gyriatodus unlocked a new frantic jump ability. This surprise factor only strengthens already impressive monster design. It also provides a reason to re-explore previously known locations.
Okay. That was a new ability. He wasn't doing that before. Yeah, that's new. That's new.
Master Rank gear offers improved stats and more skills, so various old monster armor sets might be even more desirable now. Interestingly, with all of the novelty and improvements, Iceborne faced a fair share of criticism for its steep difficulty spike. Entering Master Rank proved to be quite a difficult and daunting task. The low-level monsters open up the threat ladder at health pools close to high rank's Xenojiva's HP, which is 15k scaled up for single player. Single player Great Jagras on Master Rank rocks the HP of around 12k. Add to that new attack patterns and generally higher damage output, and we end up with quite challenging and most importantly long fights. For many decently geared high-rank players accustomed to rapid hunts, Master Rank opens with surprisingly arduous encounters. I think it was done this way to provide challenge for the base game veterans, re-establishing the core gameplay experience. Iceborne sets the boundaries again. Encounters last longer and encourage full use of game mechanics, weakness targeting, picking the right damage types, reinforcing elemental resistances, all of which were often overlooked due to high damage builds during late game high rank hunts. Iceborne's Master Rank resets the status quo, and I actually like it. That's also why Capcom introduced the Defender weapon line, overpowered tools designed to carry new players swiftly through low and high rank so they could access Iceborne faster. Ironically, this shortcut often becomes a curse. New players who skipped mastering the game's core systems now face Iceborne's steep challenge unprepared. To be clear, I see the value in the design sort of gating the access to the Master Rank. This way it becomes a test of skill, or at least test of gear. In gear-based game, it makes perfect sense. It incentivizes staying in top brackets of high rank for a little bit longer. Players can polish their build, gear, and maybe even refine their playstyle. I see it as a boon, but I'm not blind to the fact that it's also quite an impediment in accessing the whole new expansion. Still, I've entered Hoarfrost Reach in high rank Elder Dragon armor and I managed to do fine. Fortunately, once you craft your first pieces of Master Rank gear, the difficulty curve evens out. Multiplayer can ease the journey, though dwindling player numbers may make that harder in the distant future. Another smart addition in Iceborne is the introduction of monster variants, subspecies of familiar creatures, usually using attacks relying on completely different element. Let's be honest, it's a cost-efficient way of introducing novelty, risking an already existing enemies, reusing animations, adding few tweaks here and there. Ha! You would think so. While the part on cost efficiency and time efficiency is definitely true, Capcom proves that they truly care about their craft. Subspecies are not just mere reskins. These variants have distinct visual traits, brand new abilities, and often completely different elemental affinities. Fulgur Anjanath spits out paralyzing projectiles while slowly electrifying itself.
Oh yeah.
Viper Tobikadashi uses poison spikes to inflict new, stronger poison ailments. Nightshade Paolumu introduces a whole new mechanic of moving gas clouds. Thanks to these innovations, encounters feel distinctively different. Every variant monster comes with its own gear trees, further enhancing build-making options. The new zone, Hoarfrost Reach, is quite a dangerous and inhospitable new area. Developers once again lean into the world building by introducing inconveniences. The The new location is ruled by frosty gusts of wind. Therefore, if hunters want to preserve the basic functions of their stamina bar, they need to be equipped with hot drinks. It's a very minuscule impediment since the herbs used for hot drinks grow near every campsite. However, it adds one more thing to keep track of. This time, the narrative revolves around the eerie song and Velkana, a majestic ice elder dragon. Once again, the ecosystem of the new world is threatened. New monsters emerge and known ones show different behaviors. It falls to the research commission to explore new parts of the world and discover the meaning behind this new phenomenon. The writing has improved. For the first time, NPCs show more depth. Characters make decisions driven by personal motivations rather than plot necessity. The handler has personal stakes in the story. She discovers a greater connection with the tracker. The field team leader grapples with his insecurities as he's thrust into a leadership role. This is a step in the right direction. The writing is still not ideal, but it most certainly got better than the base game. With that being said, I think it's time to go through the Master Rank story in detail. Iceborne opens with yet another curious spin in the ecosystem. The screeching song, reminiscent of a powerful gust of wind, becomes the first narrative anchor driving the plot forward. Most objectives still primarily serve as backdrops for hunting new monsters. However, the writers introduce more tangible events that fluently connect the characters to the world, creating a stronger sense of place and purpose. Hoarfrost Reach, the new location, is one of the biggest, if not the biggest zone in the game. Initially, players gain access only to a small portion of the map. The intention behind this is for the zone to gradually unfold through the player's story progression. Thanks to this design, the area remains engaging and consistently feels fresh throughout the expansion's duration. On its own, this strategy might not have been sufficient to maintain variety, but by populating all the regions with new monsters, there's enough content to keep players thoroughly satisfied. The first foray into Hoarfrost Reach greets the hunter with 4 large open zones meant to serve as combat arenas, interconnected by winding pathways and mountain corridors. Players are introduced to the new fauna and flora, new minerals and bone types. Hoarfrost Reach is a home to various critters, small monsters and Boa Boa, a new faction of helpers similar to Gajalaka from High Rank. Some of the newly introduced small monsters can actually pose a significant challenge to hunters. Wolves in particular are aggressive and opportunistic predators. They usually appear in groups encircling their prey. Similar to some other small monsters, they can help hunters while fighting against some large monsters, jumping on knockdown foe. However, when the player becomes their target, wolves quickly turn into a real menace. They possess this ability to jump on top of a hunter, mauling and biting them. It's quite hard to shake them off. Getting pinned down during an encounter with a large monster can be disastrous. Narrative progression gradually unlocks parts of Hoarfrost Reach. The zone opens up to wide snowy plains, transitioning into shattered ice cliffs. Eventually, a mountainous region opens, revealing the frozen lair of an elder dragon at the northern end of the map. This one location offers a decent portion of ice-themed variety. Players can explore frozen caves, some small and tied to rare resources or hidden campsites. Hoarfrost Reach contains a wealth of potential campsites waiting to be uncovered. It strongly enforces the feeling of taming the land, making gradual progress in the cold environment. Beneath the surface lies an intricate network of ice caverns whose deepest sections exhibit a fluvial overgrowth reminiscent of the Rotten Vale. The hot drink mechanic signifies the harsh, unwelcoming environment of the Icelands. It's present from the first visit in Hoarfrost Reach. Our hunter and the handler are tasked with finding a safe landing spot for the airship. Of course, this is just an excuse to force players into fighting the introductory monster of Iceborne, Biotodus.
Okay.
Biotodus is a piscine wyvern that borrows its animation skeleton from Georiatodus and Lavasioth. This one, however, swims through deep snow. The main mechanic here is that, to force it out of hiding, player must break the snow caps on its head, back and tail. Once Biotodus emerges, it becomes significantly more vulnerable. Not being able to move swiftly, the beast clearly struggles, being more open to damage.
Break the legs.
However, while it struggles, it's not defenseless. Damaging its legs is the most effective way to inflict serious harm. While partially submerged in snow, Biotodus behaves like a snow shark, with its long horn sticking out giving away its position. I like how Capcom designed this monster to incorporate sharp edges with shark-like behavior. Biotodus is most dangerous when fully submerged. It can rapidly charge the player's location, briefly erupting from the snow or unleashing a devastating area of effect attack with an impressive damage radius. Although it's the first fight of Iceborne, it's exceptionally well crafted. Even though Master Rank resets the power curve, these initial encounters in Hoarfrost Reach feel markedly more complex than entry-level enemies from the new world. Defeating Biotodus allows the Research Commission to set up a new base of operation. Seliana. I've already talked about the new hub, so let's move forward. Similarly to what happened in Astera, first assignments focus on securing Seliana, opening up trade routes, etc. Legiana investigation must wait. It's during the expedition that hunters discover another new monster, Banbaro. I absolutely love this creature. Banbaro is a huge brute wyvern, a very sturdy target coated with thick white fur, 2 large horns and long white tail. First of all, the design is superb. I like when designers take various anatomical features and create a monster that's unlike anything we could observe in the real world. What is it? What is that face? A huge sheep? Nah, not so much. Banbaro, despite its tankiness, provides impressive deal of feedback for players' actions. Hunters can break beasts' horns, very important body part to break, as well as the legs, which knock the monster down. Tail is severable. Banbaro is dangerous, but it's also immensely rewarding, offering a real sense of progression as the battle unfolds. Its horns are Banbaro's primary weapon. The creature often charges, attempting to impel its foes. The real threat, however, comes from the terrain itself. After being discovered, Banbaro can appear in every major region of the game. Using its strong, huge horns, the brute wyvern charges at the player, scooping parts of the terrain into the horns. It can form into a huge pile of dirt, which then becomes a boulder that gets pushed by the beast and later can be even launched at target location. If you fight Banbaro in forest, then it can uproot a tree, which makes this attack much harder to dodge since the tree covers wider area during charges. Fighting Banbaro in Elder's Recess in lava corridors transforms the boulder into a ball of magma. This way, Banbaro can deal additional types of damage, adding Fire Element and Fire Blight into the mix. Hunters who encounter Banbaro at wetlands should be aware of the dirt bombs that can cause water blight. This is such an ingenious design. Banbaro adds new elements to the fight based on the combat arena. This way, choosing the right place to fight the monster becomes even more strategical. Breaking the horns, which have to be broken one by one, makes the fight much easier. I particularly love this encounter for several reasons. The distinctive visual design, the satisfying sense of feedback, and of course, the signature horn charge. Overall, it's a relatively straightforward battle, yet with this one defining mechanic, it becomes unforgettable. It proves you don't always need to stack endless layers of complexity to create a lasting impression. With Seliana secure and fully operational, the commander decides to return to Astera. The field team leader is promoted to oversee the settlement on the frozen frontier. Finally, some emotions are being shown. Field team leader is uncertain whether it's the right choice. He is afraid of failing. After all, leading an entire settlement with all of its resources, inhabitants and hunters is a great responsibility. It's a gratifying example of real character growth and the first time NPCs actually undergo meaningful change. I cannot overstate how glad I was to finally see a glimpse of emotions instead of cheap grunts, pats and decisive looks. Finally! The time has come to resume the Legiana investigation, which takes us into the frozen tunnels beneath Hoarfrost Reach. Here we encounter our first variant monster, Viper Tobikadashi, a subspecies of the regular Tobikadashi, this time specializing in poison. I have to commend Capcom for crafting those intricate atmospheric introductory cutscenes. The first look at Viper Tobikadashi is scary. Players suddenly discovered that they were being stalked by this shady, huge predator, ready to pounce at any time. Viper Tobikadashi exemplifies Capcom's approach to monster variations. This is not just a mere lazy reskin. This monster actually specializes in inflicting two various ailments. Bites can cause paralysis, while the spikes on its fur and especially tail can inflict poison. It can even launch these spikes as projectiles. This fight stands out because it introduces many players to the concept of upgraded ailments, or second stage debuffs. Viper Tobikadashi is one of the few enemies capable of inflicting upgraded poison, a damage over time blight that eats through your health much faster than standard poison. This was my first noticeable roadblock on Master rank. My initial clash against Viper Tobikadashi ended in failure. I wasn't prepared for such a huge influx of damage over time. Breaking Monster's tail helps introducing the poison threat, so that's the first lesson. But as always, learning its attack patterns is the surest path to victory. It's not a threat if you know how to avoid it. Still, just to be sure, I ended up adding poison resistance skill to my gear for this hunt, which is a valid thing to do. The game is built around this kind of stuff, adjusting your equipment to counter your opponent's strengths. Master rank compelled me to adapt more frequently than I ever needed to in high rank. A reasonably skilled player could often brute force their way through most high rank encounters with minimal preparation. Well, that's also partially the beauty of this system. Being well prepared can make a world of difference in approaching hunts. At the same time, skilled players have the flexibility to strip away defensive skills to maximize damage once they are confident in their abilities. After defeating Viper Tobikadashi, the Hunter and the Handler are joined by the Tracker. Together they discover an old ship frozen deep beneath Hoarfrost Reach. This vessel turns out to be older even than the first fleet, suggesting that some explorers made it here before the research commission had sent first ships. The Tracker finds a peculiar shard and a manuscript within the ship's wreckage. Curiously enough, the Handler reveals that she was presented with a similar shard years ago by her grandfather. It is stipulated that this new kind of material has something to do with the ominous song. The Handler and the Tracker decide to investigate the matter further together. It seems likely that the Tracker knew the Handler's grandfather personally. This moment is another example of the story finally creating personal stakes for supporting characters. From this point on, the relationship between the Handler and the Tracker deepens. They grow closer, bound by shared purpose and history. This is what we lacked in the base game of Monster Hunter World. An actual event that would engage characters in a personal way. Something that would reveal parts of their characters, their backstories, and force them to make decisions. In a rather unexpected turn, the Handler and the Tracker join forces to search for answers. Our Hunter is briefly joined by a new companion, the Serious Handler. I clearly remember my brother bursting in laughter at this point as he said, "Finally there is something interesting happening in the story and it's gonna happen off screen." You see, while the Handler and the Tracker investigate the matter further, our character is recalled to Astera to resolve few issues, which means hunt new monsters. It's clear that our character plays a role of a guard, a combat veteran, a muscle. While this is understandable, I still think that the story would have benefited from placing players directly into a more narrative-heavy mission. Astera has issues with two new monster subspecies appearing in nearby biomes. Player has to deal with both of them in order to progress. This is the point where the developers cleverly reintroduce players to older locations, reminding them that Master Rank populates these areas with fresh challenges. Of course, you could have revisited them earlier, but Capcom ensures there's a clear incentive to return. A move that I strongly appreciate. I'm so tired of modern games discarding older content when the newest shiny thing drops. Iceborne presents the right way of keeping the world cohesive and rewarding.
And there it is. Hey. Let's see what you can do.
Nightshade Paolumu introduces a fantastic mechanic where it spreads clouds of sleep-inducing gas. Then it can move the gas by either exhaling strong gusts of wind or inhaling the gas.
So you can change the locations of the clouds. That's interesting.
It turns the combat arena into a dynamic obstacle course, which is incredibly refreshing. This is such an imaginative gameplay mechanic. It feels like Capcom designers really show off their creative potential with Iceborne. The Coral Puke Puke transforms the familiar poison-themed mechanics into a ferocious, water-based combat experience. It's yet another example of the wild creativity and artistry in Monster Hunter's creature design. Coral Puke Puke can spit water balls at players. However, designers also gave this beast an ability to unleash thin, high-pressure water blades.
That's so cool. I mean, yeah, of course, why didn't we see this sooner? In reality, high-pressure water jets are used to slice through concrete and other resilient materials. Incorporating this phenomenon into the game feels like a natural and inspired choice. But that's not all. Capcom's developers play with the idea even more. During an attack, Coral Puke Puke folds its tongue mid-spray to split the pressurized water into two blades, covering wider arc. It's just awesome, and it works incredibly well for gameplay, introducing impressive attacks that are hard to dodge. The bloated tail is also used as a water hose. Puke Puke playfulness doesn't end there. The creature can perform an attack where it lifts slightly into the air and flails its tail like an uncontrolled water hose, slowly tracing broader circles on the ground. What? What? This monster connects the great ideas with this playful spirit and makes it work so well within the constraints of the game's systems. Top tier design. Thanks to the new additions, Iceborne redistributes content into the whole game. This way, Master Ranks becomes the final, complete version of the game, building upon the base game's strong foundations. After a brief visit in Astera, our hunter comes back to the Frostlands. Here we are tasked with regrouping with the handler and the tracker, but first a new monster emerges. Barioth became my second major progression wall. This creature represents a noticeable spike in difficulty. Barioth is nimble and relentlessly aggressive. There is rarely a safe spot while lingering around it. It has a wide tail swipe, can perform quick tackles to its sides. Barioth can also close the gap between itself and the player really fast. This creature likes to lunge at players. There is one special jump attack where it lands on top of player's position, dealing massive amounts of damage. There is a very short window of opportunity to dodge this ability. Hunters need to be exceptionally aware during the encounter. Barioth's main elements are ice and wind. Similarly to Kushala Daora, this monster uses mechanics which prove to be very inconvenient for players. The saber-toothed flying wyvern can cast very strong wind projectiles as well as create small tornadoes. The wind attacks can also cause Ice Blight, which is an additional punishment to an already punishing attack. Barioth is a very demanding beast. Its fast tenacious attacks leave no safe spots for players. This monster is dangerous both on close and long distances. However, players who are able to break few of its body parts, like claws or teeth, can regain partial control over the fight. Barioth is one of the monsters that showcases clear weaknesses after breaking its combat tools. Defeating Barioth leads to a reunion with the handler and the tracker. Yet the relief is short-lived, as the group is ambushed by an ice elder dragon, Velkana. It seems Velkana's scales might be those mysterious slabs the handler received from her grandfather. For now, the group has to split. The tracker remains in the frozen wilderness, seeking answers, while the hunter and the handler pursue the elder dragon, which seems to be flying to the new world. At this point, it becomes clear that the tracker is gradually becoming a mentor figure to the handler. In the new world, Velkana tracks lead to an encounter with another new monster, Nargacuga. Excuse me for calling some monsters new, when the fitting word should be returning. For me, a new player in the Monster Hunter franchise, all monsters are new. However, to be exact, many monsters in Iceborne, and even the base Monster Hunter world, are returning creatures from previous generations of the franchise. Think of it as a roster of Pokemon in each new game. Some are brand new, some return, and some are unholy variations. Nargacuga is another fast, agile, and relentless adversary. Speed and positioning are absolutely critical in this fight. Expect a flurry of quick attacks and relentless movement around the arena. Nargacuga's surprise weapon is its tail. It can grow feather-like sharp spikes. The monster sprays arena with the projectiles. Getting hit by those inflicts bleeding. Getting clipped by tail swipes can also open severe wounds. Developers added a clear window of opportunity to deal damage in this fight. You see, after Nargacuga slams its tail into the ground, if there are spikes left on it, it will get stuck, providing a few seconds to deal free damage to the monster. Striking the wings is also a good idea, since breaking those staggers the monster for a brief moment. Jump on him, yes.
Nice.
I'm out of him.
Nice. You also kinda saved me. So thank you for that.
No problem. Pure skill, that was all planned.
Overall, this is a straightforward, fast-paced battle. Definitely one of the less memorable fights compared to the rest of the expansion. From this point onward, players begin their special investigation for Velkhana tracks. At the same time, the Elder Dragon can briefly appear during quests or expeditions, swooping in to fight for a short period of time and then escape. It feels as though the developers wanted to establish Velkhana as a constant looming threat. The brief encounters can also be used to learn few of the dragon attacks. This way, it becomes an interesting source of knowledge while still enforcing the aggressive, threatening presence in the story. Velkhana is presented as this greater threat to the whole continent, able to freeze all of the life forms in the new world. However, as is often the case, the monster fades into the background as players are tasked with hunting new creatures. The excuse given this time is that the mere presence of Velkhana combined with the haunting song led to new species emerging. Players now face 3 new opponents. Glavenus is another example of wildly imaginative monster design. This brood wyvern uses its huge tail like a sword. Hunters cannot feel safe even on longer distances as the monster is capable of closing the gaps real fast with long-reaching attacks.
Ow.
Its element of choice is fire. As the battle drags on, Glavenus heats up, unleashing flame projectiles. But the most distinctive mechanic occurs when it jumps its tail into its mouth to ignite the blade at the tip. This ability is significant for 2 reasons. First, it increases damage dealt by tail swings, also adding fire element to it. The second, more immediate threat is the follow-up attack. After heating up the tail, which takes between 2 to 3 seconds, Glavenus performs a very wide spinning attack that deals massive damage.
Shield.
I found out that this is a good fight to use shield on. Guarding significantly reduces risk, allowing players to continuously stay near the monster. Naturally, severing Glavenus' tail changes the fight drastically, allowing for a more relaxed encounter.
I'm gonna go for the tail.
Tigrex is one hell of a monster. This creature specializes in damaging screeches and powerful charge attacks. Tigrex relies on brute force and ferocity during encounter. Unlike many other creatures, it doesn't wield any elemental abilities. What it does have, however, is relentless tenacity. Much like Deviljo, Tigrex is notorious for pursuing its target across entire zones. So if you don't have a spare poop shot, better start producing some. Its roar not only stuns nearby hunters, but also inflicts damage. Earplugs can be invaluable when facing this creature. Despite lacking elemental attacks, Tigrex can hurl rocks at players. Interestingly, the damage type of this attack adapts to the terrain. Volcanic ground inflicts fire damage, water areas add water damage, and icy terrain delivers ice damage. The major offensive ability of Tigrex is its charge attack. The monster tramples everything on its way in a long line before changing direction and going again. This march of death can be performed few times in consecutive manner. At the end of the trampling hysteria, Tigrex can perform either a biting attack or a spinning attack. Spin is much deadlier. This unrelenting dinosaur often chains charges together, making it extremely dangerous and leaving few openings for hunters to retaliate. In a rewarding fashion, designers made it so that if player baits Tigrex to hit an ice or a rock pillar while charging, the impact stuns it briefly, granting precious time to counterattack. Brachydios offers yet another imaginative take on the brood wyvern archetype. This monster relies on covering the ground, itself and the enemies, pretty much everything, with slime. This unstable substance can explode at Brachydios' command.
Maybe that... Whoa, 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 whoa!
Okay.
However, avoiding Beast's attack becomes the true challenge. Brachydios fights like a heavyweight boxer, relying on thunderous punches and ground-shaking slams of its massive fists. It can also coat its arms with slime by licking them, further spreading Blast Scourge. Ah yes, Brachydios spreads this new, upgraded version of Blast Blight. Blast Scourge is a more potent version of timed bomb effect. If player fails to get rid of it in time, it will explode, dealing massive damage and potentially hurting other nearby hunters. Any contact with Brachydios slime, whether it's during monster attacks or by walking into slime pool, can contract this ailment. There are also few stages of volatility of the slime. Green slime is the safest. The color then switches into yellow, then orange and then into red. Red informs players that the explosion can happen anytime. It's a brilliant visual indicator of raising danger. Breaking Brachydios' arms or its weirdly shaped horn on the head drastically improves players' odds during the fight. The beast is weak to ice, an element that should be readily available in Iceborne.
Shit. It sees me!
Brachydios can cover huge swaths of terrain with different slime patterns, forcing hunters to pay constant attention to positioning. I love those space reducing mechanics. I guess it might be because it reminds me of riding in WoW, where not standing in bad things was like the most basic element of every encounter. So developers who dare to creatively play with those kind of mechanics always get my sympathy. After dealing with the 3 new monsters, it's time to drive Velkanna back to the hinterlands. During preparation for this mission, the handler opens up about her past, wondering why her grandfather gave her the scale. Her thoughts finally flesh out her personality, giving her journey a deeper meaning.
Partner, tell me, why do you think people leave their homes, and also their loved ones, knowing that they may never make it back home? I wonder what my grandfather was thinking, bringing this thing back with him. He was a carefree man, but he took researching this very seriously. In the end, he never did find out what it was. Why did he bring it back with him? Why me?
The clash against Velkanna is a relatively short battle. By this time the player should know at least few of the Elder Dragon's attacks. This encounter shows more behavioral patterns and some new attacks. However, we will discuss the proper Velkanna mechanics during the final confrontation. After withstanding the power of the Elder Dragon, the Commission successfully repels the monster from the main continent, back into the Hoarfrost Reach. Capcom's writers cleverly use this moment to further villainize Velkanna, showcasing the true scale of its power. It turns out that the entire fight took place against an unarmored opponent. In a dramatic cinematic sequence, Velkanna is shown encasing itself in an imposing layer of ice armor. This encounter is supposed to scare players, showing them that the monster they just fought is actually much stronger than they were led to believe. Shortly afterwards, as the hunter and the handler return from Elder's Recess, Velkanna interrupts the tracker's research in Hoarfrost Reach. The cinematics cuts abruptly as the tracker plummets into a newly formed ice ravine. The narrative stakes escalate. Finally, something dangerous happens. NPCs are threatened. Naturally, after returning to Seliana, the handler wants to search for missing tracker. Together with our character, they find the ravine, but before they are able to investigate, they are ambushed by Shrieking Legiana, a new subspecies of Legiana. This version of the Flying Wyvern fully embraces an ice-themed design. While it might not look radically different at first glance, the darker tones and fur-like icicles give it a more sinister, frigid appearance. This is the veteran of the Legiana line, so too are its abilities. Shrieking Legiana retains many of the original Legiana's movesets, however, it adds few new ones. Few returning attacks as well as the new ones deal massive ice damage, creating paths of ice crystals on the ground. Shrieking Legiana possesses various area denial abilities, whether it's done by the ice crystal shards left by the ice attacks or by the frost aura spread by the beast while it's enraged. The chance of contracting ice blight is immensely high during the encounter. The frost zones are definitely an important abilities to keep an eye for. In combat, Shrieking Legiana relies on more frequent screeches, making earplugs a highly useful skill. Its piercing cries can also attract nearby monsters into the fray. For example, if a regular Legiana is in the zone, Shrieking Legiana can summon its kin, much like Rathalos and Rathian can call for each other. This enemy exemplifies a more restrained redesign of an older foe. Shrieking Legiana still adds value by diversifying the baseline counter, but I think we can agree it offers fewer visual and mechanical changes compared to other subspecies. After dealing with Shrieking Legiana, the brief moment of tension and uncertainty is swiftly undermined. The tracker turns out to be unharmed, rescued by the player and the handler. On one hand, I appreciate that the writers are finally attempting to inject some drama into the story. On the other, after enduring such consistent subpar writing for so long, I wish they'd committed to it and proved there are genuine threats in the world of Monster Hunter. This scene further cements the bond between the tracker and the handler. It also pushes the plot forward. The old sheet of paper discusses the seismic actions and the song relating both of those phenomena to the creature described as the old Everworm. Is it Velkhana? Hard to say, however it's certain that Velkhana became a powerful threat to the ecosystem and has to be dealt with. Before we can exact our revenge on Velkhana, we're given yet another pretext to hunt a monster. This time, a Fulgur Anjanath is reportedly interfering with supply lines heading to Seliana. This thunder-themed subspecies of the massive, menacing dinosaur sports a striking look with white fur and deep blue skin. Fulgur Anjanath shares the same general physiology as its fiery counterpart, but instead of heating up, this version gradually charges itself with electricity. This process is signaled by certain body parts becoming visibly energized. Again, backplates and raised nosebone inform players about various new attacks being added to the roster. Breaking those parts can significantly hinder Fulgur Anjanath's offensive capabilities.
Okay, it's getting... So he wasn't in his final form yet,
No, he was partially electrified. I think now is the full electrification, I guess?
No,
because of the place?
no. Okay, now he is. Because
okay, now the nosebone.
Oh shit!
The most notorious attack of Fulgur Anjanath are its paralyzing projectiles, which could be spat across large distances. When partially charged, it often unleashes a powerful stomp that triggers a massive shock blast beneath its feet. But its deadliest move is the ultimate Thunder Dash, an explosive charge that propels Fulgur Anjanath across the battlefield while dealing immense damage. After executing this attack, it reverts to its non-charged state and begins absorbing electricity anew. But... oh, that's the attack! Fulgur Anjanath is a strong opponent, which utilizes regular Anjanath's impressive visual telegraphs, few vicious attacks, and adds to them thunder-based abilities. This is an aggressive enemy. Players hit by its paralyzing speed usually won't have enough time to break free from the ailment before getting mauled. As Seliana prepares for the showdown with Velkhana, our hunter is dispatched back to Astera to help secure the city and request reinforcements from its most seasoned defenders. Of course, this is also an excuse to introduce a few more monster hunts. Ebony Odogaron is the new, darker and even edgier version of the regular Odogaron. It takes pretty much everything the red one had and adds dragon attacks on top of it. This means that Ebony Odogaron can cause both bleed and dragon blight. Add to that very fast and aggressive combo attacks and we receive an even deadlier beast. This monster leaps frequently, often launching red dragon-infused projectiles even while airborne. The main challenge with this subspecies is its highly erratic and relentless behavior. With regular Odogaron, it was relatively easy to memorize its attack patterns, 3 strikes then a pause. In contrast, Ebony Odogaron's combos can extend much longer, making it significantly harder to find safe windows to deal damage. Materials from this hunt are also critical for crafting numerous weapons and armor sets, ensuring that players will inevitably need to farm Ebony Odogaron multiple times. Acidic Glavinius is a fascinating reinterpretation of the original monster. This subspecies focuses on corrosion and weakening players' defenses. Like Deviljo, it can inflict a defense down debuff, dramatically lowering players' defense stats. The lack of any elemental damage gets exchanged for impressively high raw damage. Combined with reduced defenses, this creature is very deadly. I actually had to take it down myself as random groups seriously struggle with the hunt. This is the monster where you really have to focus on avoiding the damage. Acidic Glavenius also introduces an environmental hazard by creating corrosive pools that damage anyone standing in them. The monster can sharpen its tail into a crystallized state, at which point its raw damage skyrockets. the tail also becomes so hard that attacks will frequently bounce off it. After discovering new monster subspecies, it's finally time to fight against Velkhana again. The Elder Dragon attacks Celiana. In an effort to slow the monster's advancement, the Huntsman clashes against the ice-armored dragon. The cinematic showcases nice fighting choreography, cleverly utilizing actual moves of longsword users.
There's our opening. Get moving! Man the cannons! Give it everything you've got!
The Huntsman badass coolness factor is also used to reinforce the narrative. The veteran buys time for other hunters to aim their cannons.
You guys ready?
As he is struck down by Frostbreath, all of the responsibility falls on the field team leader. I must admit, this cutscene showcases a great advancement in storytelling between the base game and the expansion. The flashy combat scene is used to support the narrative and enforce a difficult decision for the field team leader. He has to focus on the greater good and defend the city. The Huntsman's fate falls into the background. It shows growth of the young leader. However, Capcom's attempt to play with darker stakes fizzles yet again. The Huntsman is ultimately fine, only injured, so there are no lasting consequences. Now it's time for the player to keep distracting Velkhana until Celiana's defenders manage to prepare the Dragon Razor, a huge cannon capable of inflicting devastating damage. And a side point here. Raising the huge metal gate against a flying opponent doesn't seem like a good idea. But it's not the first time when the plot gets silly. This time we face the fully armored version of Velkhana. The mission showcases nearly the full breadth of the Elder Dragon's abilities. Sweeping ice breaths, crystallized waves, sprawling frost zones and relentless attacks. This is essentially the final test before the climatic confrontation. And no, it's still not the moment to dive fully into Velkhana's mechanics, since this is yet another narrative half-fight. After holding out long enough, players can fire the Dragon Razor, finally driving Velkhana away. With Celiana safe, the field team leader issues an order to follow the Ice Dragon to its lair and finish the fight once for all. Deep into the northernmost reaches of Hoarfrost Reach lies Velkhana's domain, an awe-inspiring arena bristling with colossal jagged formations. These dark blue ice structures twist and spiral around each other in mesmerizing patterns. Visually, this is a really impressive place. Velkhana is quite a difficult fight. Fortunately, players have had few occasions to learn various attack patterns of the monster, so they are better prepared. Velkhana starts the fight covered in thick ice armor. One of the mechanics of this Elder Dragon is breaking the armor, exposing its vulnerable body. Obviously, fire and blast are the strongest additional sources of damage. Dragon and thunder damage also fare relatively well. While armored, Velkhana gains empowered attacks along with a few new offensive maneuvers. For this reason, breaking the ice covering is crucial to gaining the upper hand. Most of Velkhana's attacks inflict Ice Blight. Ice resistance is quite helpful, so could be the right mantle. Dealing with this monster is especially difficult because it poses a threat at every range. Its ice breath can cover a surprisingly long distance. When empowered, Velkhana can follow the initial ice breath with a swift second blast. There's also the wide sweeping ice breath, which is incredibly hard to dodge, at least for me. At close range, the Ice Dragon can deal significant damage with its tail attacks. There are a few thrust attacks as well as a sweeping attack. Learning the patterns and telegraphs of these moves is absolutely essential. Even if players master the timing of these attacks, there's a particularly spectacular move where Velkhana breathes ice directly beneath itself. The ice erupts from the ground in a gradual circular pattern, covering a wide area. I love this attack because it demands strong situational awareness while also offering multiple ways to evade it. You can either retreat to avoid the entire sequence or wait out the first burst and roll it inward to dodge the larger ice shard ring. Velkhana can also conjure frost pools, effectively reducing the safe area where players can fight. There's also the attack where it forms icicles midair that crash down after a moment. During this fight, players have to be extra aware. The ice abilities can also form ice walls. While they can hinder players' movement options, they can also be used to Hunter's advantage. Players can take cover behind a wall to block frost breaths, or climb onto it to set up an opportunity to leap onto Velkhana itself. The Velkhana fight is such a cohesively complete experience, offering wealth of opportunities and threats. There are many mechanics which greatly work together. This is hands down one of the better fights of the game. Velkhana's defeat is a moment of tremendous satisfaction. Every comically over-the-top character arrives to share in our victory. This highlights one of the narrative's major flaws. We rarely interact with NPCs during actual gameplay. It's suggested they were somehow helping us, but in reality, the entire fight falls solely on the player's shoulders. Developers use this moment of triumph to delve deeper into the lore, exploring few ideas. The shard held by the tracker, the same one which created the scales of Velkhana, seems to be formed from quickly frosted magma. This somehow allowed Velkhana to control the weather. The handler gets emotional, thanking our hunter for our contribution towards discovering parts of her legacy. Capcom really tries to show the relationship building between our hunter and the handler.
Thank you so much. I mean you. And then... What I mean is...
Greetings.
Thankfully, the Seeker interjects. He reports on powerful seismic actions happening throughout the hinterlands and the New World. The man believes that those occurrences are connected to the ominous song, especially since the song hasn't stopped after Velkhana died. In a conveniently timed demonstration, both the song and a fresh tremor occur simultaneously, proving the Seeker's point.
Something's happening! Watch out!
It's implied that Legiana's flight, Velkhana's rise to power, and other shifts in monster behavior are all consequences of this song. The group suspects that the old Everworm is the true culprit behind these events.
Okay then, what's the cause?
The old Everworm.
The hunt, it seems, is far from over. This is also kind of an anticlimactic end to the Velkhana story arc. The Elder Dragon that followed us through the whole story up to this point, the one that fought us on numerous occasions, is all of a sudden out of the picture. Arguably in one of the best fights of Iceborne expansion, which is nice, but still, Velkhana seems like the byproduct of the grander narrative of the DLC. It's kind of a shame. The old Everworm is a threat that's just briefly appeared, and it's a faceless threat. In order to put a face on that threat, we are sent to investigate the song and its effects on the ecosystem. It's another way of setting broad goals for the player, which are just an opportunity to introduce new monsters. During an expedition to the Elder's Recess, we reunite with the Admiral.
Yo. Check it out. Nergigante thorns.
Yeah, I was right. An old acquaintance returns. Nergigante's thorns signal the reappearance of the black dragon that preys on other elder dragons. This makes Nergigante prevail as the antagonistic force that keeps reappearing in low rank, high rank, and now master rank. However, before we can investigate these packs, there is another old acquaintance of ours that wants to say hello.
Business is about to pick up.
Basil Goose! I wonder when you show up. Basil Goose is back. To illustrate just how notorious this monster was for anyone who spent a considerable amount of time on high rank hunts, here's my brother's reaction as he watched the cinematic unfold.
Oh, no. Ah, bloody hell.
Yeah, I was wondering when Betelgeuse will show up. The Admiral instantly runs away, which just exemplifies everything wrong with the story. NPCs don't do anything. At least the Huntsman was able to keep up fighting against Valkana. But the Admiral? This hardened veteran just stands there, and the moment the monster shows up, runs away spouting nonsense about us putting him out of work.
You overachieving A-listers are gonna put me out of a job.
Well, we will put you out of a job if you're gonna run when you see a new monster. Come on, dude.
Betelgeuse doesn't return in its regular form. This is a sitting Betelgeuse, the upgraded version. I'm not sure whether it's in response to player feedback from the base game, but sitting Betelgeuse is no longer classified as an invasive species. This means it won't suddenly swoop in on players like its standard counterpart.
Come on, Basil.
This monster retains most of the abilities and moves from the base game, adding few new mechanics that actually introduce a whole lot of new interactions. Its main new mechanic involves its scales, which can now turn purple, dealing higher damage and boasting a larger blast radius.
Okay. Those are new versions of the spikes, the blue ones.
The color of scales on top of sitting Betelgeuse informs what kind of scale barrage players can expect. Of course, enraged monster is more likely to spray the field with the strongest options. Purple scales are very dangerous, and there are few spread patterns which actually cover a sizable portion of the battle arena, making this threat quite significant. Another devastating new attack is its aerial dive. Like its less volatile predecessor, sitting Betelgeuse launches into the air to scatter scales in straight lines. This time, however, it follows up by slamming its entire body mass into the ground, triggering a colossal explosion. It's essentially a nuclear strike that players must avoid at all costs. I appreciate this enhanced take on the Betelgeuse encounter. It builds on the base monster's identity while layering in distinctive new mechanics, transforming the fight into a new, more dynamic, reactive experience. Speaking of upgraded monsters, there is a scripted event during our main assignment encounter with sitting Betelgeuse. This mission has a guaranteed Savage Deviljho invade.
Regretfully, it could be done a little bit better. Oh, no!
Oh, what the? Oh, crap, okay.
No. So, we've got two of them at the same time.
When I reviewed my footage for this video, I noticed that this new Deviljho literally spawned out of thin air right in the middle of combat.
Come on, it could have been done better.
Savage Deviljho retains its role as the quintessential invading monster, becoming the only true invader of master rank. But this time, it takes the role almost too seriously. It's incredibly difficult to get rid of this raging pickle once it sets its sight on you. Savage Deviljho is stronger in virtually every aspect compared to its regular counterpart. It enters its enraged state so frequently that it can be tough to find an opening to land a flinch shot. This beast also wields empowered dragon attacks. Its red mist breath has a much longer reach, and many of Savage Deviljho's strikes leave behind lingering red fog that deals damage and inflicts dragon blight on any target that wanders into it. Worse still, it can blanket huge areas in this deadly mist, successfully obstructing vision and severely limiting the player's movement options. To make matters worse, Savage Deviljho inflicts defense down with most of its attacks, further punishing any hunter who dares to get hit. So not only does it take away elemental attacks from players, it also decreases their defenses. Savage! The discovery of Nergigante's tracks shifts the narrative gears. Elder dragons return as regular threats. Teostra and Kushala Daora begin to appear again. With those two on the loose, the Commission receives reports of new Elder dragons emerging in the new world. The team splits into 3 groups, each assigned a separate task: tracking the source of the mysterious song, researching the seismic activity, and hunting the Elder Dragons. Naturally, the Elder Dragon hunts become our responsibility. players are once again presented with the research progress bar and forcing a bit of a grind to uncover the answer. When the investigation concludes, a subspecies of a familiar elder dragon appears, Blackveil Valhazak. Much like its high-rank counterpart, Blackveil Valhazak makes a chilling first impression. This time the cinematic is framed more like a horror film, with the beast slowly emerging from a thin effluvial fog shambling past our hunter. Man, some of those introductory cinematics are just pure art. While I found the regular Valhazak to be the weakest amongst the high-rank Elder Dragons, lacking damage even after halving players' HP through effluvial build-up, the Blackveil Valhazak gave me so much trouble. This Elder Dragon is far more likely to inflict negative status effects, and it doesn't hold back on damage. Players afflicted with effluvial blight can get carted almost instantly. This becomes the major mechanic to take into consideration. I was able to partially ignore the effluvial blight on high rank, but for master rank Valhazak, I had to adapt to the mechanic. The developers, to their credit, provide a few ways to mitigate the effluvia. The simplest method is to craft armor with effluvial resistance, which is exactly what I did. But players can also rely on nullberries or cleanser boosters to restore their HP, or focus on breaking specific monster parts to make the fight more manageable. Parasitic fungal spores growing on Blackveil Valhazak's body become the main source of its powers. They can be broken, which significantly reduces beast's offensive capabilities. The fungal Elder Dragon retains all of the attacks of its high-rank predecessor, adding new long breath attack and even more opportunities to spread fungal clouds. The constant effluvial aura around the monster, the fungal traps and the aggressive spread of effluvial clouds change the profile of the encounter to a one focused on environmental hazards and area denial. There are moments where there is hardly a safe space around the monster, which forces players to lure it away just to find room to attack. And everything deals so much damage, making it one of the harder hunts on master rank. After finally dispatching Blackveil Valhazak, players are tasked with yet another Elder Dragon investigation. This one takes us to the Coral Highlands, where we discover Namiel. This Elder Dragon is awesome. First, the introductory cinematic does a tremendous job in introducing Namiel as this mesmerizing yet terrifying force capable of manipulating water. The creature's visual design is impeccable. Its vivid red and orange highlights contrast beautifully against its deep blue body, and the effect becomes even more striking when Namiel is enraged. Agitated Namiel charges up its luminescent scales, creating beautiful, radiant, almost hypnotic patterns. The colossal wings, flowing whiskers, and graceful, almost ethereal movement place Namiel squarely among my favorite monster designs. Now the abilities. Namiel commands torrents. It spits massive water bubbles that create puddles across the battlefield. Much like Coral Puke Puke, it can unleash high-pressure water whips. The Elder Dragon can also summon an enormous wave capable of pushing players across the arena. Most of Namiel's water attacks leave puddles behind, which is where the developers cleverly reuse and upgrade the Nightshade Paolumus cloud mechanics. Namiel can manipulate these puddles, spreading them outward, pulling them in, or repositioning them to control the battlefield. It becomes very important as from time to time, Namiel uses the Electric Surge ability, which pretty much changes the face of the encounter from water-based into thunder-based. If any of the thunder attacks connects with water puddles, it makes them explode, dealing additional damage. This is why location of the puddles matters so much during the encounter. It's such an obvious idea, a water-based monster that can also use electrical attacks, with water being a conduit for electricity. However, Capcom's execution is anything but simple. The luminous visuals, the subtle electrical discharges signalizing Namiel's thunder phase, the glowing scales telegraphing its most devastating attacks. It's all spectacular, the elegant, almost balletic strikes as it electrifies the paddles with a charged wing. I absolutely love this monster. After saturating the arena with water, Namiel charges up for its ultimate attack. Accompanied by a chilling screech, the creature ascends and swoops downward, triggering a massive electrical explosion. The blast radius is enormous and the damage can easily one-shot any player, especially those already afflicted with Thunderblight. This is the attack to watch for. After defeating Namiel, the team reconvenes. Upon gathering all data from the Elder Dragon Hunts and cross-referencing it with the findings from the Song and Seismic Activity investigations, a curious spiral pattern emerges on the continent map. Intriguingly, it aligns perfectly with the flow of the Everstream. The decision is made to follow this path to its source.
Worst case, if this thing really does exist.
We must stop it no matter the cost.
We don't know what's going to happen out there. But I do know that we will not fail.
The cinematic makes a sincere attempt to convey emotional depth. This is intended to be a final gathering of every major character, meant to create a sense of closure and, perhaps, resolve lingering tensions. The First Fleet veterans will finally have a chance to fulfill their assignment after decades spent in the New World. This time, however, it is the tracker who doubts herself, while the handler delivers a rousing speech to bolster her spirit. The symbolism is strong as the team is about to fly on a huge airship, which is the repaired and slightly upgraded version of the same ship that brought the First Fleet to the shores of this land. There's a palpable sense of suspense and camaraderie among the crew. Yet all of this narrative build-up falls flat the moment we arrive at the remote, unassuming island that marks our destination. All that anticipation only to abandon our hunter and the handler alone, once again. I understand that incorporating an NPC AI companion for narrative hunts would require additional development effort, but these moments occur repeatedly. It severely undercuts any sense of genuine bond or emotional investment. In the end, when it comes to saving the New World, our hunter stands alone. Or perhaps with some co-players. But the point remains, the Admiral, the Tracker and the Seer are conspicuously absent. It drains the event of any real significance, especially considering that hidden deep within the heart of this rocky island waits the Ruiner Nergigante. This is a new Master Rank exclusive breed of the spiked Black Dragon. However, this encounter is not a true Ruiner Nergigante fight, it's a weaker narrative version. Which just enforces my previous argument. If it's just the narrative fight, why not play with it? Designers could introduce a mechanic where all of the NPC veterans could position themselves at the ledges of the combat arena, launching missiles at the Elder Dragon. An argument could be made for adding background visuals of the team that could have explained those periodic damaging shots. Despite being a toned down version, this battle still showcases nearly all the mechanics of the standard encounter, with the main difference being the drastically reduced health pool. So let's discuss the full Ruiner Nergigante here. This is a very similar fight to the high rank Nergigante, albeit much faster. The Master Rank subspecies is extremely aggressive and ferocious in its attacks, that's the first noticeable difference. Ruiner Nergigante rarely stops attacking, leaving players with precious few moments to heal or reposition.
Hard to execute combo on him.
Anyone hoping to deal damage consistently must master its patterns and learn to slip attacks into the smallest openings rather than waiting for clear windows.
Oh no.
Ruiner Nergigante takes most of the attacks from the regular version. However, it adds exploding spike follow-ups to many of the regular attacks, which is a double threat as it can also cause bleeding. This fight curiously represents an evolved version of the monster, and this evolution shows in both the visual elements as well as gameplay elements. Ruiner Nergigante regrows its spikes much faster. White spikes indicate vulnerable areas that count as weak points and can be broken. When these spikes turn black or platinum, those body parts become heavily fortified. As in previous version, once its entire body is covered in black needles, the dragon soars high and dives in a devastating aerial strike.
You hungry, dude? Shit. Okay. That was an overkill.
This is an attack that was a bane of my high rank runs. I had massive problem in avoiding the air dive attack. Ruiner Nergiante uses the skill very often. The pace of regrowing its horse is greatly enhanced, which should be a tremendous obstacle to overcome, right? Wrong. Whether Capcom adjusted the damage radius or redefined telegraphing, I'm not sure, but it rarely landed. That said, I wouldn't necessarily call this iteration easier overall. The sheer aggression and blistering pace make it significantly more demanding in other respects, even if the dive feels less oppressive.
The song.
After defeating Ruiner Nergigante, the song can be heard again. A colossal stone hand snatches the corpse of the fallen Elder Dragon, causing the earth to shatter. Everything around collapses. Our hunter decides to follow the hand into the depths of the island. All of that while receiving an overly flattering pep talk from the handler. She keeps talking about how awesome our hunter is, almost to the tune of the ending from Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight.
Don't worry about him. He can handle himself. I know. I've been his partner this whole time. Believe me, he's the only one who can do this. He's a master hunter of the 5th Fleet. The best we have.
And I'm all like, can you stop? Listen, I understand the idea. It's Capcom's way of honoring the player for getting to the very end of the story. Definitely a great feat. However, after so many missed opportunities, weak character writing, I was really cringing during this speech. Iceborne took this series in a better direction narratively, but in my view, it still wasn't enough to make me care about those NPCs. Dropping down, we are standing face to face with this huge 4-legged stone golem.
Okay, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't. Okay, this cannot be part of the monster. These are just rocks, but
Oh, it looks like a... What? This is a monster, I think.
yeah.
Okay, it looks like a monster. So, I hope you've got your healing potions.
This is Shara Ishvalda, the Everywhere, the source of the seismic upheavals and the eerie omnipresent song. Shara Ishvalda is a multi-phase fight, with each phase being clearly separated. The first phase pits us against the creature in its massive golem-like form. This is one of the few times the developers fully embrace a more fantastical approach to Monster Hunter's creature design. This isn't some beast with semi-believable biological features. It's a huge stone construct. Or at least, it seems like it.
I don't even know how to.
Can
Okay,
you deal damage? Okay, I'm dealing damage.
yeah, but like where? The tail is resistant, but the belly seems to be.
Okay,
The visual design alone informs players that this is going to be a different kind of fight. In the first phase, player's job is to destroy all of the exterior rocky defenses of the monster. Shara Ishvalda uses few powerful attacks. A flurry of powerful strikes with its forelegs, a powerful wide smash with its huge stone wings. This creature is able to cover a lot of ground with its attacks. Thankfully, it's rather slow in this form, which gives the player enough time to avoid the damage. Stone Golem's head and chest are its most potent weak points. Sitting underneath is a good way of dishing a lot of damage. However, it's also very risky as Shara Ishvalda likes to jump into the air from time to time and land with an earthquake-inducing impact, smashing its whole body into the ground. Needless to say, it deals a lot of damage if you are beneath it.
Oh fuck.
Ice and water damage types fare the best while fighting against this monster. As the stone plates begin to fracture, revealing glimpses of what lies within, the monster introduces new mechanics. There's a regular mini-phase where Shara Ishvalda burrows into the sand so that only the upper part of its body sticks out. If you hug the monster really close and focus on striking the head, then it's a pretty safe phase. Standing mid-range is quite dangerous as wings still deal damage in a wide radius. When the stone armor deteriorates even more, Shara Ishvalda introduces new attacks. The monster can create quicksacks, which reduce players' movement speed. It can also detonate these traps, adding a lethal twist.
Nice. Okay.
The deadliest ability in this phase is the charge attack. The stone golem places its wings in front of itself, charging across the arena, then switching to another direction. And if it's really close to switching phases, then this attack gets even third follow-up to the charge. This is a huge monster. Its wings are huge. Because of that, this attack covers a lot of ground, making it difficult to dodge. It's also so scary. Oh no 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 no. Shit! Finally, after dealing enough damage to the stone armor, the true Shara Ishvalda is revealed. The Everworm used rocks as an external shell guarding itself from attacks.
That was just its shell?
The true form looks so weird and unsettling, almost like an alien creature. This unveiling is one of the most memorable surprises in the game.
Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa.
Just its shell?
What the fuck is this thing?
I don't know if we... Oh, I mounted it.
Okay.
Let's go.
With the armor gone, the arena expands, giving both combatants more room to maneuver. Shara Ishvalda takes full advantage of its root-like wings, using them to conjure various sonic blast attacks, all of them incredibly deadly. The first one, which is able to reach players even at the opposite side of the battle arena, is the sonic beam. Thankfully, Shara Ishvalda screeches in a characteristic fashion before the attack, and takes like 1, maybe 1.5 seconds to conjure the beam, giving players enough time to reposition.
Oh shit.
There is also a slew of mid-range attacks using smaller sonic beams, which can either hit numerous locations in front of the monster or create a moving wave traveling either from the monster into mid-range or from far away to the monster. The pattern is hard to predict and the damage is high, so learning how to spot when Shara Ishvalda is going to use this ability is crucial. Besides the sonic arsenal, Shara Ishvalda retains more conventional strikes, close swipes, ring rakes that travel beneath it, and a short-range charge. Capcom clearly wanted to ensure there was no safe angle to exploit indefinitely. Quicksands return at around midpoint of the unarmored phase. They are very dangerous as they can be detonated by a specific monster ability. Unfortunately, they also blow up after being touched by the player. There is simply no reason to even touch the sand.
Okay, so it's like...
Like what? I don't know what it does. Oh shit. Okay. Low on HP.
Shara Ishvalda is able to cover sizable portion of an already large combat arena with quicksands, which greatly intertwines with other attacks, like sonic beams or its ultimate attack. Speaking of the ultimate attack...
I thought it will emerge underneath me.
Okay,
but it does something weird.
Yeah,
okay. Oh shit, it's like...
What the fuck?
In the unarmored phase, Shara Ishvalda burrows itself into the ground and re-emerges somewhere along the edge of the arena to unleash its most devastating ability. It conjures a massive vortex of air that spirals into the center of the battlefield, culminating in a colossal explosion capable of instantly obliterating any player caught in its radius. The obvious way to avoid it is to run straight to the edge of the map, pressing your hunter against the rocks. However, I found out that the vortex sometimes gets positioned a little bit to either side of the battlefield, which can result in players getting hit even when hugging the wall, if they are unlucky enough to be on the wrong side. Another treacherous moment comes right after the blast. While the sand is still cascading back down from the explosion, the Everworm is already preparing to unleash its sonic beam attack. So don't celebrate prematurely, get moving fast. Shara Ishvalda arguably represents the final boss encounter of the Iceborne expansion, and as the culmination of the entire adventure, it is truly a monumental undertaking. Similar to Xeno'jiiva in the base game, the Everworm possesses an enormous health pool, far exceeding that of any monster encountered before it. This results in an exceptionally long, grueling battle that demands unwavering focus throughout. This large health pool also rewards players who are either better prepared or more skilled, as the ability to exact stronger combos dealing more damage will result in a much shorter fight. Visually, the encounter is spectacular. Shara Ishvalda first appears as an immense stone golem, so unlike any creature you've faced before, only to later reveal its true form, a bizarre, almost otherworldly earth dragon. When it finally opens its eyes, oh, those haunting eyes! It's genuinely difficult to remain composed as it stares you down.
Oh shit, I'm low on HP.
It was quite a formidable challenge for me and my brother. We attempted the fight multiple times, gradually learning its mechanics. We came heartbreakingly close to defeating it on more than one occasion, only to perish during the final phase.
No.
No, Paula.
This is where introducing new abilities throughout the encounter increases the difficulty, but also works as a semi-checkpoint for players. We first found the stone form to be quite difficult, especially the charge attack.
What are you doing? No.
What the?
I'm really low on HP, but I'm still. No. I'm stunned. That's gonna be. No.
Then it was all about dodging the sonic beams. Then, when we learned that part, it became all about running away from the vortex while avoiding quicksands. In the end, we finally were able to beat the boss.
Yes, Maria,
To się
pierdolę.
przestraszyłem. Ja pierdolę.
Yeah.
And guess what? It felt great. This is the dopamine hit. The true satisfaction after overcoming a particularly hard challenge. This is exactly what I crave from video games. Which makes it all the more anticlimactic when the Ruiner Nergigante suddenly reappears to kill steal Shara Ishvalda in the final moments.
Alright, time to head back.
Impossible. Time for round 2? All right. You want some? Come get some!
It's alive?
This is the point of theoretical end of the main storyline. Players are greeted with long, very long credits and another scene of celebration. All of the NPCs gather around to reminisce and also make sense of what actually happened in the new world. It is believed that Shara Ishvalda, similarly to Xeno'jiva, was another elder dragon that rooted itself into the Everstream, siphoning the biomatter for years, disrupting the ecosystem. It's also here that the Admiral confirms that Nergigante is the nature's equalizer, an elder dragon hunting elder dragons. This is the monster version of Monster Hunter. If not for us, it would attempt to hunt Shara Ishvalda, which is also a soft signal for players to keep looking for that Ruiner Nergigante post-main plot. It's a great transition into the endgame, incentivizing players to interact with new gameplay mechanics. That's why I said that Shara Ishvalda is arguably Iceborne final antagonist. Monster Hunter World is weirdly structured narratively. Zora Magdros is the monster that becomes the major threat of the low rank, pretty much disappearing midway through the base game progression. Xeno'jiva is a mysterious enemy that gets discovered literally at the last hours. The same thing happens in Iceborne. Velkana takes the center stage as the main antagonist of the Master Rank story, only to vanish 2/3 into the plot. Shara Ishvalda, the Everworm, is the main perpetrator connected to the flow of the biomatter in the new world, the monster that caused all of the disturbances in the expansion. However, it's the Nergigante that kept reappearing towards the whole story, the poetic ecosystem's counterpart to our hunter, the monster that hunts monsters. The true Ruiner Nergigante fight feels like a post-credit Marvel scene, only that is not a cheap cliffhanger. Defeating the Elder Dragon represents the closure for the last element of the New World puzzle. After main story arc concludes, the proper endgame opens up. However, the game continues to give players new main assignments as well as new special assignments. This extended narrative, now occupying the main assignment path, leads players into a brand new area, the Guiding Lands. A mysterious new island divided into several biomes. Initially, 4 subzones are available, each inspired by the environments from the base game. That means you'll explore a lush forest, an arid desert, a vibrant color region, and, hidden beneath the surface, caves reminiscent of the Rotten Vale. The volcanic zone and ice-based biome can be unlocked later thanks to special assignments. So in the end, every main location of the base game and expansion is represented in this smaller microcosm of biomes. The introduction to the Guiding Lands is quite explosive. Right out of the gate, the developers throw powerful monsters at players, and more importantly, they debut a new creature, a Xenogre. I want to discuss every post-main story monster a little bit later. However, this new beast shows players that the game is not done yet. There's quite a big chunk of the world still waiting to be discovered. The Guiding Lands is the proper endgame location. Its core idea is to allow players to level up specific biomes, progressing again through master rank encounters. Each subzone can be leveled up to 7, with stronger monsters spawning as the zone grows more dangerous. At higher levels, previously unavailable creatures begin to appear. Progression happens through hunting, breaking monster parts, and sometimes even gathering materials in specific zones. This way, player is given a direct control over which zone is being leveled up. What makes the Guiding Lands particularly unique is that it condenses nearly all the game's resources into one place, although they are spread across the different biomes. When it comes to mining nodes and bone piles, the island introduces completely new materials, a proper endgame crafting ingredients. And it does so in an abundance. Every biome has its own type of bone and mineral. However, the bone piles and mining nodes, similarly to overall level of the biome, can also be leveled up, offering rarer versions of resources. It leads to a confusing clutter of new resources being introduced in a short window of time. It is a lot. But it doesn't stop there. Monsters encountered in the Guiding Lands also drop exclusive materials during combat. Every monster has at least one unique item, and several special materials are spread across various species. All of this contributes to what feels like an overwhelming surplus of new items. Most of these special resources are reserved for augmenting, an endgame upgrade mechanic. Each weapon requires different endgame resources for its various upgrades, forcing players to grind Guiding Lands. This introduces a heavier grind compared to the rest of the game, especially considering how expensive the upgrades can be. Thankfully, for players who don't feel the need to fully optimize their gear, this system is mostly optional. You can still defeat the toughest foes in Iceborne without diving too deep into augmentation. But let's go back to the structure of the Guiding Lands. And I mean gameplay structure. You see, while players can level up each biome, at certain thresholds, leveling up one zone de-levels others. So in order to get 1 or 2 biomes maxed out, players have to accept having other zones at lower levels. The higher the level, the tougher the challenge. Level 6 and max level zones spawn tempered monsters, elder dragons, and some of the most powerful creatures from the whole game, of course themed after the biome. This way, the Guiding Lands are in the state of constant flux. The zone changes based on hunters' actions. It's a conscious choice to let players influence the outcomes during grind. That's a weird aura. Look at the sky. Oh shit, there's Black Veil Hazak in here. Val Hazak. Okay. That's why it looks like this. The Guiding Lands welcome players to decide which zone they want to pursue, reaping rewards of their choices. Then, if they want to access rare materials from another subzone, they must raise that one, at the cost of losing their current privileged access. I've spent some time thinking about this system. What kind of benefits does it give to the players? At first glance, a simpler design where zones level up permanently seems more convenient, right? So why did Capcom design the guiding lands the way they did? The first answer that comes to mind is to prolong the grind. Players are encouraged to spend more time in the game, constantly juggling biome levels. However, this often becomes busy work rather than purposeful progression. The system is interesting at first, it's a novelty. It gives off this feeling of a constantly evolving, ever-changing landscape. But once you start grinding for specific monster parts, it can become a chore. Capcom tries to counterbalance this with a revamped investigation system. In the guiding lands, hunters can find signs of turf wars, or some mysterious tracks which open up new investigations. Hunting other monsters, breaking monster parts, finding new signs of turf wars slowly progresses the investigation bar, at the end rewarding players with an option to summon a specific monster into the guiding lands. It's a neat little mechanic that definitely helps during those long, arduous grinds. However, it's a solution to a problem Capcom created in the first place. Things do get more manageable with the introduction of biome level locking. This mechanic allows players to freeze the guiding land state, keeping their preferred setup intact without risk of unwanted changes. It provides an option for players to exert domination over the ever-changing island. It welcomes planning and min-maxing, shaping the state of the guiding lands to the player's liking.
Max level forest region, which is level 7.
So, we end up with this interesting, albeit weird system. As everything in Monster Hunter world, it requires some knowledge and understanding of the rules. I think that developers decided to craft the guiding lands in this specific way to reduce clutter and allow players to better control monster spawns. With over 70 large monsters in the game and only 3 spawn slots active at once, a fully maxed out guiding lands would be a logistical nightmare without some way to filter spawns. This is where biome levels come into play. Each level per each biome has its own roster of creatures. Higher levels exclude weaker beasts. Thanks to it, players are actually able to control the overall spawn roster of guiding lands through leveling various zones. Unfortunately, it also results in a lot of unnecessary grind. But you know, this is a grindy game, so it is to be expected.
Okay, so I have 2 zones level up to high level, to 6th level. The ancient forest biome. Ooh, I'm already in combat? What the hell? Shit. So, as I was saying, 2 biomes are leveled up to 6th level, almost the highest level. And as you can see, there's a Rajang, and there is a tempered Nargacuga. Which means that, the pretty strong, pretty scary monsters start to appear. Ah, shit. Okay, you know what? Let's do it.
This is where I want to ask you for your opinions about the guiding lands, the mechanics and various systems incorporated into the zone. Do you agree with my assessment or not? The guiding lands also reward players who kept supporting various Grimalkin tribes. This zone introduces treasure hunts, a side activity where players receive tips from representatives of a faction appropriate to the sub-biome. Then the treasure hunt begins. I believe the guiding lands represent a seedling of what could become the future direction of the franchise. An open or semi-open world teeming with a broader roster of monsters. I haven't yet played Rise or Wilds, so I don't know what direction Capcom took going forward, but I believe that introducing a mode that further develops the guiding lands ideas is the way to go. Reintroducing a wider variety of monsters, restoring the significance of tracking, because the way it is right now, it loses relevance after first couple of hunts. I think that this is how expeditions should look like. Lean more into the unknown and the thrill of the hunt. But that's just my opinion. Guiding lands are not the only endgame content grind. Players can still partake in various optional missions, assignments or crazy events. Events especially gain much notoriety as they allow to hunt tempered monsters or even arch-tempered elder dragons, a total endgame type of challenge. Events also provide another way of fighting against new endgame monsters, without having to grind in the guiding lands. The entry is gated only by master rank level requirements. Similarly to the base game story flow, the main assignments don't outright stop after defeating Shara Ishvalda. Well, if you remember correctly, it's Ruiner Nergigante who dealt the finishing blow. The short chain of assignments sends players on a hunt for various tempered monsters. This one is tied to the guiding lance, as completing various stages of this questline unlocks obtaining higher levels for biomes on the island. The last quest is the proper clash against the Ruiner Nergigantil. Iceborne also introduces 2 or maybe 3 special assignment chains. Completing one unlocks another. One follows the Kirin with a broken horn, which then leads to an introduction of a new monster. Thanks to these special assignments, hunters unlock volcanic and snowy biomes in the guiding lands. Special assignments are also a prerequisite to unlock the toughest, most difficult monsters of the game. Iceborne, similarly to the base Monster Hunter world, was heavily supported by the developers after launch. I'd even argue that the expansion delivered content that surpassed the original game. Patches introduced deadlier versions of existing monsters, along with the toughest challenge available in the game. So let's talk about all of the endgame monsters, shall we? Zinogre is an imposing large-fanged wyvern, borrowing several visual traits from wolves. This is a thunder-based enemy. Zinogre lives in symbiosis with small fulgur bugs, which electrify creatures' fur and allow it to cast electrical attacks. Similar to Tobikadashi, Zinogre possesses few stages of electrification. The more charged the beast is, the more dangerous the attacks. This is an exceptionally dynamic fight. Zinogre is capable of leaping across the arena, slamming its long tail with tremendous force. When fully electrified, it can even front flip into the air and crash down in a grand, thunderous impact.
Oh wow.
I particularly like the symbiosis element of Zinogre's design. It appears that the monster has a way of communicating with or influencing the fulgur bugs. This allows developers to create interesting electrical attacks. For example, Zinogre can fling a cluster of fulgur bugs from its fur. These small insects are tethered by arcs of lightning, forming a mid-sized projectile. The lightning orbs move in a skewed, semicircular pattern, unlike anything else, demanding constant spatial awareness throughout the encounter. Fun fact, developers added even more depth to the encounter. Players can try to catch few fulgur bugs from the charged Zinogre's back. This way, its deadliest phase lasts shorter. This is also a fight where Earplug's skill could be of great help, as the monster likes to howl a lot. Stygian Zinogre is a dragon element subspecies. It retains only a handful of abilities from its regular counterpart, while adding numerous new attacks that cover wide areas. This single difference dramatically transforms the encounter. According to the lore, the Stygian Zinogre lives in symbiosis with Dracophage bugs, which function much like fulgur bugs but inflict dragon damage instead. Besides its familiar spinning tail attacks and leaping body slams, the Stygian Zinogre supplements most of its moves with a barrage of bug projectiles. Similar to the thunder-based Zinogre, this creature can also charge itself up. Interestingly, it actually becomes more susceptible to damage while fully charged, introducing a compelling risk-reward dynamic as you decide when to press the attack. I absolutely love the chaotic patterns of Crimson Dragon lightnings striking all around the arena. Dodging through them feels hectic and dangerous, but also incredibly satisfying. The Stygian Zinogre is undoubtedly a challenging fight, but it's exactly the kind of challenge I adore. Yangaruga is a peculiar flying wyvern renowned for its erratic fighting style. This monster borrows few attacks from Rathalos, being able to cast a series of 3 fireballs in different directions in rapid succession. It can also poison hunters. Earplugs might be a godsend during the fight, as Yangaruga likes to screech a lot. Its heavily armored wings are quite an impediment since most weapon attacks bounce off of them. Tenderizing them is the way to go. Monster's behavior is very chaotic. It likes to attack quickly in short succession. Because of that, it's quite easy to tire it out. The 2 abilities to look out for are its massive fire projectile, which is telegraphed really well, but it also hits like a truck. The second ability to watch out for is the head plunge attack, where the monster literally digs into the ground with its beak. This move is highly damaging, but also creates a moment of vulnerability. If it misses, the monster gets stuck while trying to wrench its face free. I really appreciate this design choice, as it rewards skillful dodging with an opportunity to punish. Scarred young Garuga is a slightly stronger version of the regular young Garuga. The main caveat is that this variant only appears as a tempered monster, which explains its larger health pool and marginally higher damage output. It also feels even more aggressive and unpredictable. Scarred young Garuga doesn't fundamentally change the fight in the same way the other subspecies do. Instead, it mostly amplifies the threat factor by chaining more aerial attacks. I've also noticed a new move. When the monster is mid-air, it can perform this crazy spinning attack, showering area underneath it with fireballs. Honestly, I think this is the laziest monster design in the entire game. It's essentially a minimally tweaked reskin of the original enemy. However, if we really want to honor the history of the franchise, this fight should be seen more as a nod to young Garuga's legacy than as a wholly distinct monster. While researching older titles for this video, I discovered that in some games the Scarred variant was interchangeable with the regular version, or even used as the standard monster. Could it benefit from more fleshed out, distinctive playstyle? Sure. Do I hold it against Capcom? No. Fortunately, there are very few examples of such simplistic design in Iceborne, which overall showcases Capcom's exceptional creativity and refinement. Let's continue with reimagined base game monsters. The Guiding Lance reintroduced the iconic power couple. Gold Rathian and Silver Rathalos are the strongest versions of the popular flying wyverns. Gold Rathian takes everything Pink Rathian had and adds stronger, heavy-hitting abilities on top of that. She can inflict Fire Blight, Poison and Noxious Poison, which is the severe version of the ailment. The main difference is that Gold Rathian amplifies every aspect of Pink Rathian's moveset, making her even more aggressive and leaving almost no downtime to sharpen weapons or use items. She can chain tail swings into vicious combos, and the real difficulty lies in how she now strings attacks together in complete new sequences, forcing hunters to relearn her patterns. Her fire attacks are also enhanced, especially when enraged. I love the detail of the blue flame outline, which signals their empowered state.
Oh shit. Okay. Need to be careful. That fire effect is so cool. Don't run, come on. Oh no. Shit. Gold Rathian and Silver Rathalos at the same time.
Silver Rathalos similarly uses blue fire effects to telegraph his stronger flame attacks. This monster is even more relentless than the Azure variant, as he prefers to stay airborne for much of the fight. Like Gold Rathian, Silver Rathalos strings together multiple attacks into consecutive combos, requiring players to adapt quickly. He also has this disorienting tendency to pivot straight into another attack with almost no pause. It caught me off guard more than once. His love of aerial combat is further emphasized by new abilities, a tracking fire breath and a triple fireball barrage while airborne. The Silver Menace can also dive bomb a player's location, triggering a large explosion. I found Silver Rathalos to possess more significant changes to its previous version. Still, I'd say both Gold Rathian and Silver Rathalos represent the game's take on perfected, peak versions of this power couple. They are not necessarily very innovative, taken into account the previous iterations, but they work extremely well as these perfected, deadlier, refined incarnations of creatures we've been encountering all along. Which is something I think Capcom was aiming for. Brute Tigrex is a more aggressive subspecies of regular Tigrex. This formidable monster retains many of its cousin's abilities and attacks, but mixes up their patterns in unpredictable ways. Because of this, Brute Tigrex can easily surprise even veteran hunters. This flying wyvern spawns in the Rotten Vale themed subzone of the Guiding Lance once the region reaches level 6. You can also encounter it during special event quests or investigations. The creature introduces several new attacks. Its signature move is a devastating sonic shockwave. Brute Tigrex is notorious for its incessant roaring. Interestingly, these roars not only immobilize hunters but also inflict damage. Earplugs are godsend in this fight. The sonic beam attack covers a wide area in front of the monster, dealing high damage. That said, despite the aggression, damaging roars and new attack patterns, I actually found this encounter more manageable than typical Tigrex hunts. The main reason is that Brute Tigrex relies heavily on its new abilities, which greatly reduces the frequency of its relentless charges. Thanks to this shift in behavior, the battle feels considerably more approachable. Similarly to Brute Tigrex, Frostfang Barioth is an upgraded version of the regular Barioth. Fittingly, I also consider this fight to be more comfortable than the regular counterpart, mostly because of the lack of whirlwinds. You see, Frostfang Barioth goes full ice with its attacks. It's a more grizzled, rougher version of the regular foe. Its base statistics are of course higher and in general it's a more dangerous creature. However, the fact that my hunter is not being launched all over the combat area is a big plus. This creature is accessible only through event quests, as it is one of the post-launch additions. Frostfang Barioth is still a Barioth though. It uses a sizable portion of regular Barioth's attacks, the lunges, side tackles, aerial slams, etc. So it's a very demanding fight, offering very narrow windows for recuperation or weapon sharpening. The whirlwinds are replaced by lingering ice patches. Many of Frostfang Barioth's attacks leave sharp ice crystals scattered around the ground. This creature even borrows Velkana's sweeping frost breath. Getting caught in the ice severely slows hunters, making it easy for Frostfang Barioth to follow up with a punishing lunging strike on immobilized targets. There are several attacks to keep track of. Notably, Frostfang Barioth will often hurl a powerful frostball from medium to long range. This projectile travels quickly and inflicts massive damage in a wide area. Learning to dodge this ability is absolutely crucial. Both Brute Tigrex and Frostfang Barioth exemplify the correct approach to reimagining existing monsters. They bring substantial visual and gameplay changes while still drawing on a strong foundational design. There's nothing wrong with reusing content. Introducing changes to already existing monsters can effectively create new exciting encounters. Now we're moving on to the game's true heavy hitters. These monsters demand a highly experienced party, as random hunters can easily get carted too often to complete the fight successfully. Rajang represents a refreshingly wild approach to the monster design. This is a returning creature known from previous entries in the franchise, but for me it was totally new. Just its visual design alone reinvigorates the game. Rajang is the only monster that isn't some variant of a lizard or dragon. You see, I haven't mentioned it before, but in all of Monster Hunter world, nearly every creature is either an elder dragon or some form of wyvern. Even the strangest looking monsters tend to have scales. Rajang is classified as beast, and believe me, it truly is a beast. This horned monkey is extremely aggressive and very mobile. There is so little downtime between its attacks that during my early approaches I was barely able to deal damage to the monster. Most of Rajang's moves involve constant repositioning, jumping, charging or marching forward while relentlessly smashing the ground. The monster deals tremendous damage, and the sheer volume of attacks makes it incredibly easy to get stunned if you are not careful. Rajang incorporates thunder elemental attacks, while in regular phase the beast uses them very rarely. When it gets angry and transitions into its electric Super Saiyan form, it gains several devastating thunder-based abilities. The major one is a huge beam, which the beast channels for a second or two. This attack has a very long range and is able to deal a lot of damage. Another crucial ability to look out for is this explosive thunder jump, where Rajang smashes the ground causing a huge explosion. Thunder Blight stacks really well with the onslaught of regular attacks, further increasing the chance of getting stunned. Because of all this, Rajang demands preparation, study and patience. This is the point in Monster Hunter World's endgame where each new monster becomes a major milestone in your progression. The most lethal encounters are designed to require skill, repeated attempts and perseverance. They're not meant to be conquered in just a few tries. Rajang can also enter the Rampage state, during which it retains all its electrified buffs while gaining even stronger melee attacks, escalating its ferocity to an almost uncontrollable level. There's an obvious visual cue when this happens. Rajang's fists and arms begin to glow red. Most of the beast's body also hardens, repelling most incoming attacks. In this state, its tail becomes the primary weak point. If you deal enough damage to the tail, you can knock Rajang out of the rampage state. This mechanic is also a very clever way of teaching players how to approach the fight. With all of Rajang's chaotic mobility and furious tracks, most attacks don't threaten hunters who stay positioned behind it. By making the tail the key weak spot, Capcom encourages players to recognize patterns and adapt their strategy. Say what you will, this is a really clever encounter design. Furious Rajang is an even more aggressive variant of the regular Rajang. The deal with this monster is that it's not necessarily that different from the base version. It's just the base version cranked up to 11. Furious Rajang has no tail, which already eliminates its obvious weak spot. What's more, this beast is always in its golden main empowered form, never getting out of it. The visual changes are not very significant, which is a shame. The golden fur sticks out a little bit more. Furious Rajang could be described as a hardcore version of an already difficult foe, and that's precisely the design of this beast. The vicious tenacity and aggression aids in creating an unpredictable pattern of moves, with even less downtime between attacks. As the empowered stance is the base stance for Furious Rajang, expect a lot of strong attacks being used constantly. Furious Rajang also turns into rampage stance a lot. Developers consciously take away the tail, which was the main safe spot of the regular Rajang fight. This time is the head that has to be hit. However, the beast is the most deadly to anyone standing in front of it. In this way, Capcom delivers a thrilling and punishing experience, where players who want to challenge the monster must commit to the highest risks to achieve victory. The beast also introduces a few new or enhanced attacks. Even standing behind it is no longer safe, as Furious Rajang can now punish hunters lurking at its back. Capcom clearly intended to strip away most of the advantages players once relied on. Anyone attempting to use the clutch claw against this monster must be extremely cautious, as Furious Rajang can grab hunters, slam them into the ground and follow up with a brutal pin attack. This creature allows almost no breathing room whatsoever. I love the chaotic, feral aspect of the fight. The encounter is very difficult, but the rewards, the armor and weapons are totally worth the struggle. Raging Brachydios continues the trend of extremely difficult monsters designed to enrich the endgame climb. This is one of the post-launch additions. At first glance it's just the more beefy, hardened and oversized Brachydios. But there is more to this monster than meets the eye. Raging Brachydios is extremely tough to face. It has a massive health pool, deals enormous damage and introduces several new attack patterns. The new moves are especially tricky as the monster can coat surprisingly large areas in its volatile slime. The explosion timers on the slime are also noticeably shorter, giving players less time to react or reposition. The creature's sheer size becomes an additional problem. For me, this was especially challenging because I was maining Sword and Shield at the time, and landing hits on any meaningful weak spots with such a short range weapon was difficult. Much like Furious Rajang, Raging Brachydios' most potent weak points, the slimy fist and the head are also the sources of its most devastating attacks. Targeting these areas demands taking considerable risks, as the monster relentlessly pushes forward. This fight essentially becomes a fiery dance where hunters try to avoid explosions and monsters' long-reaching attacks while trying to deal significant amount of damage. When they finally succeed, or should I say, if they are able to succeed in dealing enough damage, Raging Brachydios enters its last phase. It retreats to a separate arena and smashes the ground, raising volcanic walls to seal off all exits, effectively trapping players inside with the raging beast. In this phase, Raging Brachydios eases off the sweeping attacks somewhat, but instead begins to saturate the arena with massive pools of explosive slime. This segment transforms the fight into a strategic chess match, as hunters must lure the monster around carefully to maintain patches of safe ground. Eventually, Raging Brachydios will roar and detonate every slime pool at once. Needless to say, standing anywhere near these pools when that happens is almost guaranteed to get you carted. I really appreciate what the developers did with this encounter. Raging Brachydios is a vicious, upgraded version of an already demanding monster. At the same time, the final phase is an inspired addition, essentially a tactical showdown where positioning becomes absolutely critical. Truth to be told, while the last part of the fight might be chaotic and very nerve-breaking at first, After some practice, it actually becomes the easiest part of the encounter. As long as hunters stay out of slime pools and navigate the monster in a semi-responsible manner, they are much safer than during its regular phases. Safi'jiiva is the mature form of Xeno'jiiva. While the mechanics of the fight are genuinely interesting, visually it's a downgrade. Xeno'jiiva had this otherworldly look and eerie atmosphere. Its mature version, by contrast, essentially becomes a red dragon. The design is rather plain by comparison. While the monster still looks graphically impressive, with a lot of intricate details, it loses much of the unique edge that made Xeno'jiiva so memorable. The fight operates on the rules of a siege encounter, meaning that it heavily favors group play. For that reason, my attempts at Safi'jiiva were quite limited. A siege works by allowing players to continuously battle the monster over multiple runs, slowly progressing the fight each time. Depending on their performance, they are awarded various materials and rewards.
Good start. Whoa. Dude. Okay.
Safi'jiiva is a three-phase encounter. The first major mechanic of the Elder Dragon is its ability to drain the life energy from the surrounding environment. This becomes a crucial part of the encounter, uniting the lore significance of Xeno'jiiva, who was the ever-stream leech, with the gameplay mechanics of Safi'jiiva encounter. The Red Dragon changes phases once it completely drains the surrounding area from energy. It uses the drain ability after receiving strong damage or, if I'm not mistaken, when one of its body parts is broken. In the first phase, Safi'jiiva uses numerous area of effect attacks, many of which deal damage after a short delay. The dragon is dangerous at close range thanks to its AoE potential and equally threatening at long range with its powerful beam breaths.
Let me heal, dude.
One particularly deadly move is a delayed charge blue beam that inflicts massive damage if you fail to dodge it in time.
Shit, so hard to heal.
After dealing enough damage, Safi'jiiva descends into a lower chamber, beginning the second phase. Here, it introduces two major new attacks. The first is Safi'jiiva's Ire, an ability where the monster fixates entirely on one player. This is signaled by the dragon's eyes glowing red and a red tether linking it to the targeted hunter. Think of this mechanic as the equivalent of an MMORPG tank roll, because that's precisely how it functions. The targeted player becomes the main focus of Safi'jiiva's attacks. Depending on the distance between them, the player can provoke different moves from the dragon. However, if you stray too far, you will trigger the Red Dragon's wrath, potentially endangering your entire team. The significance of the Ire appears in two forms. First, other players are able to deal damage more freely, while the beast is focused on their colleague. Second, the longer the team is able to keep up the Ire, the more energy Safi'jiiva burns, hence making the second phase shorter. There's even a whole mechanic of changing the aggro through flinch shots, which just proves that Capcom took the team composition aspect of the fight seriously. Throughout the second phase, stalagmites periodically drop onto the battlefield. These serve a crucial purpose during Safi'jiiva's ultimate ability, Sapphire of the Emperor. This is a supernova type ability dealing lethal damage to every hunter who fails to hide behind rocks. Fortunately, the ability is well telegraphed and gives enough time to find shelter.
A good opening too.
The third phase ramps up the tempo dramatically, with Safi'jiiva using its most powerful AoE abilities much more frequently. This is a demanding encounter. It's clearly designed for multiplayer, but solo hunters can complete it. Just expect it to be significantly more difficult and far more time consuming compared to a coordinated group siege. With Safi'jiiva done, it's time to talk about our next Elder Dragon heavy hitter, the one and only Alatreon. Alatreon was second to last content drop for the game. Numerically, there is only one monster tougher than this Elder Dragon. That alone tells you that it's designed to be an absolute mountain of a challenge, an endgame trial of skill, and that's precisely what it is. Alatreon is a particularly difficult encounter, meticulously designed to test players' damage output, their builds, and their overall skill level. This Elder Dragon wields every elemental power available in the game, making it incredibly difficult to be fully prepared for the relentless punishment it can unleash. But that's only the beginning. The fight revolves around 3 distinct phases that cycle regularly, forming the foundation upon which the entire encounter is structured. During the first phase, the fire elemental attacks are empowered. Alatreon is likely to use them more often, however it also uses other elemental attacks. Thunder attacks manifest as lines of crackling electricity similar to Kirin's abilities, or as a spray of lightning strikes signaled by ominous blue markers on the ground.
That's gonna be that AoE yeah. A lot of thunder strikes. Okay.
Ice attacks consist of a forward breath that summons 3 massive stalagmites in a line before the dragon, while water attacks take the form of a wide barrage of mud projectiles. The most lethal fire attack resembles a Dark Souls-inspired ability in which Alatreon soars into the sky and exhales a massive torrent of flames directly beneath it, creating a spreading wildfire. Another devastating move present in multiple phases is a huge area of effect ring of fire that gradually explodes outward, dealing tremendous damage. Alatreon is also remarkably agile. This Elder Dragon can quickly close gaps or deliver long-reaching, devastating attacks. Because of that, this fight is very challenging. Awareness is also very needed as Alatreon viciously uses one attack after another, leaving very little time to comfortably deal damage. Mastery requires learning its telegraphed tells and identifying safe zones amid the chaos. It's fascinating how Capcom pushed the idea of learning the fights, fishing for opportunities to deal damage to the extreme. Alatreon forces players to deal damage during Dragon's attacks. There is simply no alternative. We'll return to this point later, since Alatreon essentially functions as a DPS check, making constant aggression a requirement. For now, let's delve into the Dragon phase. In this phase, the Elder Dragon switches to mostly Dragon elemental attacks. This means various swipes, fast dash attacks, or a powerful area of effect blast that deals tremendous damage to any hunter near Alatreon. After the Dragon phase comes the Ice phase. This time, the ice-based attacks are enhanced. Alatreon is able to conjure ice stalagmites above players' heads, dropping them down after a brief time on the large area. The Elder Dragon also uses a long-range Frost Breath and exchanges the Dark Souls-based aerial Fire Breath into aerial Ice Breath. What's interesting, the beast still uses another elemental attacks, but few of them change, based on the active phase. This is a lot to learn. Capcom does an excellent job signaling phase transitions. In Fire and Ice phases, the entire arena transforms, either engulfed in searing flames or frozen solid. The Dragon phase, meanwhile, is indicated by Alatreon shifting to a deep menacing purple hue. So now, with all of the phases explained, let's move to the real meat of the fight. The Eschaton Judgment is Alatreon's ultimate ability. It's usually used during the next phase after the Dragon phase. This is a supernova attack that lasts for around 5 seconds and it deals lethal damage. In its basic state, the Eschaton Judgment cannot be survived. The ability is designed to literally ignore any other life-saving mechanics. So how are players supposed to deal with this ability? The only way to weaken Eschaton Judgment is by dealing enough elemental damage before it is cast. There are several stages of mitigation, each determined by how much elemental damage the party manages to inflict before the ability is unleashed. This is why relentless, skillful offense is so crucial. There is no time to hesitate. Failing to maintain pressure almost guarantees a failed hunt. But there is a catch. In each phase, Alatreon's elemental resistances change. During the first phase, it becomes most vulnerable to ice damage. Conversely, in the Ice phase, it is weakest to fire. Naturally, Dragon phase is most susceptible to Dragon element weapons. This mechanic leads to the second major pillar of the encounter. When Alatreon transitions to Dragon phase, it becomes your cue to target its horns with everything you have. Breaking its horn forces the monster to revert to the prior elemental state, effectively blocking an inconvenient phase.
The horns are broken.
Oh, the horn!
Look like
Of course, if you can break those horns in time. This is such a great, complex and extensively difficult boss encounter. Players have to deal high elemental damage, maintain the pressure, usually choosing their element accordingly to the first phase of the encounter. The boss itself uses wide array of elemental attacks, which also means it can inflict most of the elemental blights. In this race against time, players have to inflict enough elemental damage to reduce Alatrain's power before Eschaton Judgment. Weakening the supernova is indicated by knocking the monster down. One knockdown makes it barely survivable, so ideally you want to achieve 2 within a cycle. Then we cannot forget that during Dragon Phase, players have to break Alatrain's horns to control the cycle. Otherwise, their element weapons won't be able to deal significant damage. If all of that wasn't enough, Alatrain is scaled viciously in terms of both damage and health. According to the wikis, Alatrain boasts an astonishingly 52,500 health points when scaled for a solo hunter. For comparison, Shara Ishvalda, a notoriously difficult and time-consuming fight, had only around 37,500 health. This represents a tremendous spike in difficulty. Perhaps for this reason, the developers allow players to face Alatrain once in an easy mode special assignment, where its health pool is significantly reduced. I managed to defeat the full power Alatrain one time, but it was an extremely difficult and arduous task. Many attempts, both solo and in groups, ended the moment Eschaton Judgment was cast.
Where's that jerky? Astra jerky? Okay. So still not enough, huh?
I had to prepare extensively. The Dragon Blight proved to be an immense problem. Taking away players' ability to deal elemental damage in such a constrained environment is a death sentence.
Shit, I forgot about nullberries.
After failing few times using nullberries, I decided to just stack up on max elemental resistance food buffs. This strategy proved to be a game changer. I already had a strong damage focused build, so the extra resistance let me shrug off almost every elemental blight. Thanks to it, after many tries, I was finally able to slay full-powered Alatrain. Yet Alatrain is not the pinnacle of Monster Hunter World's difficulty. That honor is reserved for Fatalis, which sits unchallenged at the very top of the game's ferocious ladder of encounters. This is a monster with a long history throughout the game's lore. Fatalis in Monster Hunter World is designed to be the ultimate challenge, the absolute apex predator.
I'm stunned. Help, no.
Remember when solo scaled Alatrain's 52,000 HP felt overwhelming? Solo Fatalis scales all the way up to 66,000 HP. We're reaching numbers that genuinely push the 50-minute time limit of these encounters. Well, what if I told you that the special assignment has only 30-minute time limit? The road leading to Fatalis is a lengthy one. Players must prove themselves by completing the Safichiva Recon and then tackling Alatrain's easier assignment. Personally, I believe this is precisely why the so-called easy mode exists, to avoid locking the final monster behind yet another brutal wall of difficulty. The narrative crafted for this one encounter is surprisingly deep. It's clear that Capcom respects Fatalis as an entity. The few cutscenes are very long, presenting the Black Elder Dragon as a mythical beast that destroyed the whole country, a wrathful menace impossible to overcome. They truly go out of their way to elevate and glorify this monster, while simultaneously introducing a new character, a representative of another faction. It's also in these cinematics that the excitable A-lister is finally treated with a measure of respect. Up to this point, he was arguably the most irritating character in the game, a cocky cardboard cheerleader. But with this update, Capcom actually gives him a semblance of personality. And it actually works. If all the earlier narrative cinematics had been executed with this level of care, we might have ended up with some genuinely fleshed out characters. It shows that Capcom learned from their missteps. Iceborne improved upon the base game, and this final content drop refines the expansion even further. Fatalis' encounter takes place in a ruined fortress, a stronghold already scorched by the Elder Dragon's flames. Some of the artillery is still operational, and it can make a meaningful difference in combat, especially the Dragonator, concealed behind an enormous gate. The encounter itself is less technical than Alatreon, at least in my opinion. Fatalis primarily relies on a range of fire-based abilities, which ironically makes it simpler to prepare for. Its breath attacks vary wildly, from mid-range cones to devastating long-range sweeps. What they all share is immense damage and a strong emphasis on area of effect devastation. Fatalis is also less mobile than Alatreon. The overall feel of the fight is definitely slower than the previous encounter. The main difficulty lies in the immensely high damage, area denial, and extraordinary health pool. This is where the cannons, mobile ballistae, and the Dragonator come into play. Players must use every available resource to whittle down the Elder Dragon's vast reserves of health. In group hunts, it's wise to have at least one player skilled in heavy artillery to maximize damage with the Fortress siege weapons. Breaking Dragon's head also plays a crucial role, as it significantly weakens Fatalis' breath abilities. The head can be broken 2 times, and the gameplay loop in the first stages of the encounter focuses on forcing Fatalis to bring its head down so it could be damaged. Like other endgame Elder Dragons, Fatalis has a supernova-style ultimate attack. If not countered properly, it almost guarantees instant death. Players must scramble to hide behind the fortress' ruined steel structures. First a segment of the wall, later the heavy gate. Each time, Fatalis melts these defenses with the searing breath. The battlefield opens up, forcing players to adapt and find new cover for the next blast. This attack pretty much signalizes the transition between stages of the encounter. The supernova fire breath also shows the destructive power of the dragon. A fire breath so strong it could melt steel barricades. The visuals play a crucial role in enhancing the spectacle, showing Fatalis' might. Shit. No. In the end, players slowly transition between few stages of the fight where the ruins of the fortress slowly change into even more barren, post-apocalyptic landscape. While Fatalis is widely treated as the final boss of Monster Hunter World and its expansion, I like to view the 2 last dragons as 2 completely different approaches to boss design. Alatreon, a more complex, demanding fight, requiring a more tactical approach and good understanding of the encounter. Then there is Fatalis, a more bulky opponent with fewer mechanics that focuses on sheer strength and endurance. Both dragons are exceptionally difficult and both play around the idea of a DPS check. But their design approaches feel refreshingly distinct. The greatest challenges reward players with the most powerful gear, equipment that borders on overpowered. Fatalis' weapons attempt to balance their staggering raw damage with massive negative affinity, but with the right builds they remain among the strongest options available. And this is the last point I want to touch on. In many games, players grind endlessly to acquire the best gear. But then what? Is there any point to it if there are no greater foes left to conquer? Is it all wasted effort? I'd argue that the true reward isn't about fighting something even stronger. It's about how that gear transforms every other hunt. The payoff of overcoming the hardest challenge is the satisfaction of breezing through hunts that once felt demanding. It's an enticing prospect for completionists striving to collect every achievement or to hunt all the largest and smallest monster variants. More on that in the achievement section. For those players, the strongest gear represents a tangible aid in their endeavors. This is the section where I glance over the most recent 100 to 200 Steam reviews. The goal is to gather opinions of other gamers, their main gripes or praises. Which is especially interesting now, about a year after launch of Monster Hunter Wilds. This new entry in the franchise took the world by storm, accumulating massive player numbers since launch. It's eerily reminiscent of Monster Hunter World's own launch. That game also became an absolute juggernaut, reaching millions of players. Over the course of the year I spent with it, concurrent Steam player numbers ranged between 10,000 and 60,000. Only after Wilds landed did it settle down to a more modest 10k average. I genuinely can't overstate how much of a runaway success this game was for Capcom. It basically carved its name into the annals of modern gaming. Peeking at Monster Hunter World's Steam page, we see an impressive 89% positive review score from nearly 300,000 users. That's an absurdly high score. Something else immediately stands out from the review section. A huge chunk of the feedback comes from players with 100, 200 or even more hours logged. It speaks volumes about how engrossing the experience is for a significant slice of the player base. Monster Hunter has always been a franchise that asks a lot from its players, but rewards them richly in return. Positive reviews mostly highlight the deep, satisfying combat, the incredible complexity, and the sheer volume of customization and playstyles available. Graphics and music get their fair share of applause too. Funny enough, even in the positive opinions there are people who complain about the handler. Many people share their stories or talk about their favorite weapon or monster. There's also a consistent theme of initial confusion. Many reviewers mention how hard it was to get into the game at first. It's dense, it's complicated, it's the kind of game that doesn't hold your hand. It hands you a massive sword and says, good luck. Which might explain why many of my friends gave up after a few hours. But once the systems click, oh, it spreads its wings like a Rathalos in mating season. Some reviews make comparisons to Monster Hunter Wilds or Rise, and surprisingly, World comes out looking pretty darn good. It's aged well, and in the eyes of many, still holds its own against the newer titles. Interestingly, quite a few reviewers mentioned the Iceborne DLC, calling it essential, or even mandatory, to fully enjoy the experience. That's fascinating, especially since if you head over to Iceborne's own Steam page, its reception is noticeably colder, hovering around 55-57% positive opinions. So naturally, I decided to check those reviews also. A major point of contention was the addition of the Clutch Claw, a mechanic absent from the base game. Longtime fans weren't thrilled. Many earlier comments about defender weapons and beefier master rank monsters were definitely echoed in the reviews. A lot of players felt Iceborne introduced a sharp, perhaps too sharp, difficulty spike. The monsters have more HP, fights drag on, and many creatures gain powerful new attacks that can turn you into hunter paste in seconds. Personally, I loved it, but I always had a sneaking suspicion that this sudden jump in challenge would alienate a chunk of the player base. Looking at the negative reviews for the base game, a sizable portion focuses on co-op functionality. Capcom really messed up disallowing players to fluently keep progressing through the story together. Other common complaints talk about the game being clunky, slow, monsters being tough to kill. Some people didn't like how monsters kept running away, changing the combat arena. The design of Monster Hunter World is undeniably specific. Me, I adore it. But I totally get why some people bounce off of it. It asks a lot in an era where most people have commitment issues. Monster Hunter World, along with Iceborne, features a grand total of 100 achievements. Players set on unlocking all of them will of course need the expansion, but more than anything, they'll need one precious resource: time. Because let's face it, Monster Hunter is a grind-heavy game, and many of its achievements reflect that. Both the base game and Iceborne reward players with achievements for progressing through the main story. A small heads up, Iceborne throws in an extra trophy for completing the Ruiner Nergigante storyline, which involves chasing this spiky troublemaker into the Guiding Lands and giving it a proper send-off. Like many gear-centric progression-based titles, Monster Hunter World includes this category of quantity-based achievements. Thankfully, many of these will unlock naturally over time as you dive into the game's systems. For instance, there's an achievement for completing your first investigation, followed by another for completing 50. You'll also be rewarded for accumulating 100,000 research points and for hoarding 1 million zeni, the game's version of gold. But be warned, this isn't a "you've earned a million over time" kind of deal. No, you need to have 1 million zeni on hand at a single moment. It's like saving up for your dream house, except instead of real estate, you're spending it on wyvern-themed armor and insect glaives. These quantity-based milestones eventually evolve into more advanced endgame achievements that require not only time, but some actual skill. Players are tasked with slaying tempered monsters, capturing creatures, and taking down elder dragons. There's also an achievement for hunting 500 monsters. If you're playing the game with any level of seriousness, you'll hit that number sooner than you think. Interestingly, Monster Hunter World trophies don't concern themselves with post-launch content. No achievements for slaying Leshen, Alatreon or Fatalis. That means some of the game's most grueling fights are purely for the love of the hunt, not for padding trophy collection. Still, the grind-focused achievements serve a secondary purpose. They gently nudge players to explore the full breadth of what the game has to offer. Fishing? Check. Capturing endemic life? Check. Hunting? Obviously. Armor and weapon crafting? You bet! Even Iceborne's photo mode and Steamworks minigame come with their own achievements. Bah, thanks to the achievements I learned that there is a whole separate system of arena quests. After logging over 200 hours, I was staring at my missing achievements list when I found one related to the arena and thought, wait, there is a separate arena? In this way, Monster Hunter World achievements fulfill two important roles. They offer both a long-term challenge for completionists and a curated tour of the game's many mechanics. In that sense, trophies become a complementary system to the game itself. The guiding glance become a big part of the achievement hunt. This late-game playground holds plenty of trophies to unlock. Players are rewarded for raising their first region to max level. Engaging with side activities like treasure hunts is also encouraged. Treasure maps are particularly tricky. Each subzone has a Grimalkin tribe associated with it. In order to engage with this mechanic, player has to have high unity with a faction corresponding with each biome and complete their side quests. Only then they will be able to engage with their representatives starting the treasure hunt. The Guiding Glance also boasts their own critter-related achievements. Moles are an exceptionally rare small creatures which can spawn in specific areas of each biome. Finding them is a tremendous task, as their spawn rate is pretty low. If you're lucky enough to spot one, make sure you've got your ghillie mantle equipped, or they'll vanish faster than your zenny after a trip to the smithy. And that's just the start. One trophy requires you to catch all 7 types of moles, 1 standard and 6 biome-specific variants. So if catching one mole was already pretty demanding, then doing it countless times, managing routes through spawn points, having ghillie mantle ready to use. The process reminded me of a rare mob hunting back in World of Warcraft. Pro tip, there's a meal buff that increases your chance of spotting rare critters. Use it liberally. Speaking of rare spawns, there's a whole subclass of trophies related to catching exotic wildlife. Even fishing gets its moment in the spotlight. Each rare critter has specific spawn points, often in more than one biome. Some even follow rules based on time of day or weather conditions. All of that makes hunting those rare creatures quite a repetitive, mundane activity. Players have to visit the same areas many times scouting for rare spawns.
There should be moss wine here, but it's empty, right? Yeah.
For example, the vibrant bird required for the Sweet Melody achievement can appear in both the Ancient Forest and the Wildspire Waste.
And sometimes it spawns here, but not this time, eh?
It also sings, so if you hear nature breaking into song, you might want to investigate instead of admiring the ambience. So, after researching its spawn points, I started my hunts, continuously meandering between the forest and the desert, checking out the spawn points. Fortunately enough, it didn't took me that long to find it in the canyon.
I think that's the bird that I need. Okay, capture. Where's my ghillie mantle? Okay, how to catch it? How to catch this thing? Okay, one shot. No! No!
Yeah, managing to hit the mark can also become an issue. Fun fact though, the bird can still be caught as it flies to yet another location after being spooked. I didn't know that during my first attempt, so I spent a few more days bird watching until I managed to encounter the bird again.
Let's see. Hello, beautiful. Okay, capture net. Oh, maybe I will be able to. Get it!
Capcom clearly had fun designing these critters. Some of them can appear riding on top of other monsters. After devising a scouting system for every base game critter, I managed to capture them all. Iceborne critters though, that's where things get spicy. The golden macaque was a relatively easy find. Dude! First try, don't run away. My little golden macaque friend. Got it! But others ramp up the difficulty considerably. The rare fishing achievement, for instance, requires you to catch a fish that only appears in an underground cave during a thunderstorm.
Because of course it does.
And then there's the ultimate challenge, the Celestial Illusion Trophy. This one's wild. The creature only appears at night during a thunderstorm. Two conditions that rarely coincide. But wait, there's more. It spawns at the very top of Hoarfrost Reach, in a hidden peak that many players don't even know exists. Getting there demands the glider mantle, some clutch claw work, and a lot of luck. You'll have to soar through snowy peaks, grappling between points, all while hoping that RNG stars aligned in your favor and the elusive flying jellyfish has appeared. And if it hasn't, back to square one.
The fleeting sanity.
This single achievement encapsulates the essence of the non-combat grind. Elusive conditions, mechanical precision, and a healthy serving of RNG. A perfect storm, literally and metaphorically. However, the true grindfest is perfectly showcased by the rarest achievements. Both the base game and Iceborne award a final achievement for 100% completion, Monster Hunter's version of a platinum trophy. The biggest barrier to this? Crown-based achievements. You see, monsters come in various sizes. For each species you'll need to find both the largest and smallest variants to earn the corresponding crowns. These sizes are mostly cosmetic but tracked after each hunt. It's a pure RNG fest. You'll need to fight dozens, sometimes hundreds of the same monster just to stumble upon a crown-worthy one. If you're lucky enough, you might find one in the wild. If not, prepare for a long haul.
The fleeting sanity!
Thankfully, the developers provide few solutions that can help players regain at least some control over the process. First, only the monsters from the base game and the base Iceborne expansion count. Post-launch content is not taken into consideration. Second, some event quests guarantee crown-sized monsters. The greatest Jagras event, for example, will net you the large crown. Another event featuring 3 great Jagrasses includes both the smallest and the largest variants, giving you 2 crowns for the price of 1 fight. There's also an event with 2 Odogarans where one of them guarantees the small crown. Doing event quests can help players in pursuing their crown collection. Still, these events don't cover every monster. With around 60 monsters needing both their smallest and the largest sizes recorded, most of your crown hunting will still be ruled by RNG gods. Needless to say, it's going to take a significant amount of time. The fleeting sanity! That's where the third solution comes to aid. This is not much, but in such a vast sea of random numbers, narrowing it down even slightly can help. From what I've read, optional assignments may have slightly better chances of spawning crown-worthy monsters. I'm not 100% sure about that, but if it can help, then why not try it? Monster Hunter World stays true to its core philosophy. Even in its achievements, grind is king. Trophies invite players to engage with various additional systems, but the greatest task is committing enough time to grind them out. As for me, I've clocked over a year trying to make this video. Between work, family and being a father of 2, my responsibilities have expanded faster than my item box. I love maxing out my games, but sometimes 83% completion is not just good enough, it's a platinum trophy in life. Monster Hunter World surprised me with the sheer breadth and depth of its gameplay mechanics. The game is unapologetically proud of its complexity. Capcom has crafted a deeply nuanced combat system in which players must methodically dismantle colossal dangerous beasts. Encounters are deliberately paced, requiring preparation, patience and strategic focus. This system is both demanding and unafraid to inconvenience players at nearly every turn. Yet this steep learning curve becomes one of the game's most valuable assets, naturally challenging players and compelling their egos to adapt and improve.
Okay, good. It's coming.
Monster Hunter World rewards skillful tactical play, which stands as one of its most remarkable design triumphs.
Oh yeah.
And he's back.
Okay, this doesn't look good.
The game delivers a solid audiovisual experience, particularly shining during monster introductions. The meticulous attention to detail, especially in the unique anatomical features of each creature, is genuinely impressive. Capcom cleverly integrates monster visual features into gameplay.
Okay.
The Iceborne expansion is a robust addition, effectively doubling the amount of content and refining several core aspects of the base game. Unfortunately, the narrative is noticeably uneven. Characters are written in a more light-hearted, anime-inspired tone, which clashes awkwardly with the serious plot stakes and the harsh, realistically rendered wildlife. That said, the underlying lore, especially regarding the world and its monstrous inhabitants, is fascinating and well executed. It's not a flawless title. The disjointed tone of the story and the significant gameplay disparity between solo and group play may prove challenging for some. Yet, I find the unwavering confidence Capcom displays in its combat design to be deeply inspiring. This is what ambitious game design should look like. A clear artistic vision that doesn't shy away from making difficult or unconventional choices. A good game will always defend itself. And Monster Hunter World is very good.
Look out.
Oh, fucks.
Double
Damn.
You mad, bro, huh?
I don't even know how to... Oh, okay, this doesn't look good.
Gotcha! Come on, come on. That's not gonna end well.
Oh, yeah.
Close.
Oh, nice, very nice. Okay, I'm gonna...
Okay, go for it.
Ah,
Oh shit! Again.
oh my god, this guy.
I recommend this game. Hey, I want to thank you for watching this video till the end. It means a world to me, especially after how long it took to be made. And then the value of my gratitude doubles after a break I had took from content creation. If you liked it, then hit the thumbs up, share it or post a comment. It all helps greatly. Subscribe for more similarly detailed videos in the future. If you didn't like it, then let me know what exactly you did not like. My question to you after this video is, how would you like to change or upgrade the Monster Hunter formula going forward? So, that's all from me. Bye.